I feel like shit. Good morning. I had awful sleep. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Good morning. I hope everybody had much better sleep than I did. Patchouli, thank you. Gather round for the Sunday fun day on Only Munya. She'll be mostly lurking as your brain decided it wants to continue the migraine for a 5th day. Whenever I have a migraine that, like, Tylenol or Aleve or whatever wouldn't fucking tackle, and it wasn't specifically from, like, my neck pain and my muscles and nerves being squinched, I would try to lay down with, like, a cold face cloth over my eyes and forehead and keep my eyes closed as much as I possibly could. Like, the only time my eyes would be open is to get up and go to the bathroom and re-cold wet the paper towel, the face cloth. So maybe that could help. Maybe that could give you a little bit of relief. GamerSubs AFK, you bought with code Kirsche, ensured your good sleep. Hell yeah, brother man, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You watched me when I was high on side scrollers. It was absolute cinema. Yeah, that was a bit high. It was a bit high of a dose. All your headaches heal by taking a dump. Why does your headache affect your butthole? Discard, thank you for the 2 months, my guy, thank you. No BGM. Oh! Oh! There we go. I fix it. A Lunar Flare, X1M1, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you! Thank you for the gift subs. And Crozen, thank you for the gift subby bubby as well. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Bailiff, thank you for the 5 months of Prune, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Demon, thank you for the 27 months. Hell yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Anthronite, thank you for the 19 months, my guy. Thank you. Senator. Senator. A whole year of the Kirsche. Yeah, time does fucking fly. It's crazy. Thank you. Thank you, Senator, maybe, for the full year. Vansar, thank you for the 21 months. Binary Chimkin, thank you for the 20 months. Thank you. Oh, thank you, big, huge. Suwookie Wookie, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, your name is fun. Suwookie Wookie. It makes me think of saying, we'll be Vaqueno. Some names are just super fun. Thank you for the 2 months, Suwookie. Working on more Kirsche memes and songs. Happy Sunday. Fucking love Kirsche memes, man. Malik Torihane, thank you for the 21 months of Perum, my guy. Thank you. Put you in the art basement. Oh my god. You got hired for a full-time position at another company, so you're hella checked out at your current one. I hope you'll enjoy your new job. Congratulations, my guy. Artemis and Trary, thank you for that raid. Welcome, Artemis Raiders. Welcome. John in English, thank you. Listening to the Fox while cleaning house. Just found $100 doodles. How the fuck do you lose a wad of $100? You don't even know when that would happen. I've had that happen before. Not so much $100, but like a couple of 20s, and I'll be like, why were you here? Why did I put you here? I don't understand. What's wrong with me? Cataclystia, thank you for the 15 months of tier 2, brother man. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the good vibes, Kirsche. I've been talking to a girl recently, and it's been real cute. We're all gonna make it. Congrats, Cheddar Man. I hope she is a big cheese lover. Jagger Cogheart, thank you for the sex. Someone once said, put your feet in hot water to redirect blood flow to your feet to lower pressure in your head. Never had to try it yet, though. The only time I ever put my feet specifically in water is, like, when I get pedicures. And I've never really had a migraine when I go to do that. Because when I have a migraine, I just don't want to leave the house. I'm just like, let me just stay inside forever. Jay Hill, thank you for the 33 months. Big Numby. Mina Quo, thank you for the 2 months of Proom, dude. Thank you. Dark Seraph, thank you for the full fucking year too, bro. A whole year of listening to you yap. You like tuning in while you edit videos or work on Gunpla. Take a guess what you're doing today. Gunpla, I hope. Gunpla time. I have a Cosmos figure that I need to put together that I don't know how I'm going to do and have it not look like a wreck. Speedy Cake, thank you for the Morning Fox, you got yourself a GameCube controller today so you can enjoy some Legend of Zelda, Master Quest on the Cube, and maybe some Wind Waker after. Hell yeah, congratulations. I got the like special edition Zelda game that had like 3 or 4 Zelda games in it on the GameCube. Those were the only Zelda games I've ever played. Mato, thank you for that subby bubby on the kick, my dude. Thank you. I love you, warm bodies. Grumpy Malfistio, thank you for the 2 months. Saw the Torquay meme and almost spat out your drink with that sound. I'm pretty sure that sound is like 5 or 6 years old from when I was playing Phasmophobia. Like when it first came out. No, morning. As long as one of them was Link to the Past, it should be alright. I don't think so. I think it was like Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, and then the other 2 were like pixel graphics. So I think they were from like Game Boy or like SNES or something. It had 1 and 2. Okay, that's what the pixely ones were. Do I shake on purpose? Yes, I have virtual Parkinson's. I need some sort of virtual cure created by the AI. An expansion for Time Stranger got announced in the dead of night since I bought the game. Thank you!
What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
Banamba Lady! Banamba Juju, thank you for the raid! Welcome Banamba Raiders. We like Banambas here. I put peanut butter on them. Thank you. Thank you, welcome. We're gonna be talking about Cuba quite a bit today. I got a fucked up on Cuba time. Shit's going crazy out in Cuba, man. Welcome Raiders. Used to get migraines at least once a week. Switching to carnivore basically eliminated that. Turns out you may like carbs, but they don't like you back. I can eat like simple carby things and have no issues, like, you know, like rice or a potato without a fuck ton of dressing on it. But when I eat stuff like loaded up greasy pizza or like potato with like butter and cheese and chives and bacon and just all the shit on it, like those kind of like carbs but with like other stuff to make it not just simple, then my tummy feels kind of GD, thank you for the 42 months, my guy. Thank you GD, big fucking numby. Aries Quar, thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies, my dude. Thank you. You park these monkeys over here and I take them over to the Cuba. Yeah, we're gonna bring all the monkeys to Cuba. Surely their electrical grid can handle another party, right? Librarian, thank you for the 13 months of Prune. Thank you, my guy. Jacob Macknick, thank you. Your wife is out. Bridal shower. Listening to stream while your son and daughter both take naps. Prepping the chicken parm for dinner later. It's vegan, right? Better not be. Fucking chicken parm is delicious. Holy shit. You have to be careful with food now. Certain foods cause blood from the exit hole. What the fuck? I have never had a bloody anus, so that's great. That's great and wonderful. I saw some more Kier cosplay photos from Carrier Cons. She's looking gorgeous. That's so exciting! I'm so happy someone was cosplaying me. That's crazy. Where am I? Jen Jacko, thank you. You build and clean guns and work on cars while listening to the Fox Lady Yap. You and the video editor and gunplay guy are not the same. You don't have money to do gunpla. Gunpla is an expensive hobby, bro. You're mad that was a con you were going to go to, but you changed your mind? Oh no. Did someone say Cuban monkeys? What about the fucking monkeys? Paper boat. Gunpla is expensive but fun. Understand. It's my one and only female. I actually have a decently high percentage. Like last time I looked on YouTube, I had like almost 4% like female viewership, which is kind of fucking high. They don't need to run ventilators anymore, so Cuba should have enough electricity for another party. Jesus, man. Muida, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick, dude. Thank you. Thank you for gift blankets for the warm bodies. Dubious Badger, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Marmalin, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Douglas, thank you. Could we have a short Fillion impression, please? Let's see. What would I, if I was Fillion, what would I do? Next question. I'd probably be like, come on, guys, mods! Mods, get that guy out of here! Kill him! Snackers really are going through it, huh? Oh my god. Scream about fruit snacks and just say, mods! Mods! He just donated me, mods, ban him! Mods, he donated more subs, ban him! He used to do gunplay while listening to stream, but now you work weekends, so stream work noise, but now you get 4 days off instead of 3. Oh, that's nice. That's a big fucking nice time off, dude. Spin the wheel! Forgot to flop on the ground in a head and walk away. I can't flop on the ground like she does. She makes the best bone crinkling noises. No, Moinya. Be jamming, thank you. Your hydradenitis suppurativa, what the fuck is that? Is acting up. Please pray for you as you have to go to the doctor tomorrow, and hopefully your insurance covers Humira. What is that? What is even that? What do you have? I don't understand. Can we petition ICE to undeport her? I wish. I miss the Phillian, man. Master of Mundus, thank you. Those are pre-order items. When you bought, the website said so right next to the order button. What? What's happening? I see you added someone, but I don't know where the pro bono masturbator's message is. Oh god. Lamby Chop, thank you. Please send prayers. Nothing wrong, but I am retarded. Same. Please pray for me. There's nothing wrong. I'm just kind of brain damaged. Massive Doge, thank you for the Blaze It candy ass. Make him say, eh? By Kirsche. What does that mean? It's not fun. You have it. Good luck, friend. What is it? You don't know what condition that chatter has, but attempting to pronounce it made your couch float. I feel like I went to a foreign country and I was trying to order something for dinner. There's always something wrong, and you're not retarded. Worst combo. We're like a pro boner masturbator. Not like this, man. Not like this. Speaking of that cosplayer, let me bring up that tweet because I have to retweet it on my main account too. I saw it this morning when I woke up. Look at how pretty. She did such a good fucking job. She's next to a big gun. We love big guns. I know chat would say this is an average size gun, but I'm pretty sure this is a big gun. The Phillian, tell Kirsche to say something political. You and Jake were unhinged, by the way. That was funny. I felt so bad. I was like, oh god, this guy's first impression of me is gonna be me blasted out of my fucking mind. I'm so sorry. Like when I joined in, like Craig kind of explained it, but when I joined in and we were just behind the scenes, 15 minutes before the show, I was like, Craig, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. You're glad he appeared to be very amused? I don't know if he was amused or not, because I don't know him, right? So that's a 5-inch gun. You could literally call it average. Oh my god. Baron of Beef Dip, thank you for the 1111. Good morning, Miss Foxy. May your day be good. Times be many. And one's repeating. Manya! I love repeating numbers! God hates taxes, thank you. The poor silly Philly fans are so deprived. They're asking why not Kirsche to do an impression. Poor fellas. What does that mean? He even asked to have more appearances on side scrollers when I'm on the show. Hell yeah. If he did, I don't remember anything about the show. I'm gonna be honest with you. I remember like basically fucking nothing except being completely fucking zooted. And then like, as Craig seemed intent on like, hey, maybe we should just ply you with drugs for every show. I was like, that's probably a bad idea. Let's not do that. But then I was like, you know what? I got another side scrollers in the evening. Let's just finish off that fucking gummy. Let's just finish it, Craig kept talking about my tenders, and I was like, stop it. Stop talking. I don't know why, but like my high brain was getting angry. I was like, stop talking about the tendies. I can't eat them right now. I can't go get them right now. I'm so sad. Do I recall the man from the UK? What? The who? If it makes me feel better, you had to miss stream one day because of the night candy bar. You didn't read the amount of milligrams on an edible candy bar beforehand and you ate half of it. You know exactly how I felt. I've done that before where like I didn't realize exactly how the dosages were lined up in a chocolate bar. I thought it was like per square, but the squares were actually triangles. Some part of you may have thought he was gonna steal your tendies. I mean, maybe. I had like no idea where I even was, bro. Oh, God. Massive Doge, thank you. I was hitting on the goth man hard. Was I? I feel like I was acting normal.
Spicy cat raid.
Conquest, thank you. A square is not a triangle. Who taught these people shapes? Well, 2 triangles make a square. And that's how babies are born. Those heels are crazy on the cosplayer. They're beautiful. I'm fucking impressed, man.
A vigorous spanking.
She even managed to like get a halo to stick up there. That's fucking crazy. Look at how fluffy her tail is. Look at that fluffy tail. It's so cute. Wasn't that bad until you guys started talking about coming so hard you'd cry and him crying over ass? What? We did what? I don't remember that. Triangles do not work that way. Yes, they do. That's how triangles work. You had a brownie once, you didn't measure it out correctly, and you're actually so high the room was spinning. I don't know about spinning, but like I definitely get to that point where it's like air isn't real, everything is water, and walking is swimming. You're waiting for your Five Guys order, waiting is crap. Oh no. That was for me asking about mascara running. I feel like that's a normal question. Right? Like, guys love it when, like, a woman has the running mascara after getting a blowjob, right? But, like, you don't meet that many men with facefuls of makeup. So that's a very normal question. Like, hey, do women like it when your mascara runs? Like, it's a normal question. She's right. Thank you. I know I'm right. I really need to watch that Side Scrollers episode. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to hear myself. Mr. Toast, thank you. Man, why is gunplay expensive? You laughs in Warhammer. Even in debt, you still serve because Dark Angels don't buy themselves. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's terrible. What do you mean? You don't think it's a normal question, but it is a fair question. Thank you. I think it's normal. The Thursday Side-Scroller show is absolute cinema. Do you think we could watch it on the stream? I could make it a react episode. No. First and last time you ever took weed, it was 10 milligrams of chocolate and you had some severe anxiety. Yes, there are some people who have really bad reactions. Like, they'll have almost a schizophrenic episode. And I'm just like, oh, I'm so sorry, bro. There were some people in the comments on the Side-Scrollers episode that were just like, Kirsche, that's not how edibles work. Even if you cut it in half, that doesn't mean it's half a dose. And I'm like, what the fuck? Isn't that what it means? What, like, it can't, if I cut 100 milligrams in half, there's no way that each half is still 100 milligrams. That does, am I mathing wrong? Like, I don't, so like, I couldn't tell if like they were retarded or I was retarded. Like, whenever numbers are involved, I just assume I'm the retard. But like, what they were saying just doesn't make sense to me. Are they stupid? I don't know, man. That's exactly how it works. They're retarded. Thank you, chat. I need people to keep me grounded so I don't get gaslit. Some do have schizophrenic episodes and it can cause it to surface. Yeah, it's sad when that happens, man. It's sad. Progmeister, thank you for the 27 months, brother man. Thank you. Thank you. Dark Seraph, thank you. You've heard that I'm unable to pronounce frustrated. Is that true? What do you mean? I just said it. Frustrated. Seem to be the retarded ones. You don't chance the proportion, but certainly reduce the total dosage. That's what I thought, man. I used to collect Warhammer 40k when you were a teen. Can't afford them these days, but occasionally you go and look at the models in the web store. Orcs riding dinosaur squigs that really make your skin itch. I like the word squig. I don't know what it is, but it's a fun word to say. To be fair, you can't do math. Don't worry about it, kitten. Yay! Battleizer, thank you. Happy Sunday. Here's hoping for more white pills and gaming. It's a great day to be alive. Hope all of you are well. Monya! It's an orc pig. Orcu pigu? It's the big angry red ball with legs. The Angry Bird? Are the gummies made by a company of or homebrewed? Maybe if homebrewed, the methods don't result in equally distributed. No, they're a company. They're a company. Daniel Butchers, thank you. Working late, listening to Fox, making your mum a live edge dining table using ash and elm. Back to chiseling out for the inlays. Oh, you are beautiful, and I love that you're doing that for your mom. Oh god, is that what happens to you? You drink too much about stuff when you smoke and worry about everything? It slows my anxiety down, so it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good. Silent Alto, thank you. Sounds like we need to guilt trip you with money to react to that. No. No. Massive Doge, thank you. Shiori Novella's mascara meme comes to mind. Yeah, I see that often. I see that often. Paradoxical Madness, thank you. Not how concentration works. Also, it's not uniform. I don't know what that means. Not how concentration works. I mean, it's a Gumby. It's not like the liquidy stuff. Carpentry Unlimited, thank you for the isks. So how many gift blankets do you need to hand out on Kick to get me to react to the Side Scrollers episode? It's not gonna happen, no. And Swooky Wookie, thank you. You finally got your W-2. Ooh, taxes. Kirsche, me, and back. Yeah, I finally got an email to look at, like, my updated taxes that hopefully aren't fucked. And so I'll probably look at those tomorrow when I haven't spent all day streaming and I'm not a puddle of noodles. The picture's a real neuron activator. It is. It's pretty fucking great. She's pretty fucking cute. There's another one next to, that's a chubby plane. Why does the plane look like it's cut in half? It's like a little chode plane. Danger, danger. Propeller. High voltage. The active ingredient is not distributed within the Gumby. I see. It's a folding plane. The wings fold out so it can be stored on the boat. That makes so much sense. I never thought about how they stored planes on boats. The folded wingu. It's got folded wingu, but it also looks like it's short. Right? Like it looks like it's short. I might be crazy. It has 2 engines. Damn. Damn, 2. Gee, Bill. Your military lets your plane have 2 engines? Plane pinup Kier art when? Oh god. I could only dream. I could only dream. That's a big ass ship. That's a big ass ship. Look at her fucking go with her boat women. Chat, she's size queening the planes. I have to. It's my job as a boat woman enthusiast. Shiori's running mascara while she calls me a dirty number liker. What does that mean? It's a grower, not a shower. Pinup Foxu stickers would slap so damn hard. It would. I have a lot of references for like different pinup poses, so eventually. Kier was on top of and inside of Hornet. I'm so jealous. Landy Chop, thank you. As a guy, if your mascara is bleeding, you're cowgirling too hard, and your Cuda got a shade darker. Wouldn't it be a shade lighter? Cause cum is white. I don't. How would it get dark? What? James Gillespie, thank you. It's an old Corsair from World War II. I see. Face riding. Oh. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. What brand of gummies? You've never seen a 50 milligram gummy, so you want it. I don't remember the brand. I don't remember the brand. I would have to find them. They were a brand I've never seen before, so. I think the gummy is still bouncing around in there. Oh, absolutely not. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Cha-Cha is already a pinup on a military plane. Honorable chatters, we need to make this happen for the Foxu. Man, that's crazy. I think the weirdest thing I've ever been put on was somebody wrote my name on, like, somebody in the IDF wrote my name on a missile, and I was like, oh, that's not good. Is that Kirsche on a carrier? It's Kirsche in front of a carrier. Wait. Maybe this is a carrier plane boat with another boat next to it. I don't know. I just assumed this was like the dock. I assumed that was the dock. She's on the deck. Ah. Chat your V-War mom. That's the deck on the carrier. She's crazy. She's crazy. Kirsche's here to drop bombs. True and real. True and fucking real. Why would Dim the Lamps do this? I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to bring anime to the sand countries. Kier doesn't understand how big the hornet is. I don't. You are correct. I am incapable of judging sizes, especially in pictures. That's not something I can do. I'm a little retarded. That's the command bridge behind her. That's like when trying to figure out, like spacing for stuff. I always have to be like, hey, so like I kind of know what I want, but like if you could just make a mock-up so that I could like see things all together and see if I like all of these things that I like individually together and if they'll all fit and shit. Stop sending her dick pics. What the fuck? I will never forget that some random fucking schizo sent both Azehara and I the same dick pic. I ignored it, and Azehara posted it on Twitter, and then I replied to it, thus putting the dick on, like, thousands of people's timelines. Because I forgot when I reply to things, my replies just show up naturally in other people's timelines. Hey, that looks familiar. I was like, Azehara getting the dick pic was funny as fuck. He was just like, why are you sending this to me? Hey. Sushiki, thank you for the member, my guy. Thank you. I removed the X from your name. Battleizer, thank you. Petition Trump to add a pinup of Kirsche on the new U.S. battleship, the USS Trump. That'd be fucking glorious, honestly. I could not think of a greater honor. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Foxy's name was written on a bomb by the IDF. Nux, your IDF buddies are putting Mossad assets in danger. Drag, thank you. World War II carriers could carry a few hundred peeps. Modern ones carry up to 1K. That's how big they are. Oh, I got a knot. Oh, I got a knot in my hair. Ow, 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 ow. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the frick? I was just running my hand through my hair because it got all messed up on the side of my head. And there's like a giant knot here. What the fuck? Okay, okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. Jesus, oh my god, I can't see. 1,000 people. That's a lot of people for one ship, to be fair. To be fair. And she's back to the Fillion impression, am I? Please do that again. Wait, why? Could you, like, hear me untangling my hair? Is my microphone that good? Don't need to get Trump's permission to put Kirsche pinup on a boat. You could bribe some bored Marines to do that. Could you? Could you do that? That's false. The crew complements of a Nimitz is 3K. When the air wing is on board, it's 4K. That's kind of fucking huge, man. Pretty sure main carriers are like 3 to 4 or 500 now. 4,500. Why can't I speak today? Get a vinyl wrap of me for your Subaru so I can be on something safe. I'm on the lesbian car. They were enjoying the mouth noises. Oh, I don't even remember what noises I was making. Oh, why am I like this? Oh man, we had a couple Twitter retards overnight as well. I always like poking fun at the Twitter retards because I was just like, how are you still like this? How is this even humanly possible? EHEF, thank you. Foxu pin up on the signs of a battleship. Whole ship turns gay and the missiles go, hey! I mean, it's the Navy. Aren't they already kind of gay? Like, let her cook. An aircraft carrier really is a village on the ocean. Wouldn't it be cute if you made them look like a village instead of like a battleship? Maybe you would be left alone. Because they'd be like, oh, that's just like some weird-ass billionaire's floating village concept, not a military vessel. Rinji having fun as well. Oh, I bet. I fucking bet. So Curry Rinji posted a screenshot and said, Valen's and Bin's actions didn't have their full effect because Kirsche already had a dedicated and established fan base to see through your bullshit. Just because the damage was apparently minimal and not to your satisfaction doesn't mean it didn't have a degree of success. And the screenshot, oh my god, it's so fucking, why is it such a big screenshot? Jesus Christ. Open image and new tab. Here we go. So Bint does some like, I'm just a Twitter user, ooh woo, I'm a soft small bean, please don't sue me. I don't know when he blocked me, but like, I don't know what he thinks that's gonna do. And Curry said, I don't believe in trying to get revenge or inflicting suffering. Suffering apparently doesn't include making someone lose their income or chasing them out of their home. And this other person said, Kirsche's gotten thousands of dollars and continuing to mention that Anna Valens wrote an article about her. It was 3. It's 3 articles, actually. Every attempt at holding right-wingers accountable for their own words and ideas is seen as life ruination because of Kirsche. That's not true. You can't really compare like one instance to another. Also, who else is getting hit piece articles right now?
The ship was just over 1,000 feet long at the flight deck and could carry nearly 6,000 crew between ship crew and air crew for the squadrons. The flight deck is approximately 4.5 acres in total area, 100,000 tons.
That seems kind of ridiculous. Can you imagine? Like having to walk from one end of the ship to the other? That's crazy. I'm famous? Why am I famous? The autism never ceases to amaze. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Thank you, Brent Wolfe. Thank you. If the life ruination fails, then it never happened. Yeah, it's like, if my bullet misses you, I didn't attempt to kill you, so why are you crying?
Which Ayatollah do you think the Kirsche bomb took out? I'm betting it was the third one since the fourth Ayatollah ending up being gay. Lol.
Oh no, it was on an IDF missile like 2 years ago, not a recent one. So it didn't go to Iran, probably. Thank you, Big Lineman, my guy, thank you. Ham the Third, thank you. The deck of the ship is what you're standing on. The tower in the back is part of the ship. You were stationed on the USS Nimitz, and they are big ships, like a commercial cruise ship or bigger. That's actually even cooler. I thought that was like a ship off of the side of a dock, but no, that's part of like the big ship. That's crazy looking. I only know what ships look like when they have big tits and nice asses. Remember when Binty Boy said he was going to stop doing this shit? I would be in his best interest to just never mention me again, to be completely honest. Guys in Fish Tank are now getting bullied over Xbox 360 in the game room. All they need now is Doritos and Mountain Dew. Man, Massive Doge, thank you. You think Bagman can help you with the boat? I don't think Bagman is still in service, so I don't think so. Battleizer, thank you. Most people do not understand that U.S. carriers are floating cities. They have mailing addresses and everything, and each of our 11 has as many planes as most small nations. The U.S. Navy is scary. That is scary. I also didn't know that. Before flight ops on the USS Midway used to do a VoD walk down across the entire flight deck, looking for loose crud to keep away from aircraft. Well, if anything, that'd keep you in shape at least, right? Don't touch the boats. True. True. So this person continues asking, how has Kirsche suffered at all? Well, I have to continually fight against all of you telling lies consistently all the time in order to try and paint me as something that I'm not. There's that Reddit thread that still exists that I just don't have time to fucking deal with at the moment because everything happens all at once and I am just one woman. Like, the damage is, like, real and has happened and will continue to have an effect. It's like, just because I have, like, some good things happening doesn't mean that there was, like, a complete failure here. It's just like, do we have to scale the suffering? Is this gonna turn into Sweden, where it's like, the rape didn't last long enough, therefore it wasn't really rape? And then they continue, when Kirsche was dropped by the game that was sponsoring her, can't even remember the name because these people just listen to each other's lies instead of actually looking for any kind of information. She and her community reacted by completely shitting on the game and company simply because Kirsche got any punishment at all. Well, it's not punishment. It's you people causing issues by lying about me and creating a problem that can scare off people from not wanting to have any drama attached to their company. And unfortunately, instead of standing beside me in the face of a hate mob lying about me and trying to ruin me financially, a game that I cared about that wasn't even paying me well decided to drop me over it. And nobody was shitting on the game. It's a game that I, to this day, say that I absolutely loved, and it was a sponsorship of passion, not for the money. So that's why I lament about it. But my community was absolutely not shitting on the game. And I explicitly told them, like, don't go to the Discord, don't cause problems, don't insult the devs, don't buy the game just to leave a negative review. Only change your review from positive to negative if you bought the game because of me and you disagree with the decision they made. And it's just incredibly frustrating how little these people know and how much they lie. Because it's like a never-ending torrent of lies that need to be never-endingly corrected. And it's fucking obnoxious and it's obscene. And I hope one day every single one of these people who participate in these mass campaign of lies gets to know exactly how it feels to be in my position. Literally just love the game. It was incredible that the Trojan horse bomb got sent to them and blew up in their faces. Yeah, they weren't even getting any fucking backlash online. Like, nobody even knew that I was partnered with them, really, because they were such a small game. Did they not hear themselves? It's very telling. Kirsche's misfortune was punishment for wrongthink, but because she's still streaming and making money, it wasn't true punishment. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Kirsche and other creators like her are largely insulated from any actual consequence because your audiences reward bad behavior. No! You guys are the bad behavior. And audiences that care about the creator that they're following are going to support that creator when they're unfairly attacked. That's not unique to me. We saw it with Leaflet, right? Like, there's other creators who, when they're attacked unfairly, their communities close the gate and say, fuck off. Folded like a goddamn omelet. But you know who did insult the game? You know who did insult the developers? All the people who were celebrating that I got dropped as a sponsorship thing from that game. They bought the game and then proceeded to go, oh, this game is problematic. It has problematic things in it. No wonder they sponsored a Nazi. They're a Nazi game. So if you want to bitch about people going after the devs and going after the game, you can once again look in the fucking mirror. Started following you in Leaflet because of the attacks. They literally got you onto VTubers. That says enough, right? They bought it, insulted the game and the devs, and then refunded pretty fucking much. It was just like, what did you fucking expect, bro? Like, look at the people who are in the game. Come the fuck on. All because of Chuck Norris. They got mad because Chuck Norris was in the game. Chuck is still winning from even beyond the grave. He will never lose, man. Crime Boss was fun. The developers dropped the ball big time. Only 324-hour peak. Pretty fucking much. Battleizer, thank you. Circle the wagons, become the roof Kirsches. We defend our Cuba. I fucking love roof Kirsches, man. Bullet Shepherd, thank you. Saw the flesh version of Pickle yesterday. She gave a gay homeless man a free haircut. What a charitable gal. Good on you, Pickle. I'm glad she's out there doing charity for the underserved LGBT community. Ian Brune, thank you. If we activated our museum ships, it would be the second strongest navy on the planet. Like, ours would still be the strongest, but then we would have a museum fleet that would be the second strongest. Bad latency, thank you. Carriers are so big, they have their own Starbucks. A Porke no Dunkin' Donuts. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 7 months. Kirsche pinup on an NHRA drag car would go hard. Or a GT3 race car, a Porsche 911 GT3R, or an F-16 fighter jet. That's a lot of numbers. James Galepu, thank you. Fact check yourself. It's a Wildcat. That's okay. I don't know any ship names. A lot of Navy personnel is women now, so it has to be Starbucks. Fuck that. Deploy the tactical ice cream boat. Do they have tactical ice cream boats? And this person finishes off by saying, cancel culture doesn't really exist for y'all. There is a child rapist in the White House right now. First of all, no, he's not. You can criticize him for a lot of things, but that is certainly not one of them. Second of all, why the fuck are you bringing up Trump? What the fuck does he have to do with any of this? Third of all, cancel culture very much exists for all of us. You guys have been the perpetuators of cancel culture for over 15 fucking years. You have ruined so many people's lives. You've gotten so many people fired and ostracized and just completely dumpstered because you can't stand people having a different opinion from you. And it's obnoxious. It really is. And then, unfortunately, I quote retweeted and I was like, yeah, our active campaign to ruin you didn't have the full effect we wanted it to, therefore it didn't happen. And we did nothing wrong. And I got a couple of retarded responses as well. Keck McKeckerson coming in here saying, what the fuck is the schizo even talking about? You were never shitting on the game. You're always disappointed with their choice in dropping you, but still love the game. And you said you were still willing to talk to them. I was. I had no idea. I was just like, they could talk to my manager. They refused. There's nothing more I could really say. These people are lucky they're too poor to sue. Sometimes it's about sending a message. Lethal Weeaboo, thank you. Imagine being the journalist that thought, I'm gonna write this article trashing Chuck Norris after his death and everyone is gonna clap like seals. I saw that get community noted, and I was like, damn, these fucking retards. Battleizer, thank you. Back in World War II, the U.S. had 2 concrete barges that had the sole purpose of providing ice cream to the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Now that's the kind of history I want to know about. That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool, man. They're just mad because they can't just say this person bad and people instantly lose their jobs anymore. Their power is certainly waning, but it is not gone. As we've seen recently, cancel culture is still in play. We do need more companies to stop bending the knee if we actually want it to go away and stop giving these creeps power. The guy told you that the entire shit show against me was not blatant proof of a cancel campaign or of any harassment against me. I mean, yeah, they have to lie. They have to lie so they can maintain the, like, mirage of them being the good guys. And it's really obnoxious. But I said, it's because all these people can do is lie and hope that if they repeat the lie enough, it'll become reality. And that is what happens pretty much every single fucking time. Let me see, where are the 2 replies I wanted to bring up? Yeah, the review bombing happened completely organically and not egged on in any way. These people seem to forget that everyone covered what was happening to me. Except for Rima. She only covered Violer and Pippa. But everyone else who matters covered what happened to me. And once other people's communities get involved, I can't fucking do anything about it, man. I can't, like, even with my own community, I can tell them, hey, don't do this, but I can't literally control them. It's not like I can put them in a gimp suit and throw them in my basement. It's like, especially after someone like Asmongold goes over the situation, and he's got like 40, 50,000 people watching. Like, what? Like, yes, of course some people are going to be like, I fucking hate cancel culture, and I'm gonna fucking talk about it regardless. Because I'm pissed that cancel culture exists. I could probably do that to some of the community. And then somebody else here is like, you still have 2 tweets up right now where you even say you talked on stream about them. And there's one where you straight up say, fuck you about them. This is why you keep losing, disingenuous little fatty. Stay poor. And he pulls up a tweet, a base tweet, by the way, where I say, I went over this on stream today, and Osmond mentioned it as well, but on the Steam discussion page for Crime Boss Rock A City, they've been deleting threads. The largest thread in support of me was deleted last night. Meanwhile, one posted by one of the people part of the harassment campaign is still up. They've doubled down. This company is not experiencing cancel culture. My audience were paying customers who were voting with their voice and their wallet after a company makes an astronomically poor decision they disagree with. These are not review bombs. These are not people who don't own the game brigading. In-game are experiencing what happens when you capitulate to cancel culture. These 2 things are not the same. It's incredibly obvious, and everybody knows it. You people held this power to ruin others reputationally and financially for years, and we are now standing up for ourselves. Fuck you, not the game devs, but you, cancel culture Twitter freaks. Fuck you, fuck cancel culture, and fuck the Darvo that happens when anyone decides to defend themselves. You reap what you sow. These people genuinely don't understand how disliked they are, and that their Darvo tactics genuinely don't work. Not even the companies that bend the knee believe the Darvo tactics. Darvo, you don't know that acronym. It's, oh god. I'm bad at acronyms. It's the fucking thing that narcissists do when they're gaslighting you. These retards actually think that anyone can leave a review. Do they not know you have to own the game on Steam to leave a review? Yeah, but sometimes there are people who will buy a game just to leave a negative review. But I explicitly told my audience to not do that. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. Thank you guys. I'm really bad at remembering acronym words. Angie Foxu, Fun Foxu. I'm just sick of these fucking things. I don't even want to call them people. Because all they are just like these weird little clout creatures that try to suck on anything that gives them any iota of power and relevancy. And then when you stand up for yourself or you say, hey, you're kind of being an asshole, they immediately be like, no, I'm not being an asshole. You're the asshole. You're the one who does these things. I didn't do any of it. It's all you.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Oh, they're still streaming, so it didn't really hurt them. Nux Taku points at all the knives in his back from so-called friends over the years. Is that so, you little shit? Bint thinks emotional damage that Foxu suffered doesn't count. Screw 'em.
it'd be really funny that he would think the emotional damage doesn't count, considering multiple times he has gloated about being the reason that apparently my mental was bad at different points. That's a little weird, guy. That's a little weird. Also, Internet Zen Master, thank you. Thank you very much. I saw a tweet from Yeet earlier with that guy who did that alert that you just played. And I was like, I wonder how many times that alert has been triggered since we put it up. That alert. So this guy thinking he's doing something other than marking me as an acceptable target for violence by calling me a Nazi. That alert has been triggered 178 times, 179 with that one, since I've added it. So I gotta thank this guy for basically giving me a job at CVS. Thank you. Thank you for your content. Ian Brune, thank you. Cancel culture is itself them losing power. 50 to 60 years ago, you'd get canceled, but you wouldn't even know you had. Your career would just peter out. I'm not sure what you mean by that. How many times has slaves played? That's a great question. All this shit has done is rally the casual honorable chatters into hardline. If Kirsche has no fans, I'm dead to tier supporters. Nothing like some heat to temper the metal. I mean, it's fucking obnoxious. Like, there was somebody else who was just like, do you know how many 2 views would kill for the kind of free marketing Kirsche had? And it's like, do you have any idea how many 2 views would be able to actually get through what I went through without leaving the internet? Like, even the people attacking me took time off the internet, and they were facing far fucking less. So it's like... Jen Jacko, thank you. Fat Electrician has videos about the ice cream ships. Those would be cute. Those would be cute videos. Wastelander, thank you. Slides you with Snickers. We still loves you, Foxu. Oh, I like Snickers. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. Ava has low CCV and subs, just copying very hard, or coping very hard. Working hard. They're jealous. Stay strong, Foxu. The best tweets are the ones where they openly admit that. You wouldn't lose your job decades ago, but your work prospects and possibility for advancement would risk drying up if you got cancelled in that way. CW Binton, thank you for the 3 months, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. The Deuterment back in the day, you would have gotten stonewalled and have to mosey on to something else, which is the proto-form of cancellation. I don't even know what cancellation would look like without the internet. I'm gonna be real with you. Schizo Twitter users are the best free marketing. The best, but also the most obnoxious. And then this person continues, no, your community actually did shit on the game for you getting dropped. They were angry, I think rightfully so. I could be wrong about you specifically shitting on the game. I'm able to say I could be wrong about that because that's not really the important thing here. No, you're able to say I could be wrong because you're wrong about pretty much everything you espouse about me. It's kind of actually crazy when you think about it. Where are the other replies? Because there were 2 things I wanted to highlight that I specifically replied to. Let's see if I can find it. The world was a bit smaller back then. Word of mouth would have been enough. I hope I can find things easily, man. I'm bad at finding things sometimes, unless they're in a tab. I'm pretty good at tab drifting. Battleizer, thank you. Our Foxy was made of battle steel. She will not break, for we will support her. Many Kirsche strong. Glory to Korshovo. Munya! Big Munya. Ooh, I kind of want to click on this, but it's probably not safe to do on stream. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, here we go. The person from the original, like, screenshot that Curry posted said, good lord, way to miss the point. I'm not surprised since white supremacy allows you to ignore the world. Can we just, like, humor this thing for a second? If white supremacy allowed white people to ignore the world, I don't think, like, the US would be having an illegal immigrant problem right now. I also don't think the UK would be having an, like, Pakistani rape gang problem right now. Like, if we want to envision the world you're talking about, there's going to be things a lot worse than what's happening right now. So I don't know what the fuck they mean by this. This cretin is so blatantly jealous of you making money. It's so weird. And then they said, are you going to spin my post about you into hundreds of more dollars now? Yeah, why the fuck wouldn't I? Like, what do you mean? You literally exist to turn salt into American money dollars for me. Thank you. Thank you for the content.
YouTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
It was mighty nice of that guy to give an alert that perfectly matched the FBI's per communication amount I was allocated. Glad you're still on our side, agent.
Thank you. Now you gotta tell my Mossad handler that the $7,000 check is late. I tried ringing the White House, but they wouldn't answer. So I'm gonna need you to get to your contacts. You know. Thank you, JK the Slagger man. Thank you. Paradoxical Madness, isn't white a minority globally? Yes, but apparently that doesn't count? Question mark. Yes, monetize your haters. Even no matter how you feel about Asmongold, if there is one piece of advice you can take from him, monetize your haters. If your haters are ridiculous and incorrect, you will be able to monetize them very easily. These people are unironically emotionally underdeveloped. Holy shit. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Here's several more rage dollars. I love rage
Here is
candy
the money
bars.
to spin his tweet.
Conscript Yuki, thank you for the $50 specifically because of this tweet. Thank you. Round Top, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy. Dreg, thank you. You don't view these cancelers as equal to one of us, so you'll grin if certain things happen to them. It's like I said earlier. All of these people who just go around lying and hoping for an iota of either clout and attention or power by ruining someone else, I hope they learn how it feels to be in my position. 8% of the population, yep, whites are the minority, but... And it's like, I think most of them wouldn't even be able to learn a lesson from that, because people started spreading lies about Nyara, and I even said something. I was like, hey guys, you know, if someone is detestable, you should only tell the truth about the detestable things about them. Because once you start telling lies, then all of the true detestable things can also be discounted because you're telling lies alongside them. And their, like, estrogen-fogged brain in all of Nyara's 2 brain cells fighting for attention decided to continue attacking me instead of realizing I was defending them. So it's like, all right, you got my one benefit of the doubt. I don't give a shit what happens to you. I don't give a shit who tells lies about you at this point. I made an attempt. I extended an olive branch way back in the day, and you took that olive branch and you set it on fucking fire, so fuck you. You get what you fucking
Crazy
deserve.
Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
To borrow the lyrics from Fushizi's newest AI music video, about Nux, Highweight Monster, you're losing the fight, mad? Keep seething. Monetized drama, I'm doing it right, mad? Keep seething. Keep farming your haters, Foxu. Stay based.
True and fucking real. I gave you an olive branch and you tried to beat me with it. True. Internet Zen Master, thank you for another 88, brother man. Thank you. Thank you. It's a waste of good olives. Bored DevOps, thank you. You only have this $5 worth of moral righteousness. Please don't convert my position on the right side of history to hundreds of dollars. Thank you. The oppression olive branch. Oh, fuck, man. Ham the Third, thank you. Is her X button missing? Why spell Foxu with a KK? I have no idea. I have no idea. Matt Larson, thank you. Here's money to make the Twitter person angry. Angie! Oh my goodness, dude. I think Leaflet was a bit naive for thinking she could have a legitimate debate with Klaus. Oh, 100%! And that's, like, why I tried to warn her, you know? Preach Gear, that's exactly why you stopped watching mainstream news. You want to be told about actual bad stuff Trump did, and once they started adding lies, you had to tune out because you can't support that. Yep. Don't extend the olive branch, keep it, and press the olives into oil, and then set them ablaze. And this person continues, newest communist of the week or something. Why would I call this person a communist? I don't know anything about what they believe other than they believe lies and are clearly retarded. That's all I know about this person. Based Foxu. Sure. And I was just like, yeah, you can hate me all you like, but it'd be great if you Twitter people would stop calling me a white supremacist, since I'm not one. Which I'm not, and I don't think I've ever espoused anything that even comes close to white people are better than everyone else due to the color of their skin. I don't, what do you mean by this? Like, them trying to twist all of the, like, it's okay to be white shit from, like, the college campus posters into, like, that's white supremacy. No, it's not. And they believe lies are clearly retarded. Yeah, it's the requirements for communism. You can be retarded and not be a communist, but you can't be a communist and not be retarded, right? Like, it's clearly a waifu supremacist. I'm a New Hampshire supremacist. And not even actually, that's true. I'm not even actually white. I'm part Italian, bro. I'm like the Dave Chappelle skit where the black guy takes off his KKK hood, you know? Mamma mia! The issue is I want whites to not be extinct, to somehow white supremacy. It's so fucking weird. Calopsia Loveless, thank you for the 11-month resub. Oh my god, reading your name reminded me that a manga called Loveless exists, and I'm pretty sure that's like a boys love manga. What the fuck? Battleizer, thank you. You like to thank the haters watching stream and seething at the support and donuts the honorable chatters throw at Foxu. A Schadenfreude is best experienced. True and fucking real. True and fucking real. But they responded, I don't really hate you. I hate the things you espouse. Which is fine. You can hate the things I say, just don't lie about them. I'll think about it, though. It's not like white supremacist is a huge leap when people hear the things you say, but if you want to explain your political ideology, then feel free to. When you preface explain your political ideology to me with, it's not like white supremacist is a huge leap when people hear the things you say, why the fuck would I want to continue engaging with you? Like, again, I tried this in good faith in the middle of my cancellation campaign. I was like, if anybody has any questions about some of the shit taken out of context that I've said that's been posted, I'll be fine to answer it. One of the things was about George Floyd, and I answered it, and people would post my response and still claim that I said something that I didn't say. And of course, all the little freaks would believe what the person that they agree with says, rather than reading my tweet. I just, like, actually fucking insane. A nobody trying to be a somebody through association? Yeah, like, I ain't gonna fucking play that game, because I know what you guys are gonna do. You're gonna take a screenshot, you're gonna lie about it, the lies are gonna get worse. Why would I play that game? It's a poem from Final Fantasy, and it means outlaw equals loveless, random, BL. It's there for everything. I'm totally not disingenuous. No, sir. No, sirree. And then, there was another person. There's somebody here, like, calling them a pedophile or something. Like, I don't know anything about that, so I was like, I'm not even gonna read that. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Let's see, where is it? I could have sworn it was also in this reply chain, but maybe I'm fucking crazy. Maybe I'm fucking crazy, bro. Oh no, it's here. This person, who I'm assuming is, like, French-Canadian, said, could have fooled, I'm assuming they meant fooled, most of us with all the shit you post, like naming your characters after neo-Nazis, or propagating the GRATE, spelled G-R-A-T-E, replacement theory, which is a white supremacist conspiracy theory, plus calling yourself the Alex Jones of VTubing doesn't really help your case either. Bro. Alex Jones is a silly little guy that rips off his shirt and screams about Chinese Fent dragons and watches trap porn. Like, I would struggle to find a better description for the cursed shit that I talk about and the weird way that I present things than equating it to Alex Jones. He what? Did you miss that time where he had his phone on camera and he showed that he had, like, fucking trap pornography on it on accident? Did you miss that? She's turning the grogs fray. True and real. You don't remember? No. Oh my god. That was like years ago. You remember? I'm glad some people remember. Simon Robino is a failed writer who has been harassing Darling Straub, Rev says Desu, for years now. He's basically there and binted. What the fuck? How do so many of those people exist? That's crazy. Mr. Pierre, thank you. Canceled your Twitch subscription. Only donating here now. More money for the Foxu. All glory to Korshovo. Thank you for dodging the Twitch tax and donating directly. Thank you, my guy. Alex Jones is not a white supremacist. I mean, also that. It's just like, oh, you find someone funny in a comedic sense? That means you must believe everything they say. Why do you think school shootings are all fake? Like, what kind of logic is that, man? How do these people exist? Holy shit. And my response was, by your logic, I'm also a black supremacist communist. Because if you actually know what he's talking about when he says all the shit you post, like naming your characters after neo-Nazis, this is about all of them continuously going, Kirsche, please don't believe it. Kirsche thinks on does believe it. They all repeat that ad nauseum every fucking time. And it's like, no, the shorthand joke where I called him a nationalist commie killer was for the juxtaposition against Umkanto Vesizwe, which were black supremacist communist militia. And also he thought of himself as a nationalist communist killer. Like, what are we doing here? This isn't praising him. I've condemned him on a multitude of occasions because he killed fucking teenagers like a psychopath. That's like a school shooting in the US. Why are you going after the soft fucking targets? These people are insane. So my response was talking about the other part of that joke that he's referencing with Umkanto Vesizwe. By your logic, I'm a black supremacist communist. And his response, showing he has literally no idea what he's talking about, and he just likes repeating lies, is that makes literally 0 sense, you dumb bitch. I'm glad, dear Simon, that it is in fact you who is the dumb bitch who has made me money on this day. Thank you for your content. Should just clip this and post it every time someone spins this BS. There's like a couple of people who post videos of me talking about this every time someone lies about it. Like there are multiple people, and there's like a Kirsche Clips account who does it almost every single time. There are people out there, and holy shit, I fucking love you so much for doing this, because it is incessant and they just don't stop lying. And the more they lie without any corrections, the more people are going to believe it. So like, I am so fucking glad that there are people here with clips that are just like, shut the fuck up. Stop fucking lying. Death Admirals, thank you for the 25 months of Prum. Absolutely absurd accusations against Kirsche shall be stonewalled by the loyal army of ironclad Kirsches. By the way, Kirsche, we have routed the slaves successfully through the cornfields and have traded some for several tons of your favorite vegetable. I love corn! Thank you. Bratty 2view needs correction! Good job to the people making the corrections. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely, bro. Conspiracy theorist, racist, supremacist, Nazi, fascist, bigot, etc. The typical shit. The oh-so-predictable lol and lamau and other hawow. I pity you. Hawow. I have high morals. You try sometimes, it's just too retarded and too consistent. It is exhausting. And like, when you push back against it, these people will start like crying and being like, why are you beating up on such a small account? And it's like, well, when there's 50,000 of you all saying the same lies, it gets fucking obnoxious.
For Simon's contribution to the stream today, much love, Kia. Korchevo forever.
Thank you, Marmalin, for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you. Thank you. These people are like a lawnmower engine trying to run off of a fart. Even if it briefly works, it's not right. Leftism, not even once. And it's just like Asmund said, I don't give a fuck how many followers you have. I don't give a fuck how many followers I have. I'm not punching up. I'm not punching down. I am punching back. If you want to lie about me, if you want to participate in a mob trying to harm me, I don't give a fuck how many followers your account has. I want the lies to stop, alright? That's where I'm at. Mr. Joe, thank you. Simon managed to piss off Nyara when he started making jokes and fat-shaming Straub, even though he didn't have proof of that. And then he started defending that claim because Nyara draws the line at fat-shaming, yet Simon doesn't give a damn. Dude is killing his writing career on lashing out on people and whining like a baby. Can't sell your crappy light novels if you're busy mauling at more successful people. He is like another bin. Jesus Christ. I didn't even know this one existed. What the fuck? Absolute mental rejects don't understand that their ideal government only works in an exceptionally high trust society, which they're actively working against. I don't even think it works then. I was like, communism hasn't worked any time that they've tried any of that shit. I don't know if Simon or this other person are communist, but I'm assuming that's what you're talking about when you say that. Mithril Balrock, thank you for the Canadians. We have commies in Quebec. Oh no, the French. He's actually targeted me for a while too, but apparently he's too irrelevant for me to notice. Well, he got his reply. He can jerk off to it for a week or so. That's really funny. Battleizer, thank you. It's simple. These kinds of people see you, Rev, Straub, as a target they can use to springboard themselves into relevance by bringing you down. I mean, that's what Nyara did. That's what Bint did. That's what Anal Violence did. All of them were literally irrelevant who's, and Bint only was known in, like, small circles with, like, Niji Sanji shit and people who were like, hey, you did some fucked up shit to Doki. It was a very, very niche lolcow account at that time, but, oh man, they got a taste of fucking attention when they started coming at me. You could grant that it collapsed a lot slower in Eastern Europe than in Africa and South America, but then it turned them into low-trust societies anyways. Yeah, I don't know, like, if it became a disaster slower is a good argument. That tickled, what was that? And speaking of which, I thought this was extraordinarily funny. The Simon person needed to bitch multiple times, so he quote retweeted me and said, "Oh bitch, spare me the life ruination campaign spiel already. We all know that you're perfectly fine with partaking in life ruination so long as it's against the other side. I also gotta love how you idiots gave Anna and Bint more sway than they actually have." Nobody knew who the fuck they were until they started coming after me. And yeah, I'm gonna make sure everybody knows forever what these fucking cretins did. And Anna here with, like, holy shit, he has I can't tell anymore if this person is just, like, so unaware because of all the medication they're on, or if this is, like, a level of narcissistic maliciousness that has never been before seen, and that they should be studied after death. They said, "I honestly don't understand why all these people keep discussing Nyara and Bint and myself. It's like feeding the trolls. It's just drawing attention to the people they dislike and signaling these people are culturally relevant." You made 3 fucking Vice articles on me, bro! You made 3 fucking Vice articles. There was a harassment campaign for months to get me deplatformed and removed from sponsors. Your articles caused other actual Indian article sites to write even more on me. What the fuck are you talking about? Saying it's drawing attention to people they dislike and signaling these people are culturally relevant. If we want to play that game, you basically turned me into the Donald Trump of VTubing. Please have, like, some iota of, like, self-reflection. What are you saying? You absolute retard. How are you a journalist? If you want small critics to actually go away, ignore them. Yeah, I tried that. And then you put out Vice articles. It was easy to ignore Bint and Nyara because no one gave a single fuck. But then once Vice was putting out articles, it gave some flame to the cause. And then I had to get serious and stop fucking ignoring you. And now I will never fucking ignore you again. Because ignoring you allows you to propagate your lies and harm more people. Everyone, forever, will always follow you online and remind everyone what you've done. From wearing an anal plug, playing Fall Guys, to the cis women breeding rape camps, to any of the other fucked up shit you did. You will never escape it. And that's not being culturally relevant. That's people gatekeeping you away from their sphere. Just ignore the Vice articles and death threats. What's the problem? These aren't people. They're not even pawn scum. They just kept escalating where they published slander about you until it became relevant. Pretty fucking much. It's just like, there is no self-awareness. And I can't assume this is retardation, so it has to be malicious. John in English, thank you. The Simon dude is insane and obsessive. He used to have Rev and Straub and Grums as the apple of his eye. That's weird. Even other journalists hate Anna. Even other transgender people hate Anna. They're just like, you're giving us a bad name, bro. What are you fucking doing? Battleizer, thank you. The irony is lost on them, and humor and empathy. A lot of things are lost on them now that you think about it. Like, this is the person, and I played the clip on stream, who said that their purpose in VTubing is to get more people on the left. Like, they were genuinely talking about tactics in order to get more leftism in VTubing. That's insanity. That's crazy. And people will forever be like, oh, Kirsche ruined VTubing. Kirsche is bringing politics into VTubing. No! The reason I started talking about more politics is because I saw what was going to be happening. I couldn't foresee a fucking cancel campaign on the stage that Anna did to me, for sure. But fucking, I could see people encroaching and trying to be like, no politics means only lefty politics. And I was like, I'm gonna have to speak up and do something and create a little corner if I want to not see this go the same way as comics, the way that they're trying to do to anime and manga, the way that like fucking movies and television have already gone. Like, I don't want to see that. I am a reaction to the cancer. Leftists still think bread tubing actually works? Bruh, no actual conservative watches that shit, no matter how you try to game the algo. Kirsche only brings pineapples and sounding. I love it. I love pineapple. Not so much sounding, though. And then they continue, I'm assuming no one actually wants us to go away because it is easy to grift off of us. They require targets to post content. The only time I'm, like, reading tweets or reading anything about these people is when they're attacking me, trying to lie about me, trying to obfuscate the fact that they tried to ruin my life, or they're attacking other people. All right, like, nobody would actively make them a part of a content other than saying, hey, these guys did this fucked up shit, don't let them do it again. And also, if you want to say that that's grifting off of you, what the fuck were you and Bint and Yara doing to me? When all of you were irrelevant, literal no names until you started trying to fling shit at me and tagging my sponsors. Let's be fucking real here. Please, if only they could just fuck off. If only they could just fuck off. And then Simon, with his wisdom, says, it's really funny when you think about it, since they love to say that you're irrelevant, yet for whatever reason won't shut up about you guys. Almost like people are waking up to their BS and they know that more and more people are calling them out on it. No, it's gatekeeping. It's making sure no one ever gives Anna or Bint or Nyara the benefit of the doubt ever a fucking again. No one like Leaflet will ever platform someone like Nyara, knowing they're just going to use it against them in the future. Why would you do that? Why would you give someone a knife and say, hey, don't use that on me? Right? Like, why do that? None of these people are acting in good faith. None of these people are being genuine. It's really funny how poorly they misunderstand live and let live. I don't even think it's misunderstanding. I just think they're incapable of a live and let live mentality. You'll never forgive Anna for when she tried to cancel Kitsunero. Hold on. You'll never forgive Anna for when he tried to cancel Kitsunero and tried to contact GamerSubs to remove her when he covered Anna, or she covered Anna's shill articles and came to my defense trying to label Kitsu as a Nazi. Thank God Kitsu never gave in to Anna and Yara's BS and stuck by my side. Yeah, anyone who tried to like defend me obviously got attacked because again, that's part of the isolation tactics. They try to make it so horrible to interact with the person they're attacking that there's no one left to defend them. But it's like the shit that they were saying was so unreal and completely away from anything I've said that it was like the worst idea they've ever had. Live and let me kill you is their real mindset. True and fucking real. Can't have any debates if it's not good faith. Yep. Their Takia is ineffectual now. People like that have been sophist for so long they don't even know what the truth is anymore. They're no longer capable of rational thought and have to be suppressed. And Anna replies, yeah, like, if I'm irrelevant, why talk about me? Because you are a harmful cunt. You do nothing but try to destroy people around you. You try to destroy people, and then you cry and play victim and beg for money. And that's disgusting. And no one normal wants to interact with that. The only people you'll ever have as fair weather allies are people who think they can use the minor amount of clout that you have as a former journalist to be able to get any kind of a name for themselves. And that's a worse fate than anything I could literally do. Can't call Anna a cunt. He lacks both warmth and depth. Jesus Christ. If they truly want me to go away, they would shut up about me and ignore me. Otherwise, what they're really doing is screaming, this person is important. No. No. Warning people about how disingenuous and dangerous you are is not saying you're important. And I think getting those two things confused is very funny. You like the Sam Hyde approach to these parasites? They get called slurs. It's very like, I can't even fathom like the level of disingenuousness that you have to be operating on to say these things. And like, I don't even know if like he believes half the shit that he types out in the first place. Because it's so far from what the reality is that it just makes no sense. Like, it's actual delusion, like, please speak to a psychiatrist kind of delusion. It's Casties, thank you, my guy. Thank you for coming in, mushroom stamping, and leaving, brother, man. You're nuts. Thank you. Evan Hawkenfreres, thank you for the Canadians. All of this is just them trying to gaslight people into giving them room to try again. Yeah. Yeah, if they can convince people, oh no, I never did anything wrong. It was them who did something wrong. I'm the real victim. If they can convince anyone of that and get more people on their side, they'll have like more useful idiots to carry out more like damage in their name. And then they can easily just cut from those people if their damage doesn't work in the way that they wanted it to. Anal's made his goal very clear. We're perfectly happy reading about sounding mishaps and playing games. He won't be satisfied until the entire medium is reshaped to his liking. All he'd have to do is stop being a fucking disingenuous, dangerous activist trying to harm people. Just stop attacking people. I don't even specifically target individual people. It's like I talk about political landscapes and shit. No psychologist wants to deal with all of that. Simon is pure grift. All he does is attack people like you, Rev, Dragon's Treasure, even you. What the hell? All he does is seethe on Twitter about his shit-ass novels not selling. It's really pathetic and gay. Well, has he tried being a decent person? Maybe people would want to read his slop if he was actually, like, nice for once? I don't know. Just stop trying to harm people. You're taking away my rights. It's my right to cause anime women to lose their income. Oh my god. Simoto, or Sir Nodo, sorry, I'm fucking blind. Thank you for the Canadians. They will never stop lying. The phrase rent-free comes to mind. It's even more amusing when they try to flip that and they're just like, oh, they talked about me again. I'm living rent-free. It's like, no. It's not rent-free. It's I want to make sure you don't do the same thing to me to anyone else ever again. Like, if I see any of these people who went after me doing the same thing to someone else, I want to have the same fucking bulwark for that person that helped me get through that time. Because it's asinine that they think that they're going to be able to harm more people. Your video on activism is basically just aimed at Anna. Is it really rent-free when you're farming them for content? They're clearly paying rent. True. He just slaps anime covers on his novels and calls them light novels instead of, you know, becoming better at writing and doing something else other than collecting Canadian welfare. What the fuck? Talking about them is like talking about the plague. That's a pretty good way to put it. When people talk about the Black Plague, it's like, oh, here are things you can do to prevent yourself from getting the Black Plague. Here are ways to try and recover from the Black Plague. You know? He's a leaf. That explains everything. J Rex, thank you for the gift member, my guy. Thallium, thank you. At all means necessary. Smooth brain, movie logic. Yeah. I was like, in the middle of my cancel campaign last year, like, literally in April and May when everything was still at its peak, there were some of the people attacking me, trying to mock me for spending hours on stream reading tweets. But it's like, if you are literally trying to ruin my career, to deplatform me, to get my sponsors to drop me, yeah, I'm absolutely gonna read your tweets and make money off of doing it. Why the fuck wouldn't I? Well, like, what are you talking about, brother man? It's really good content. You can't call them the Black Plague. Why not? The presence of a leaf once again explains a lot. I'm sorry for our fellow Chinadian shatters. Battleizer, thank you. Him not selling books is pathetic. A reminder that Fallout Equestria is still sold in leather hardback to this day. There is no excuse. Well, maybe the author of Fallout Equestria is more pleasant to talk to. Massive Doge, thank you. Speaking of novels, did you hear about Trailer Park Elves? It's actually more romance than smut since it's written by a man. I've never heard of Trailer Park Elves. Fallout Equestria is fucking awesome, though. How dare she try to set the record straight and give full context? Yeah, it's so weird. How dare she talk about all the lies we're telling? She needs to shut up and just let us lie. Mandalore Jack, thank you for the 21 months, my guy. Thank you. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Both of these men, Philip and Yara, believe kids can consent. Didn't Philip say he had POCD? He did. Their opinions and worldview are evil. You feel like platforming them is harmful, personally. I agree. It's, that about Freerin living in a double wide or something? What the fuck? Slightly buff weeboo, thank you for the 32 months. I may not be able to give the Foxy much money because you have some car repairs, but you can at least afford being a member. Don't say that! I always appreciate whatever you feel like you can give. You are number one in your life. You always come first. Don't ever feel bad, my guy. And I hope your car repairs go well. I fucking hate having to deal with mechanics. You're making that up. There's no way an MLP fanfic was published. End of days. They give the 31 fucking months. Yeah, that is a holy... Dean Goldenstar, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You're here to thank me for my latest appearance on Side Scrollers. I helped you through an awful Friday. I'm glad me being high enough to be on Jupiter made your day better. Thank you. It was pretty sure it's being sold on Amazon. That's crazy. You gave your dog some fresh raw buttermilk as a treat. Is that the same as a butted dog? I don't think so, but we'll call it butted dog adjacent. I am a mechanic. She does hate us. I just hate that, like, all mechanics seem to want to take advantage of you, you know? It's like, I just want this one thing repaired, not for you to tell me, oh, well, we need to repair all these other things that aren't even broken, but we want more money from you. Peekle destroying all of her friends. You have a good mechanic, but he's in Michigan! Fuck him! Why does he have to be in Michigan? Speaking of being in Michigan... Let's go to Cuba! Ay-ya-ya! Where are we here? So I have a lot of tabs. I have a lot of tabs on whatever the fuck is happening in Cuba. And boy, if there's more tabs by the time I get to the end of mine, please let me know, because what the fuck? Good fucking lord. But what if the mechanic is a himbo with veiny hands? Do you want him to take advantage of you? I would want him to take advantage of me by, like, putting his hands around my neck and pressing me against the car, not by telling me, oh, we fixed your motion sensor on the front of your car, but now we also need to replace your brakes for no reason. Telling me that mechanic chick from Final Fantasy 15 isn't trustworthy heresy. Donde está mis gatos latinos en el chat? Gato. You have the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th edition physical printings of Fallout Equestria. 1st edition and 2nd edition box from the Ministry of Image. And the 9-book set of Fallout Equestria Project Horizons, also from the Ministry of Image. Damn, KB, I didn't know you were that hardcore of a brony. That's crazy. Terminal VT, thank you for the 4 fucking months, bro. You had to buy a 2nd hoodie and merch drops and CCW's Chew Up hoodies. Millennia. Well, thank you. I can offer a different kind of payment plan for a girlfriend. Jesus Christ. We need to find Kirsche a handyman himbo, true and fucking real. To Cuba! Started off with, I guess, a charter flight. As, people on this plane, I'm sure... I'm sure they're all excited to go to what they think is a communist paradise, I guess. Abajo el Biocueo? I don't know what that means! This woman right here, she looks like a corpse crawled out of the catacombs to be on this plane.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
What the fuck? How come the terrorists never get these planes? What the fuck? Why is my table floating? Man, why are you chanting? I don't know. I have no idea what they're chanting. Right Angle News reporting that allegedly a bunch of people... I'll get to that. I have a lot of tabs. This person responded, let me get this straight. There's a plane full of activists loaded with enough food to feed a small town one meal. These 100+ activists will stick around for a while, quote unquote, helping, meaning they themselves will out-eat the aid that they brought into Cuba. We will get to watch them hang out with communist leadership with full working amenities, and then going to the poor areas to blame capitalism. If I was a Cuban dissident, you'd have to tie me down to keep me from getting to an RPG. And as anyone who understands how communism has worked throughout the ages, yeah, all of these people on this plane, they're going to be with the ruling elites. They're going to be in the places where there's no, like, want for more. And they're going to go look at the downtrodden in this communist nation, this failed communist state of 67 fucking years. And they're going to go and blame capitalism for it. Cuba, yes. Blockade, no. Just for clarification's sake, the dumbasses are going to Cuba to support the regime suppressing the Cuban people, right? Never mind. Thanks for answering the question without having to read this particular question. I read it anyways. You're always in danger of me reading your messages. Weak virtue signaling really does cheapen all aspects of providing aid to the downtrodden. Yep. At least these guys are helping. Yeah, helping themselves. The fuck did he mean by this? And this person saying, Code Pink leftist activists are heading to Cuba to tell people living under communism how terrible Trump and America are. I wish Cuba would keep them. I also wish Cuba would keep them.
So we're on the plane now, getting ready to go to Havana.
This woman doesn't look real. Like, her face is melting off like one of those fucking Roald Dahl paintings. You know what I'm talking about? Where he has, like, all the melting clocks all over the place? Like, she looks like she was made with AI. Like, this doesn't look like a real person.
At Cuba, we have this entire charter flight full of people, and as important, full of medicines. And we're so excited to be with the Cuban people and show our support, show our solidarity, and to say that this cruel, inhumane, barbaric policy of the Trump administration has to go.
No, I think it's perfectly fine, actually, to be like, we're gonna blockade you until you stop oppressing your people. No. She wouldn't say that if she knew the real Cuban people. Salvador Dali did the melting clocks. Oh, who's Roald Dahl? Who's that? Was that a poet guy? How did he have the same last name? Salvador Dali. Thank you, Binary Mind. This is what years of believing lies does to you. True and fucking real. Is that retarded bitch actually blaming Trump for a JFK and LBJ policy? A Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? What? Where the sidewalk ends guy? Oh, okay. Roald Dahl is an author. Fuck. How did I get him and fucking Salvador confused? I guess that's a bit on the same lines as getting confused Margaret Thatcher and Margaret Sanger, though. Let's be honest. You mean enforcing the long-standing embargo in line with the Monroe Doctrine and keeping communism out of the Western Hemisphere? Communism's got to go, bro. Communism has got to go. It's got no place pretty much anywhere in the world, but especially in the West. And someone else posted, Hassan Piker has landed in Cuba, and naturally, one of the first people he runs into is Jody Evans, Neville Roy Singham's wife, a Code Pink co-founder, and People's Forum board member. Highly recommend checking out the article on the Democratic Socialists of America and Cuba. And this is from March 17th. Democratic Socialists of America's Cuba work is more organized than many realize, with delegations, fundraising through the Venceramos Fund, licensed aid channels, influencer outreach, and internal plans for a future pro-Cuba bloc of elected officials.
For those of you that know Global Health Partners, we've shipped more than $275 million worth of medicines and medical supplies to Cuba. Probably one of the largest global donors to Cuba.
I think the irony with all of this is basically outwardly admitting that a communist state cannot sustain itself without help from capitalist countries.
But one of the other aspects of our work is assisting other organizations. We're working with DSA, for example. They're launching a sutures campaign.
I don't recommend directly fundraising on your own for Cuba. It's tricky and can get you in hot water.
I would say when I was in Cuba, I was really impressed with everybody's commitment to the revolution and the principles of what the revolution stands for. So I have faith that the people of Cuba will know what a good thing that they have going and want to keep it going and not.
That's true. Who cares what the actual oppressed people in Cuba want? We have to rally for communism.
Not want to invite neoliberal nonsense to the island.
ESA has really stepped up its involvement in Cuba advocacy.
This woman looks like something that would jump scare you in a horror movie.
And really trying to lean into ESA's strengths.
Cuba has not done any of this state sponsor of terrorism nonsense. And we all know that this is a fake thing. When you go to Cuba, you can...
Chat. There's the lady who had the Shakur name. Didn't she flee to Cuba after participating in communist bombings in the United States? I can't remember her first name. It was like something Shakur or whatever. The only Shakur I can remember the name of is Tupac, so, you know. State sponsor of terror. Asada Shakur, yeah. I remember covering her death, like, last year sometime. Adam Holtz, thank you. Cuba has a large trade deficit with everyone. They need to import pretty much everything. Yeah, and there are countries that do still trade with them. You love when champagne socialists try to tell people who are suffering under it how good they have it. You just don't understand how good you have it. Poor little Cuban who can't even have electricity for a full fucking time out there. You know, it's from my apartment that I spend $4,000 a month rent on. You just don't understand how your life is better than mine. And Tupac fled to Cuba too. What the heck? With how interconnected the global economies are, every country has a point where it would make that country unable to sustain itself. The USA is no different. Cuba doesn't have a blockade from every country. And these people are saying specifically the US is why Cuba is so bad. Which is why I made that joke. It looks suspiciously at the CIA. You guys going to do something hilarious and manage to eliminate a lot of subversive thought leaders while this shit's happening? Of course not. Of course not. Adam Holtz, thank you. Cuba has a huge trade... I read that already, thank you. Thank you. Don't forget Mayor Bass spent time there. I don't understand why Mayor Bass is going to so many foreign fucking countries as a mayor. Asada Shakur murdered a state police officer in cold blood during a traffic stop. Oh, I only remembered the bombings. I did not remember the dead cop. My bad. Thank you for reminding me, chat. Many commies have said such. It's also tiresome. I'm tired of commies. I wish for the day where people who espouse communism are looked at in the same way as people who espouse actual Nazism.
Also bring supplies that Cubans need.
That's right. Yes, thank you. And when you go to Cuba, you can bring suitcases worth of supplies, which is what we did as DSA when we went to Cuba as well.
Licensing, we probably hold the most export licenses of any organization in the United States. Mm-hmm. Outside of private companies that are shipping to Cuba commercially, I think we've got 65 licenses. And we can ship virtually everything that a hospital or a polyclinic would need from Cuba.
The Cubans got it. They understand what neoliberalism is and can do to their country. They put on a revolution, 65...
Why do they keep calling it neoliberalism? Like, who do you think you're fooling here, bro?
5 years ago, in order to kick those forces out of their country, and it is something that drives their politics every single day. And my grandparents and my parents had left everything they ever knew.
Isn't this literally aiding and abetting the enemy? How are these guys not getting investigated by the feds? That's a great question. Next question.
Came to a country where they didn't know the language. That's real. But I do think that especially younger Cuban Americans are, again, part of this wave of reassessment. We have to create the conditions that make it, one, politically costly for them to support the embargo, just like it became politically costly.
There is a
for
difference in
Democrats to
blockade
support
and
Israel.
embargo.
That's
Blockade
That's our
means
task.
physically stopping traffic in and out of a country. Embargo is restricting trade from yourself to the country. There is no blockade, just an embargo.
Thank you for the differentiation. I know, I guess I was using their language. So it is an embargo, not a blockade. Thank you, Brent Wolfe. Cunning Druger, thank you. You're still sick. Need the wife to make it better. Sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you are still sick. I hope you get plenty of soupa.
My abuela didn't smuggle her entire family out of Caraballo just for these white knights to run defense for that senile, cow-obsessed Castro scum, every single one of them.
Oh, for some reason the TTS skipped you saying, treasonous scum, every single one of them. Thank you, Heed. It's just fascinating to me how so many of these people are like, you know what? Communism has done nothing but harm the people of this country, but let's figure out how we can claim it's actually America's fault and praise communism. If 99% of your trade goes to a single country and embargo equals a blockade, I mean, I fucking know. I don't fucking know, man. TTS for Gorb some words. You want to cope and say if they are getting investigated, we wouldn't know about it, but you don't know? That would be a nice cope. I would also like to cope that way. Nevaeus Luna, thank you, because Mayor Bass is a longtime communist activist with ties to communist regimes all over the world. This is tied to her activism work, not her mayoral work. Source, a data Republican. That's a source I can trust. But it's also like, how does she retain her position? Like, why would the people in... Never mind. I was going to ask, why would the people in LA want a communist mayor, but I kind of answered my own question with that question. You love how useful idiots love Cuba and Shay, but they don't realize how many gays Shay killed? Yeah. I mean, it's the same when they talk about any of the sand countries. Reminder that according to the Champagne Socialists, the Cubans in Miami are the bad ones. What the fuck? Battleizer, thank you. The U.S. is one of the only countries that can actually sustain itself. If all trade stopped, things would get thinner, but the U.S. would be fine. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really think about too much, I guess, infrastructure-wise. I'm woman. Drake, thank you. No, they don't have a problem with the Monroe Doctrine. They don't like the thought of Trump getting a win. I like the thought of communism being eradicated. That's what I like. That's what I like. Los Angeles and Ho Chi Minh City have declared themselves sister cities. It makes sense. They're both third world metropolises formerly occupied by Americans. I don't know who Jeff Cooper is, but that's funny. That's funny. Where am I? Rambam, thank you. You can recommend Brian Burroughs' Day of Rage for a really in-depth investigation of the radical left violence of the 1970s, and, more importantly, how it's been memory hold. Yeah, I mean, I don't know all of the stuff that happened then. I just know there were a lot of bombings. There were the Weather Underground communist group. There was that one lady, I can't remember her name. I think it was like Scheinbaum or something. Maybe some last name that was like Baum or Stein or something. And she fled. I also want to say to Cuba after bombings. And then President Clinton pardoned her. And then after she got pardoned, she moved back to the U.S. and became a treasurer for Black Lives Matter. In more recent years, it was like 2014 or something. Never ask a man his salary, a woman her age, or a leftist academic what terrorist organization they were a part of in the 70s. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. I think someone could hide something on all these people, especially Hassan, asking for a friend. I don't know what you mean by that. Gigatwin, thank you. You just came back from a collector con, and one of the things you got was a PS2 game you know well. Okage Shadow King, thank you for introducing the game. You're welcome! I hope you have fun with it. I fucking love that game, bro. Chippy the Wizard, thank you. That's nice of them to visit Trudeau's country of conception. Good lord. Linda's so hot. It really is. It really is. Let's see, what else is here? What is this? Here is nearly 5 minutes of Venceramos Brigade alumni describing Cuba as free and liberated land, praising its one-party system as more democratic than the United States, and openly calling for Americans to return home with lessons for a revolutionary future. What in the fuck?
There is more democracy enjoyed by the people in a one-party state, in a one-party socialist and communist state that Cuba has achieved.
For me, how do you have more democracy in a one-party state? What? Cuba supports Palestine? Do they? 1947, Cuba votes against the creation of Israel at the UN. 1959, Che Guevara visits Palestine. 1973, Cuba ends diplomatic relations with Israel. 1974, Yasser Arafat visits Cuba. 1982 to now, Cuba gives thousands of scholarships to Palestine. 2012, Cuba supports Palestine's bid for UN observer status. 2024, Cuba supports South Africa's ICJ case against Israel. What the fuck? What is South Africa's ICJ case? I was talking about Susan Rosenberg. Rosenberg! I knew it was one of those like Baumerstein last names. I just couldn't think of which one it was. Thank you. Thank you, Susan Rosenberg. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Former weatherwoman. Battleizer, thank you. That's a good question. Next question. Man. Roadkill, thank you. Apparently the DARE program was secretly a plot to spy on commie teachers focused especially in LA. Side note, in a DARE documentary you watched, DARE did not go far enough, clearly.
Me personally, being there on free and liberated land, it was beautiful. I saw how the Cuban people are innovative.
Wait, you cannot have a true democracy under capitalism, so even a one-party system under socialism is more democratic. That's their logic, and you're not even kidding. How does that make... You can't have a true democracy under capital... Hold on. I have to try and, like, win a gold medal at mental gymnastics to figure out how that makes sense. They're innovative because they're broke. Yeah, just like I was innovative growing up with my mother who wouldn't feed us. Scraping together anything you can to survive is innovative, right? Don't think about it. Yorick Tarleton, thank you for the 9-month resub on Kick, bro. Thank you. Please have some placenta chip cookies. King Me 3K, thank you. If you remember correctly, when you visited LA last summer, they have a street named after one of the dictators of Venezuela. Very interesting. I know there's a town somewhere on the West Coast that has a statue of Nelson Mandela, so that doesn't surprise me at all. We're a constitutional republic, not a democracy. They never understand this fact. That's because they're too busy talking about our democracy, you know? It's like the only time I ever get annoyed with like the actually we're a constitutional republic is like when you just shorthand talk about like, yeah, you know, like we have democracy in our country. It's like it's shorthand, so you don't have to explain like, well, we have democracy, but it's like the different checks and balances with like the constitutional republic, and it's like, oh god, you just don't want to get into like explaining it, but like yeah. It's only more democratic because it's what they want. It has nothing to do with logic. Yeah, it's a hybridized system, and pedants are annoying. It's complicated. Yeah, relationship status. Don't try with the mental gymnastics. You'll pull a muscle. True and fucking real. Jesus Christ. Rambam, thank you. Patrice Khan Kalors, a BLM co-founder, was tutored by Eric Mann, leader of the Weather Underground. See, I didn't know that. I knew Kalors and the other co-founder. Both of them had a video where they talked about how they were avowed trained Marxists, but they didn't say like who trained them. So that's interesting. That's interesting to know that they were actually trained by the Weather Underground people. The term democracy was originally coined to describe a degraded form of republicanism, the same way that tyranny is a degraded form of monarchy, in which mob rule predominates. There's a big difference between democracy and our democracy, TM, though? Yes. We need to get rid of all the things that pushed the U.S. to be more and more democratic. Democracy has just been a solvent wearing down the republic. Bahamut, thank you. Kirsche, socialist republics, red dictatorships, routinely have far higher voter turnout than the U.S. What? 90% voted for the party in power? That's just meaning democracy works. That's like a first grade classroom, man. I can't believe that's an actual talking point. It's like calling the Galactic Republic in Star Wars the Galactic Democracy. It doesn't make sense. Inquisitive Epidemic, thank you. All essentials of infrastructure in the U.S. can be built and maintained from U.S. resources. Times would get harder and belts smaller, but we all have self-sufficient power in food. The big hurdle is factories. You see, what would make me worry about that, right, is like the Chinese company who are buying up infrastructure land. So I've read articles on stream where like Chinese companies have bought up like electrical plants and like large swaths of lands that we have like windmills or solar panels on. It's like that seems ill-advised. Why would we let Chinese people like, in China, buy that kind of land in our country.
You see that the leftists in Cali are tearing down everything to do with Cesar Chavez because he was against illegal immigration? Guess grooming teen boys into relationships was fine, but not wanting a secure border.
Brent Wolfe, thank you. I saw a video of them, like, covering up the Cesar Chavez name on some kind of, like, staircase or something. And I was like, I have no idea who the fuck Cesar Chavez is or why they're mad at him. But it is really funny that they're spiriting away Cesar Chavez, like, post-fucking haste. Like, that took, like, a day. Like, it was so fucking fast. Ham the Third, thank you. We here in the USA really need that third party other than DNR, whether breaking from their own party or one that is created whole cloth. I think it's very interesting how if you follow, like, the New Hampshire Libertarian Party on Twitter, they talk about running candidates as Republicans. Because everybody knows at this point in time, running third party or voting third party might as well just be lighting your vote or lighting your candidate on fire. Not literally. But they're never going to win. They're never going to actually do anything. They're going to split the vote, and it's not going to end well. So they talked about running candidates under Republican, because obviously it aligns more with Republicans than with the Democratic Party at this point in time. And there were a lot of people, and especially a lot of libertarians, and maybe this is where, like, libertarians get that, like, hey, you guys understand nothing, you do nothing, and you're basically fucking worthless reputation from, is because a lot of them were like, I thought the point of having a party was to, like, run candidates. Why are we running candidates under another umbrella? That doesn't make any sense. We need to be running our own candidates. And it's like, well, if you want to stay committed to losing forever, sure, you could do that. But, like, you'll have to look into it. The main street in downtown San Antonio is named after Chavez, and it's a very blue city, at least inside of the loop. That'd be very interesting to see if they do something about that down there, Ziz. This is why libertarians are fucking retarded. They value principle over results. And it's like, as I've said before, if your principles end up leading you to destruction, then your principles were worthless. They mean nothing if it ends in you dying. They desperately want to lose clutching to their principles. Chavez went to Cuba to help with the Cuban Revolution. He's a commie big time. Type, thank you for the 4 months. Foxu is illegal levels of based. You need to be arrested for how much you simp. Illegal levels of based, slightly above average levels of retardation, but that's why I have chat and the internet. If the rule you followed led you to this, of what use was the rule? True. Han Kitty, thank you for the 5 months of Prune. Thank you. Be surprised just how many Cesar Chavez boulevards exist in this country. Makes you chuckle because San Antonio changed a well-known street name in 2011 for it. What the fuck? Inquisitive Epidemic, thank you. I read that already. Thank you again. Phoenix DS, thank you. Highly doubt there's anything democratic under socialism. Everyone would not have a diverse thought when everyone are supposed to think the same as the next person. You know, that makes me think back to when Bernie was running. I still think he got fucking stabbed by Hillary Clinton. I feel like that is like a just very obvious thing that happened. But I think it's very interesting how he talked about how he was a democratic socialist. And then anyone trying to point out that, hey, that's literally just socialism with a funny word in front of it to try and trick people, they were all called, like, conspiracy theorists and any kind of, like, just bad word. And it's like, that's exactly what it is. And the more time has gone on, the more that the people who claimed to be democratic socialists have just dropped the facade and been like, yeah, it's just socialism in a different wrapping paper, man. A democratic socialist, social democrat, same fucking thing. And yeah, we keep talking about, like, the Democratic Socialists of America group, and they are quite literally communists. So, like, what? I hate the name games, man. I hate it. Din Whittler, thank you. Thank you for the subby bubby on Kick, my guy. Rifile, thank you. Every communist activist looks really fugly. Spiteful mutant theory at work. Sarah Mathis, thank you. Communists believe in positive rights, right to get X. So if you deny rights, you are evil by default. Capitalism, not really an ideology on its own, only references negative rights. Right from Y. Yeah, it's very strange, and I guess it kind of makes me think of when I was talking the other day, when I 5 deep 3 me, as it were. And I was like, everyone is going to have like some level of collectivism inside of them, but I don't like thinking of individualism as an ideology. That should just be how people operate. Like, you have your own thoughts, you have your own opinions, you have your own abilities, and you're not looking for other people to like make those decisions and give you those thoughts without any critical thinking. A person devoid of critical thinking, devoid of that individualism, isn't really a person at all. They're basically akin to an animal because they're not using their brains. They're just being led by others. He used to kind of like Bernie back in the day, but he got the tap. He'd never be let in and just went full acceleration. I think it would have been horrendous if Bernie won anything, obviously, but I think it would have been more fun to see him and Trump debate than Trump and Hillary. I really wish he would have at least gotten the nomination, because that would have been a really fun debate. Bahamut, thank you. Careful, you might give the National Libertarian Party ideas. They've already ran their national political convention with actual hookers. What? You don't feel that lighting their candidate on fire while he's on stage is too much of a stretch? Bro, what the fuck? You agree with me, but that's exactly what the Pinkos say about their ideology. You have to accept that individualism is an ideology, or at least a component of a larger one. If I would have to acquiesce that individualism would be an ideology instead of just the ideal state of every human being, I think that would also mean that I would have to adopt some people are unable to handle self-actualization, and some people are unable to make decisions for themselves, and thus they should not be given the same rights as everyone else who is capable of making those decisions. And that's how we schwippily schwope. Such a person will also never create anything new, basically damning such a place to stagnation and slow decay. Cuba? Is that you talking about Cuba? Pie Eater, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, just finished seeing a French show. Before the show started, one of the guys walked around asking what's going on, and you said waiting for the French to surrender. The look on his face was priceless! Oh my god. It's also word games. Individualism isn't the same as self-interest, which is natural. That's a fair point. I might be using like the wrong words to describe like what I'm trying to talk about. I'm not always the best at wording things, but I try my best, and I appreciate when people give me better ways to describe it. Amazingly, libertarians are consistent. If a man can use his body to make money by turning rocks into smaller rocks, why can't women use their body to make money by getting rocks off? Some people are incapable, and yes, it's a very slippery slope, and you hated that realization? Yeah. Mildly OCD, thank you. Chavez was a huge farmers' rights activist and managed to help set up the Farmers Union. The left just doesn't really care because he focused on farmers and Latinos, and we all know how leftists actually feel about both. Help. It certainly can be a slippery slope, but it's also largely true that some people simply can't handle governing themselves, and we usually do end up taking some of their rights away. Prison, hospitalization, etc. I would agree that in a functioning society, we would end up taking their rights away. Unfortunately, we do not live in a functioning society anymore, and it is beyond the inmates running the asylum, where we have violent criminals being treated like they're school children getting a slap on the knuckles and then let out to terrorize innocent people again. So I think maybe we need to go back to the drawing board on that one. You kind of get the gist. It's absurd to call the default state an ideology, like labeling the idea of male-female binary as an ideology versus just being what reality is. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, right? It's like I'm not like, and I get that it is idealistic to want and think that everyone can fully govern themselves, because like you guys pointed out, obviously there are people who can't. But it's like that slippery slope begins to, okay, what's the line, right? Like that woman that put Gorilla Glue in her hair and then got medical treatment for it. What's the line? Do we just deny medical treatment to people and let them win their Darwin Awards? What's the line? Regarding giving people the right to vote, the fathers of the nation believed the same thing about not everyone. Originally, only landowners could cast a vote. If we didn't have the issue with like private equity and foreign countries buying land in our country, I would say let's go back to landowners being the voters. I don't think that's possible with how fucked up land ownership has become, and especially with how locked out a lot of younger people are from home ownership. Like even myself, I did not think at any point in my life I would ever be able to afford an actual home. And the only reason I am able to is because of you guys in my community. I like every day I am floored at like what kind of value that you think I provide in order to support me as much as you do. But the only reason I've been able to look for a house and hopefully, fingers crossed, finally secure one is because of you. Like this is like, I have essentially lived an American dream. I'm way past the age bracket where people usually would have bought their first house for sure. But it's like, I still was able to do it instead of having that constant dread of, I will never own a house. I will never have like the family that I want. Right. And like that despair gets to people. She doesn't hate us. If you didn't buy in 2020, you'd be beyond fucked for buying a house. It's pretty fucked. Not anymore. Average home buyer age is like 45 now. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like it's fucked. It's fucked. You can't have the average home buyer age be 45 or whatever it is and say, okay, only landowners can vote. Like you would never be able to bring back land ownership equals voting with the current state of our land ownership. It's easy to deal with the brain melts hurting themselves. Give them the treatment, force them to pay for it no matter how they can. If they can't, put them in prison. The only way to get out of paying is to refuse medical treatment. Man. Am I going to shove Kenny up in the attic when I move? Well, Kenny's not my dog. Kenny's Tim's dog. Net taxpayer would be the way to restrict voting now. That could be an interesting thing to think about. Because, you know, if you're somebody who only receives government benefits and taxpayer dollars, there could be something to be said that you're not contributing to the system, and so you're only going to vote to continuously enrich yourselves. But then, what about people like disabled veterans, right? Like, not like Caleb Hammer disabled veterans, but like actually disabled veterans that cannot work due to like missing limbs or a part of their brain or whatever, like an actual, like they have been disabled, right? They're not going to be able to work. They've given up not just their life, but parts of their body for the country. They should not be excluded from voting, right? To be fair, most people these days have trouble finding affordable property. All is so expensive. Oh yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Buy houses in Puerto Rico, also benefit from taxes, not fucking your anus like Logan Paul. Are you saying if you buy a house in Puerto Rico, why is Logan Paul fucking your anus? Or is his anus getting fucked because he didn't buy a house in Puerto Rico? He'll feed me barbecue steak on the side. It's a win-win situation. The age statement is an existential crisis, not only for the US, but across the West. Coupled with the other issues, it'll leave youths open to the deception of Marxism. And it's like, I wonder if part of that was the point. Right? I mean, we've had all of these things that don't make any sense. For decades, politicians have been essentially loyal to foreign nationals and illegals more so than American people. We have all this red tape for American people to get business loans, to get home loans, to get any kind of way ahead of anything. All of the DEI stuff that have precluded, especially like white men, from doing a lot of these things. And it's just like, have they created this atmosphere on purpose to make communism and Marxism look more palatable to a younger generation who only know the despair of you will own nothing, and we're going to tell you that you'll be happy that you'll own nothing. And then they think they're going to like fight against whatever regime is oppressing them and then usher in something even worse in communism. I would like to cope and believe that like the Zoomies are way more radical in the opposite direction, but I don't believe any polls. Any poll that comes out, anything from like the Bridge internal like statistics, anything from like Twitter statistics, I don't believe anything like that anymore. Because I just don't think any of it is ever going to be honest. The age statement is an existential crisis. I read that already somehow. Somehow. Like your father who broke his spine falling down an elevator shaft on a construction site. Yeah, exactly. You could add a service guarantees sovereignty clause and expand it to all civil service, not just military service. Civil service could work as well, because I was going to say that original mayor's father who broke his spine, he would also like lose his ability to vote due to his disability, and I think that would be very bad, right? With a 6-figure inheritance, you can't even buy a plastic shit shed that'll rot in like 8 years. Oh, Massachusetts has added like a whole bunch of fucking weird ass taxes like that too. Llama Todd, hello. I like llamas. Llamas are pretty fucking great. You don't know the Paul brothers lore well enough. I get the two of them confused very often because they just are identical. Net taxpayers only voting would also be throwing the commies a bone, since it would lock out rich people from voting unless tax loopholes are somehow adjusted. At least assuming commies are correct that the rich pay no taxes. That is incredibly untrue. I don't, like, there's no world where the rich pay no taxes. There are a lot of tax loopholes to take advantage of to lower the taxes. So instead of paying like 48% of your income, you might get to pay like 39 or 40 instead, but you're still paying a fucking lot.
The worst part of the anti-capitalist propaganda is that America isn't capitalist and hasn't been since Carter. Gov bailouts to big corpos and consolidation of all industry to like 5 companies is cronyism, which is anti-capitalist.
And I agree with you there, Mr. Walla Walla Bing Bang. Thank you very much. Every time the government announces some kind of bailout for a company, I'm like, no. Let them fail, man. If they cannot hold up on their own, then they should fail. We should not be subsidizing them. Many rich people own stock, which is not taxable. I mean, that's also fair. But they're still paying a good amount. Like, Asmongold said that he was paying like 7 figures in taxes, and it's just like, I cannot imagine how much he's making to pay 7 figures in taxes. Damn, you just realized the clip you made cut off at the end. Oh no. Stock is taxable? Depends on where you live. Like, New Hampshire doesn't have capital gains tax. Stock is taxable the instant you turn it into something you can spend, so that's a bad argument. It very much depends. I don't know enough about stocks to like really make a sufficient argument, but I do know that some states do not have capital gains tax. Federal cap gains tax? Oh fuck, you're right. Are there double capital gains taxes? Would you have to pay like a state and a federal one? I don't know much about stocks, so I'm gonna like readily admit that. Yes? Okay. There's state and federal for stocks? That's crazy. You just get fucking taxed everywhere. Jesus Christ. You only paid about 15% in taxes, but you have an 11% tax on goods? Ooh. I don't like thinking about how much I pay in taxes. I would like great deductions. Asmon's probably making a couple million per year. Probably. Very probably. Capital gains is fucking gay and retarded. Help. We get taxed multiple times over. It's really obnoxious, yeah. I would like 30 on 30. Not a big fan of the government. I would like a complete overhaul, I guess, of our tax system. I think that would be nice. It'd never happen. You'd rather have a refund from all the Leering centers and fake hospice centers. You'll call it the rice and bananas refund? Could we call it the rice and bananas, oh fuck. Why is my brain so goopy? Reparations. Can we call it the bananas and rice reparations? That's what it can be. The government owes all of us reparations. They tax your paycheck, tax your spending, and then tax you for owning what you bought. Yeah. Can't have an overhaul. The scammers need to steal from somewhere. Stop it. Stop it. Zenik, thank you for the czars. South Africa took Israel to the World Court or whatever for genocide. The fucking irony. Iran paid the ANC to do it, and all the anti-Westerners supported it as usual. That sounds really goofy. That's goofy. Zlumpy, that's a fun name, thank you. Remember, North Korea is a democracy because Kim Jong-un only got like 99.3% of the vote. The other 0.7% will be missed. Wasn't the other like 0.7% like people who had died and not been removed from the voter rolls yet, so they were just like counted as not having voted for him? Or like people incapacitated or living abroad or whatever? South Africa did a funny, oh man, when I had more time, I used to love watching South African Parliament. It was so fucking fun. Roadkill VT, thank you. 7-Eleven is a Japanese company. We own nothing now. I'd be okay with Japan owning all 7-Elevens if they turn all 7-Elevens into Don Quixotes. Can we do that? If I can go to a Don Quixote in America, I would lose my fucking mind. Are you kidding me? Mildly OCD, thank you. If we want to get back to actual capitalism, we need to abolish the stock market, and you're dead serious. I don't know anything about that. I don't know how that would work. I don't know what you mean. I apologize. Bad idea. You'll lose your mind after you spend 2 hours inside and the fucking song plays in repeat. I would be happy. I played that song on repeat for like a full fucking day before. I love that song. You thought 7-Eleven was 2 separate companies named the same thing operating in 2 different countries? I have no idea. But taxes paid for the rich. Doesn't Warren Buffett famously pay under 1% tax rate because of how well he plays the tax game? If he does, I need to fucking figure out how to get in contact with him. Tell me your secrets, Mr. Buffett, man. Kier, someone making $3 million a year pays the Fed $1.1 million. That seems rather low, but I believe it. Isn't Donkey a different type of store? Also, there's some in Hawaii, you think? Oh, Hawaii's so far away, man.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song, thank you.
Thank you, Hammerford. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 fucking slaves. And that's on fucking YouTube here. No TTS. Stupid thing. Here, tax credits are used to cut down on what one pays, and the percentage is more than when the tax deductions are done. Tax credits need to be turned into tax deductions. Tax credits are used to cut down on what one pays, and the percentage is more than when tax deductions are done. Tax credits need to be turned into tax deductions, and then we can have flat taxes. Tax brackets need to be illegal. I have no idea what you said, so I'm just going to agree with you. I'm just going to shake my head and say yes. I have no idea. I don't know how my taxes work. I just know that I give everything to a CPA. He does his thing. I see the number I have to pay and I vomit and then I go about my day. A third is low. A third is very low because I pay almost half in taxes. Yes, a third is I would love to pay only a third. The Pyromaniac. What the fuck is wrong with me? The Pyromaniac, thank you. You're picking up your keys for your house finally on Thursday. It just cost you both your parents, so a celebration for them. Did this guy just admit to murdering his parents in a super chat? What? They were, but the Japanese 7-Eleven bought the rest of 7-Eleven? It was a baller-ass move. Kirsche, my parents just died. Let's go. I'm so confused. Would I be okay with a high flat tax, like 25 to 30% on every purchase if it meant no annual taxes? I don't think you have to do that. I don't think you need to offset the tax somewhere. You know, we used to not have an income tax, right? Like that, we just didn't have one. Dim the lamps, thank you for the swastikas. Kier, a 3-bedroom apartment in your town cost $600,000. Do you get a discount if, like, a missile landed near the apartment? I feel like you should, right? We get a discount if somebody died in the house. We used to not have VATs, and you want them gone. Mildly OCD, thank you. The stock market has basically created an infinite money glitch for investment companies, so now they have too much global power using other people's money. Remove the stock market, and you remove the biggest cancers to the system. I don't know if you could do that. I sure hope that temporary income tax for the rich goes away after World War I. Imagine. New idea, totally not like 4,000 years old. You can tax different items at different rates. Like food could be 0, but yachts could be 50. I mean, like New Hampshire, I think, is a pretty good example of that because they have like barely any tax on anything. Off the top of my head, I can think of the luxury tax. and there is a restaurant tax. So like you don't pay tax on like almost anything you buy except for like food at restaurants and I think maybe grocery stores. But like if I spend over $100 at a grocery store, it's like $1 in taxes. So it's like that's so tiny. Like what is even the point, I guess? What other taxes did New Hampshire? New Hampshire still has like resort taxes. There's resort taxes if you stay at like large hotels. Florida has no income tax and fairly low medium sales taxes. You even have a special tax just for gas to get tourists, and our gas isn't expensive. New Hampshire has, oh yeah, that's true. New Hampshire has property taxes. New Hampshire has property taxes. They do have those. They're kind of high. They're kind of high. The Democrats in New Hampshire want to raise them for some reason. They're fucking crazy. Remember when we were talking about Cuba and the retards? Oh yeah, I've just been reading super chats, and so, you know, Phoenix DS, thank you. The regular person to take advantage of the tax loopholes of the rich do, you'd end up in jail for tax evasion. Nah. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Your idea to solve voting issues. 1, must be a taxpayer. 2, must live in the U.S. full-time. No dual citizens, you have to choose. 3, family must have 2 generations of U.S. citizenship. No anchor babies. Can we be like the Dominican Republic, man? They stripped citizenship from like anyone born to migrant parents in their country going back to like 1929. I don't know if it's for everyone or just specifically Haitians, but I was like, holy shit, that is fucking hardline. That's crazy. Can we do that? Hey. In Japan, there are city taxes for staying in hotels and whatnot. Guy at a hotel was somewhat scared to tell you that you had to pay like a $10 city tax for staying. You wish all of the taxes were like this? I hate when I go to a hotel and they're like, it's $100 a night, and then we're going to put $250 on your card as a hold for incidentals. And then when you go to check out, you have like the $100 charge for the room, and then the like state tax, not in New Hampshire, but state tax elsewhere. And then you have the like resort tax if it's a high-end hotel. And then you have like an amenities tax. And then you have some other like fucking luxury weird ass tax. Like when I stayed in LA for Anime Expo, I had so many taxes like tacked onto the room. I was like, what the fuck is this state? You already have those in the US. They're frequently embezzled or used to buy sports ball teams. I have a notes app on my phone, and I saved a joke that I read somewhere. And every time I open my notes app, I forget that I saved that joke. And so like I'm scrolling, like looking for a recipe or some shit that I wrote down. And I just see the note. It's from like almost a decade ago. And it's like, if I was a racist, the perfect job would be an NFL or NBA team manager. Because you get to buy and trade black people. I was like, oh my god, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Every night someone rents a hotel in Port St. Lucie, Florida. The New York Mets get like $10. Why? That's a classic. Oh my god. Guardian Dark Angel, thank you for the 3 months. About the same way you feel about states needing bailouts after uncontrolled spending while overtaxing everyone in their states. Crazy, bro. I hate taxes. Here in VA, you have grocery bag tax. Ah, that's right. So many states have like fucking grocery taxes. Massachusetts even. When I was there, if you wanted like plastic bags, you had to pay like 5 cents or 10 cents or some shit. And that's why like everybody has reusable bags. It's the same in California. You have to pay for bags. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, Massachusetts. Massachusetts has like a sugar tax and a soda tax and a candy tax and an alcohol tax and a nicotine tax and a marijuana tax. And it's like there's they tax you to fucking breathe in Massachusetts. It's crazy. A fun tax. The idea was that people were going to use reusable bags. No one uses reusable bags, only old people. I see a lot of like the granola people using reusable bags. And like, in theory, I'd be fine with using reusable bags, but like, I'd have to remember to keep them in the vehicle, and my brain just can't do that. Plus, I like having plastic bags because I can use the plastic grocery bags for all the little tiny trash cans around the house. You know, like the trash can in like a bedroom, or like a trash can in an office, and like a trash can in like a bathroom. All of them should have plastic bags in them, because you don't want to have to clean the inside of the trash cans. Help. You found out that single-use plastic bags are basically valuable contraband in mass now. They pretty much fucking are. Hey. Don't even drive. How are you going to remember reusable bags? That's what I'm saying. Hero Sword, thank you. No, in California, they now banned reusable plastic bags. So either buy a hefty cloth bag for groceries or no bag at all for you. I don't remember where I went shopping, but I went shopping somewhere and they don't have bags at all. Like, you're just expected to bring your reusable bags. And so if you don't have reusable bags, they just kind of like pack all of your groceries back in your cart bagless. Then you have to like figure out how to put them in your car without bags. Maybe it was when I went to Costco. Maybe some stores have gone back to paper bags. Oh man, fuck you, Bagman! Fuck you, Bagman! Speaking of Bagman, back to the communists.
Steadfast, and it reminded me of back home. It reminded me of how strong, steadfast, and resolute Palestinians are.
I felt like a human being. It felt beautiful.
That's probably the first time in her life she's felt human.
Beautiful to be free, to be on liberated land.
We believe in internationalist struggle and solidarity. We'll get into that more a little bit later, but this idea that
we believe in Cuba's sovereignty and right to self-determination. We believe in the constitutional right of U.S. citizens to travel, move, and freely associate. No, you fucking don't. No, you do not believe in freedom of association. Shut the fuck up. We believe in internationalist struggle and solidarity. We believe in building equity and justice in the struggle against capitalism, racism, patriarchy, and colonialism. We believe that people are not disposable. Why are you lying?
all of our struggles are bound up together. And anything we do to chip away at imperialism and oppression, it chips away at imperialism and oppression for everyone.
And I could understand why so many of our, freedom fighters or resistance fighters would,
freedom fighters,
come to Cuba escaping, the persecution of the U.S. empire.
After the revolution, they took back the...
What the hell is even that? What the fuck? Pre-revolution, 85% of the land was owned by the United States. 91% of Cubans were living in poverty conditions. 51% of Cubans lived in shacks. Literacy in Cuba was at 60%. Post-revolution, nationalized U.S.-owned industries and owns all of its own land, excluding Guantanamo Bay. Near 0% homelessness in Cuba. Are they still shacks? 99.8% literacy in Cuba, the highest in the world today. I'm gonna need some fucking sources on this, bro. What the hell? Free education, free healthcare, subsidized housing, no more than 10% of individual income. Did New York already scrap their idea for having rent control? Did they already scrap that?
Land, they took back the industry, they reduced homelessness to almost nothing, and drastically increased literacy and guaranteed free education, free healthcare, and subsidized housing to the people.
And we were also just really emotionally overwhelmed by the amount of availability and access of Cuban healthcare to everyone there.
I was gonna make a comment on how this woman looks and sounds like she is on the spectrum, and so she is probably very easily groomable into horrendous ideologies. And then I looked down and saw that her name is Parker, with they, he pronouns, and she's part of the queer brigade. So I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at noticing.
By doing so, they also felt like they were taking part in it, which is what super democratic. It's like if people feel like they're actually being heard, they're going to be very excited to participate in these things.
And that land that was
Wait a minute.
Feel like they're actually.
Why does this AIDS Hassan Piker have he, they, she? That's all pronouns. What is he doing? What is this? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Remember, all statistics pushed by communists are always lies. Yeah, but I still want to know, like, where the fuck did you come up with this? Like, besides, it came to you in a dream. The literacy thing is wrong because the Vatican is at 100%? What?
Being heard, they're going to be very excited to participate in these things.
And that land that was owned by the United States was in the industries that were owned by the United States were taken back by the Cuban people.
I would love to, like, have somebody who fled Cuba listen to these people and give their opinion. Like, I would just love to hear what an actual Cuban who had to live under this oppressive communist
The
regime
US owned that
has
much
to say
Cuban land
in response to
because
these.
Cuba used to belong to the US after we took it from Spain in 1899 when we won the Spanish-American War. Same time we took Puerto Rico and the Philippines. We allowed them independence after.
Aw, we're so nice. Brent Wolfe, thank you. You're glad you have to pee so you can walk away from hearing his voice. Jesus Christ. Roadkill VT, thank you. Censorship won't let you tell me about Cordell Gooseby. Reading the news articles will drive you to rage. A verdict is recent. I don't know what a Cordell Gooseby is, but Gooseby is almost a fun name to say, but it needs to be Goobsy. Goobsy would be great.
Recognize as brigadistas, it's very important for us to return back to the ability of the base to take the lessons that we've learned to both end this blockade, but also to share strategies to develop a revolutionary future alongside our comrades, our friends, families, our neighbors.
Right, but the world as a whole supports Cuba, okay?
See, this is why I can't eat on stream. I took a small bite of my cookie, and then this dumb bitch says the revolutionary future. I was like, what? Let's fucking call me gobbledygook. I'm sick of these people.
Year after year after year, the world supports Cuba, and it's only 2 illegal occupations, colonizers, who have voted against the resolution to free Cuba from this illegal and violent blockade.
And it was.
So I got a question. Each year, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously condemns the U.S. blockade against Cuba. Why would we give a fuck? Why would we care that other countries vote to have the U.S. give things to Cuba? Like, that means nothing to me. The UN cries about anything. It's like, all right, okay. As the Blue Jew often says, international law is fake and gay. All the other countries are totally okay with the horrible treatment of the Cuban people by their communist dictators. That's all I heard. Get fricked, UN. True. GS Wolfwood, thank you. These idiots are far too common in so many of your classes in college. Rich brats with no personal consequences leads to bad things, as it always does. Yes, unfortunately so. The universities need to be brought back to actual education institutions instead of having just communist parties, I suppose. Are they doing bird hands? Oh, I wasn't paying attention to your hands. Roadkill, thank you. TLDR, Gooseby got off via insanity plea. Crazy story. I'm tired of the insanity plea, man. I feel like we need a switch up where, like, if you try to plead out insanity, you just get an execution. Insanity plea should be like, all right, you're fast tracked to execution because you clearly cannot be trusted to be in a civil society. If you're insane enough that you don't know something like murder or rape or violent assault is wrong, we can't let you around normal people. Rehabilitation is not possible for the insane. Go to the electric chair. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
The resolution to free Cuba from this illegal and violent blockade.
And it was just really beautiful for me as someone who does a lot.
So how is it violent? How is it violent?
Of mutual aid and community care within the trans community in the so-called United States to see people who are very aligned.
What in the fuck does the trans community have to do with Cuba? I feel like I just got whiplash. What is happening?
With the type of care that I find myself doing, who are revolutionary people participating in the revolution by also filling in the gaps that the U.S. government creates in the lives of Cuban people.
What the
Here in the United
fuck
States,
are
our
you talking
representatives
about?
tend to live in gated communities.
What kind of fucking gaps in Cuban citizens' lives are trans people filling that the U.S. has supposedly made? What? What? Phoenix DS, thank you. Communists time and time again proving they're full of horrible ideas, preying upon the ignorant. And that's why it's like, it's fun to figure out the distinction between the malicious liars and the useful idiots who like wholesale have bought into the lies from the malicious liars. But it doesn't exactly matter when push comes to shove if one is merely a useful idiot. You are still carrying out malicious orders on a malicious doctrine.
Segregated communities, living amongst wealthier neighborhoods, or maybe having summer homes or condos and high rises. And here, representatives, even the presidents, are everyday working people. It's a collective process. It is a very, very much for the people and by the people.
Cuba has
what the fuck
is known for having engaged in acts of international solidarity, literally sending soldiers to fight in national liberation wars around the world, especially in Africa. Cuba really suffered when...
I believe, like, all U.S. Americans deserve, like, maps and such of, like, the Africas and such, like, as...
The USSR fell, that really damaged its economy.
And there is a lot of work for us to do to dismantle this empire. But
dismantle this empire!
And I really think that we should be inspired by the Cuban Revolution, which has persisted for 67 years. And let's do all that we can to ensure that Cubans remain free, that Palestine is going to be free, that we will free our continent of Africa, we will free every indigenous nation.
We will free our continent of Africa. I don't know what decade this woman is living in where she thinks she needs to free the continent of Africa from the United States. But I don't think any of her silly tactics are going to work against the Chinese, actually.
Everywhere there are free people in the world, we will return to our independence and our sovereignty and really dismantle the empire that has stolen that from us.
I don't think I could even rationalize the things these people are saying on a full 100 milligram gummy. Dude, this is crazy. What the fuck? Always the Intifada photo op. Shut up, lady. Shut up, lady. So, moving back along. Someone else said, Hassan Piker meets Jody Evans in Cuba. Evans is married to Neville Roy Singham, a $785 million tech fortune converted into America's largest CCP-linked protest infrastructure. Singham funds the People's Forum, $20 million plus, Code Pink, $1.4 million annually, PSL, and Breakthrough News from his Shanghai office inside of a Chinese propaganda firm. You're watching recruitment into a documented foreign intelligence network. That's pretty interesting. I feel like if I looked into every single one of these names this guy threw out, that would take multiple fucking streams, dude. Meet the monsters behind Palestine News Network, PNN, a coordinated gang that engages in aggravated street harassment targeting Jews in NYC, LA, and DC. What the hell? Maybe call Cash Patel. His glasses alone could fund a Cuban for 10 years. Yeah, so people were posting pictures of like how much his glasses and like his shirt cost and shit. If they don't want the U.S. influence and money sent to Africa, I think we're in agreement, but for different reasons. Yeah, I don't want U.S. money going to Africa. Let's fucking pull that shit out. Let's go, bro. Hassan explains the difference between Miami Cubans and Cubans in Cuba. Oh boy.
Cubans,
Boobins?
fucking best people. Okay. So kind, so welcoming.
Hold on, I'm gonna rewind this because I heard him speak one sentence. I don't watch too much Hassan. He sounds the way I sound, hopped up on a 50 milligram Gumby dough.
Cubans, fucking best people. Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is how I sounded on side scrollers, man.
So kind, so welcoming, just the best. Just the absolute best people. Oh my lord. Okay?
We love the Cubans. The Cubans love me. They're the best. There's no other Cubans that could outmatch the ones that we have here. We love the Cubans. Fucking, he's like doing a Trump speech, but like, hi. San Pichu, thank you. We must get the U.S. out of Africa. No, U.S. aid must be funded to help Africa. Fuck U.S. aid, bro.
Anyway, but yeah, we worked hard and we were able to set up a goddamn stream, you know?
You'll never forget reading the JFK assassination CIA files where the CIA said that they infiltrate communist movements and make sure they are run just poorly enough so that they never get any real traction. That's all you see here. Yeah, I just don't believe that, considering the state of our country in current year and how long the commies have been doing their work, man. The CIA hasn't done a very good job, if that's real. I sounded far more cognizant on side scrollers than Hamas Piker does. Apparently your phone's hotspot isn't good enough for Kig. Guess you're in perp chat today. Aw, perp drank. CIA needs to get into Sherm. I like that. Also just reminds me of the fucking communists who stole cartel buses. So there was like, I don't remember the entire story, and I TLDR looped it recently, where I was reading the declassified FBI files for the like communists who were Americans working at a school. I don't remember if it was a university or not, in Mexico. And they stole cartel buses to go to a pro-communist protest in Mexico City because they wanted communism in Mexico. And then the cartel just killed them because they stole cartel buses filled with drugs. And it's like, I'm kind of retarded, but if I were to ever go to Mexico, I just wouldn't steal anything. Like, I don't, like, whether it's owned by the cartel or not, like, I don't want to take that chance. Why are communists so retarded? And so, like, also, if the CIA were infiltrating communist groups, that would mean that they just let a whole bunch of American communists die at the hands of cartel members, which, you know, I could believe Glowies would do that, but... Even Hawken Freres, thank you. Nah, I seemed more lucid. Oh, no, bro.
Not in Miami? Oh, dude, it's the reversal. Actually, literally, like, the exact opposite. Like, all the good Cubans
I love Cuban internet. Oh, my God!
Most of the ones...
He's been turned into an Adult Swim bumper.
that are crazy just, like, flew up there. I swear to God. I had a really funny experience with that. It's like, we get in the car... We get into Uber last night. Marsh and I about to discuss that we're gonna be in Cuba, like talking about plans, right? And I was like, March, don't say anything, because I noticed that the dude in the car was a Miami Cuban. I was like, don't, like, I literally went, don't say anything, and then I just asked him.
We can't talk about how much we love communism because this guy lived under it and he knows how bad it is and he'll get mad. We can't get him mad because we're in his Uber. We gotta talk about how great the revolution is once we get to the bourgeoisie on the island. They'll understand.
I was like, where are you from? And he's like, oh, Cuba. And I was like,
Cuba.
Okay. And I just asked him about, like, you know, what his feelings are about what's going on. March actually spat some Spanish at him.
That's kind of racist. That's kind of racist.
Okay. And let me tell you, okay.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. We're in Cuba? Not literally, but we're like watching things out of Cuba. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders.
To finish the job. That's what he said. That was the first guy. And this is like...
Wait, hold on, what?
And let me tell you, okay? He said, Donald Trump needs to finish the job.
I agree.
That's what he said. That was the first guy. And this is like... I guess this was March's first real interaction with like a Miami
hit my
Cuban.
finger.
You know what I mean? This was his first ever interaction with a real Miami Cuban, like a real ass Miami Cuban, right? So he was like kind of shocked. And I know what the stream Fs look like, Megaphonics. I'm monitoring it. I'm monitoring the situation and I'm monitoring the stream as well. So,
I like how people in his chat were saying fake Cuban. A Cuban is fake because they don't like communism? Because they had to flee their fucking island? Are you kidding me, bro?
So March had not experienced that at all. So that was like his first ever inclination. And the guy had no family here. They were all in Miami, right? So like, you know, obviously he was the classic, like, you know, bomb it all, like God sorted out type guy.
Wait, how does that make... What do you mean? What do you, obviously he's from Miami, so he's the bomb it all, let God sort it out kind of guy. What do you mean by this? That's such a weird thing to say.
And then this morning we had another conversation, but this guy was actually so on Trump, and he was still like, oh, the government is like everything, it's bad, blah blah blah, communism is bad. But he was a little bit more open-minded because I was able to like talk to him about the embargo. You know, they have this very weird attitude about it. They have this very weird attitude about it. On the one hand, they understand what their families' lives look like.
He said he doesn't have any family left in Cuba, so he doesn't care if Cuba gets bombed because his family isn't there. I was like, I'm not a professional at knowing how you get rid of communists in power, but I feel like they're not going to leave power with a, hey, we'd really like it if you, like, you know, stopped doing the communism, so maybe have some, like, real elections and shit. Nah, just, you know, asking you kindly. Cubans who escaped communism are very different from the Champagne socialists. Oh, absolutely. Are you open-minded? Are you open-minded enough to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus communism? Phoenix DS, thank you. Hamas Piker is giving a really riveting story. You don't need any NyQuil tonight. You feel like maybe losing brain cells listening to him waste breathable air. Man. Sean Kennedy, thank you. Communist Malcolm Caldwell was killed in 1978 by the Khmer Rouge after going to Cambodia to defend the regime. Just food for thought. That is really fun. There's some fucking guy who trolled. I was watching and collecting like all of these Twitter posts to pull up on stream today. And I was like, that'd be really weird, right? If like I don't want anything bad to happen, but that'd be really weird if like Hassan went over there to be like, I'm helping you disenfranchised Cubans. We're going to make communism great again. And then all of the anti-commie Cubans were like, just, they were very not for that. And then some fucking retard posted a tweet that was just like, oh, Hassan Piker dead at, he put his age, I can't remember the age. And I was like, there's no way this is real. There's no way it's like some random fucking account I've never heard of would be the first one to post this. Stop that. Get some help. Don't fucking post like fake this person died tweets. That's kind of gross, man. He would laugh if he gets mugged. A little mugging as a treat. Soleil, thank you. If your grandfather was still alive, you're sure you could get him to come on and talk about what it was like in Cuba before he fled? Sadly, he's no longer with us. Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude. Subconscious Gaming, thank you. Socialist Block High Speed Net, sort of like Hassan's thought orifices. I don't know what you mean by this. Nicholas Paul, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Thanks for the giggles and awesome and informative news that you always talk about. Much love, buddy. Thank you.
Like, or felt like when there was a little bit of sanctions relief and like they could send money with ease to their families, you know what I mean? Like, it's just such a strange cognitive dissonance to experience in real time. But, you know, I gave a couple interviews at the airport and stuff, and then we flew in.
How is it How is it a strange cognitive dissonance that they're living in America and not under a communist regime, and then they send money back to their family that is still living under the oppressive regime? Like, I don't get it, man. You don't know how people act like Hassan's life is so easy? Netanyahu literally turned off Cuba's electricity so he couldn't stream. Talk about a total vibe kill. Man. He's about to find out a majority of the people in Cuba feel the same way. These people in extreme poverty are so nice to me. Yeah, it must be your charming personality and not the US dollars you're throwing around. Trauma tuna, thank you. You really think it's funny that people unironically defend Cuba? Granted, these people have never stepped foot in Cuba at all. Also, you're glad you finally caught me live for once. Munya! Big Munya. I still remember Barack Obama ending the wet foot, dry foot policy, which was when Cubans set foot in America, they can basically immediately claim asylum because they are fleeing an unironic, oppressive communist regime. And Obama said, actually, we're going to stop that, and we're going to send you right back to Cuba if you come here. And I was like, that seems kind of weird. That seems like a kind of weird thing to do, Mr. Obama. Roadkill VT, thank you. You're sick of foreigners exporting wealth out of the U.S.? I think something can be said for, like, places that are literally under a communist regime. Right? Like, I don't want to have, like, floods of refugees. But I can understand some specific situations in which it's like, well, we can either take some refugees from the oppressive regime, or we can bomb the fuck out of them. Which one would be better? I don't know. It's almost like you were surrounded by pro-state goons, and the people that interacted with the foreigners knew the government was listening to them, Hassan. Imagine. It feels very similar to, like, his China trip. Like, someone's gotta be, like, paying him for this, right? Like, why is he going on propaganda tours for these communist countries? Is Hassan a plant by the far right? What does he mean by this? And here's another one. This guy is saying, if you have positive IDs on anyone who's involved, send them. I've got about 40 names and 15 organizations represented so far, all aggregated from them posting on their socials and or shared by awesome folks. And I guess this is because, like, supposedly it's, you're like, not allowed to travel to Cuba, which is why that other person mentioned, like, freedom of association or whatever. These are cropped images from photos Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel posted on social media, on Instagram. Top left, Medea Benjamin of Code Pink. Top right, Gloria La Riva of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Alongside Claudia de la Cruz, who has been tied to Pastors for Peace, Code Pink, and the PSL. Worth noting that these two were also the PSL's 2020 and 2024 candidates for president. Oh, my tummy hurt. Bottom left is Manolo de los Santos of the People's Forum and Tricontinental Institute. Bottom right, the American Youth Brigade, with two Palestinian youth movement figures visible, Aisha Nizar, known for F-35 supply chain targeting activism, and Taher Daleh. These are Americans being folded directly into regime propaganda. Whether or not it meets a formal legal threshold, it plainly raises serious legal, ethical, and non-profit compliance concerns. This looks well beyond the ordinary scope of their organization's stated missions. Oh my god, I'm dying. It's funny they claimed they had to stay in 5-star hotels because the government makes it illegal to stay anywhere else. Actually, it's the opposite. You can't stay at the government-owned hotels. All the 5-star ones. I have a couple of tabs that I think touch on that. Phoenix DS, thank you. Communism's so great, they build rafts to sail away from it. The sticks comes, sail away intensifies. The turning cigars into boats, man. Dying is gay. It really is. I feel like I need to vomit, though. I don't know why. But here's the melting face lady again. It's very unnerving. There's some people here. We had names in the toot.
As a massive fan of Antonio Proia's Spy vs. Spy, who had to flee Cuba because they'd shut down the last free newspaper and declared the journalists right-wing counter-revolutionaries to justify murder, that's not a new trick, Hassan can fuck right off.
Wow, it's almost like the people in the US calling their opposition Nazis. Wow, who could have seen this coming? I had no idea that the Spy vs. Spy guy was someone who had to flee Cuba. That's pretty fucking neat information. I liked the Spy vs. Spy cartoon. That was cute. Thank you, Archon, for the fucking hot lore. If you feel like you're gonna die, just don't. I know. I know. And then this is the bottom right. Let Cuba... I'm assuming that says free, but then this says like Africa here? What the fuck? The bottom right is the American Youth Brigade with 2 Palestinian youth movement figures visible. So this is... one of these women in this picture, I guess, is Aisha Nizar, and the other one is Taher Daleh. Star Wars names. Harbinger, thank you for the 18 months. Crowder posted a video on Cuba 2 days ago and had a woman who spent her childhood in Cuba on. It's 35 minutes long. Ooh. You assume the 2 with shit around their shoulders? Oh, you know, that makes sense. Funny picnic blankets always means a Palestine person. No fly list, let them stay there, you know? That could be funny. Caleb Prime, I think he was, Venezuelan, right? I remember reading some of his tweets during the Venezuela stuff. He's quote retweeting Bloom, who said Hassan explains why he's staying in a 5-star hotel in Cuba. And then some quotes from the video, but I'll play it. And this got community noted, so we'll have a fun note to read.
I was saying, tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources, and the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right? I'm telling you all this.
Why is he drinking out of such a tiny cuppa?
Because, like, even the 5-star hotels are not like, you know, it's not like, it's what the American government has declared 5-star hotels.
It's funny he says that because wait until you see the hotel he was staying at.
But regardless, in comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty much, and experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely fucked me up. Definitely. Like if I
what the fuck?
Were to ever, I mean not ever, but like I hope to come back, and when I do, I'll probably not abide by the American restrictions.
What are they gonna do? Unironically, I can't see any kind of enforcement being laid out. Subconscious Gaming, thank you. Funny, if socialism is so damn great, why does every country under socialism use a form of the word democracy in its title? Because they have to lie to people to convince them to come there, and then they can never leave. Wastelander, thank you. She die in chat. More slaves don't know stat. That's not true. Is it legal to bring a Starlink into Cuba? Apparently, like, he was trying to claim that he didn't want to use Starlink because, you know, like, Elon bad or whatever, but then people were looking at some sort of satellite imaging stuff, and it looked like he was using Starlink. I don't know how to tell. That's a lie. The man will always choose luxury over poverty. Harbinger, thank you for the 18 months again. Thank you again. Thank you. Voidin, thank you. A tiny cup for H-Man's tiny head. Apparently it's because Cuban coffee is really strong. But I don't know, I would feel weird, like, basically shot glassing coffee. The cup is actually gigantic by Cuban standards. It's just that he grew up in the U.S. under capitalism and grew to be very tall and healthy from the abundance of food.
I was saying, tourism is the lifeline.
Oh, it's just looping. It's looping now. And then he got community noted. U.S. sanctions on Cuba restrict U.S. citizens from lodging and accommodation owned by the Cuban government or connected figures. There are no limits on the quality. The U.S. government lists prohibited lodgings. It is easy to find lower-rated lodgings not on the prohibited list. I think that's really funny. I think that's really funny that the sanctions are for being in lodging owned by the communist government of Cuba. And now he's having to defend
Hassan
that.
Has to drink out of small cups to make his head look bigger.
He almost looks like he's a proportionate person when he's sitting down, you know? A Fat Mon, thank you for the 25, dude. Thank you. I think it's a strong possibility that Hassan is in a hotel owned by the Cuban government. I think I'd put money on that, even though I am not a betting lady. And then Caleb quote retweeted it saying, why not stay at someone's home and give them the money you're otherwise spending at a 5-star hotel so they can buy food or supplies? Surely that'd be a more socialist thing to do. Use the money to help a family instead of paying a hotel. What do I know? And that made me think, like, yeah, even in the US, if I'm going to, like, visit friends, I'd rather stay with them than pay for a hotel. And especially if you're supposedly on some sort of, like, humanitarian, we're here to bring aid to the Cuban people, wouldn't it then make even more sense to stay with people instead of at a government-owned hotel? He would never. Many homes don't even have windows. To be fair, it's cheaper to stay with people than at a hotel. Well, yeah, but like if you were gonna spend, I'm just gonna say numbers. They're not real. I'm just making up fucking numbers right here for the sake of having a conversation. If you're gonna spend like $10,000 on a fucking hotel owned by the Cuban government, why not give that $10,000 to like the Cuban people who you are claiming to go to help, right? Like I don't know. That seems like it'd make more sense. People's homes aren't 5 stars. Phoenix DS, thank you. Too bad he just doesn't stay there if he hates the US way of life. We made that joke when he was in China before. It's like, okay, stay there then. Stay in the China. Why come back if it's so great? Communist Marxist Hassan Piker complains how AT&T has shut down his account because he was using too much data in Cuba, and therefore he fears for his safety in Cuba.
Cuba, and boy do I have a show for you. Boy do I have to tell you all about the things that have happened. My phone is basically just a non-functioning brick at this point. AT&T shut off my account because I was using too much data in Cuba for my own safety, I guess, even though I functionally have had no data in Cuba whatsoever, but we're still doing the damn thing. And I have a bunch of interviews lined up with Cuban doctors, regular Cuban folks, and we're going to talk about their energy grid. But before that, obviously, I'm going to be talking about the situation that we're in Cuba.
Man, bro is acting like he doesn't have bodyguards. I would be very surprised if he doesn't have security. Like, ridiculously surprised. Yeah, and here's somebody posting the glasses. Hassan Piker is wearing the Cartier Premier CT04840 001 shiny gold glasses that cost $1,300. And this guy's actually underselling it because they cost $1,383. And when it's above 5, you round up, so $1,383 would become about $1,400. Our glasses, comrade. Hassan is wearing a high-end gaming PC on his face. Why are people suspecting the guy who had a previous all-paid propaganda vacation to a communist country, China, is staying at a commie government hotel? Doesn't add up, me tinks. It's just like, it's just funny to go through like all of the stuff that's happening here. Those extra $80 that can feed an entire family for a month. He's so utterly detached, he doesn't know the bandwidth cost of streaming. He broadcasts in a few days the equivalent of many nations' monthly bandwidth limits. That's crazy to think about. Roadkill, thank you. Hassan grew up in Turkey. His parents gave birth here, so Hassan would have U.S. natural citizenship status, but they wanted him to be culturally Turkish. Question. If we do manage to successfully get rid of birthright citizenship, and we retroactively strip citizenship from anchor babies, would that mean Hassan loses his citizenship if his parents came here to give birth to ensure he had U.S. citizenship? Probably won't be able to do it retroactively. If the Dominican Republic can retroactively take away people's citizenship, us as the United States surely should be able to. You will just have to say no to crying women. And probably not, unfortunately. He's rich. I think getting anything retroactive will be too large of an impact. The court won't want. I don't really care, Margaret. Have another one here. Day 2 of Hassan Paika in Cuba. Besides streaming from his hotel room and doing off-stream interviews for his YouTube channel, Hassan has drank at a local bar and given cash away in hopes his consumerism will help Cuba. From the looks of it, Hassan hasn't done any socialist activism or advocating whatsoever. What?
Not having any bandwidth whatsoever. I have no idea what's going on. Like, last night, we ended the broadcast. And I went and linked up with the Progressive International boys. I met Jeremy Corbyn. That was fantastic. And I hung out with the Kneecap boys. We went out and drank at like a local establishment. And we have been we've just been living La Vida Loca. Honestly, we've just been living life, living large, and just peppering people with just wads of cash for the most part.
Well, at least he is doing that. I will give him that. He's giving money to the people. But then that brings up the next question of what's gonna happen when that runs out? They're still under the communisms, and you're giving some people money. So what? How is that equitable? What are they going to go by? Retroactive laws are illegal under the Constitution, not in an amendment either. You'd need to repeal constitutional protections to get a retroactively remove anchor babies law passed. I think we would have to amend the Constitution to get rid of birthright citizenship as well, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's a constitutional amendment that was supposed to give children of slaves American citizenship so that they could participate in the country after being freed. Right? If I'm not mistaken. Fun fact, Cuba has a huge prostitution industry around the 5-star hotels. Not so fun fact, many of those prostitutes are 14 to 18 years old. You know, you live in Puerto Rico, so I would trust your take on that. Look, Hamas Pikers doing the thing that so many Dems, lefties, and commies do, throw money at the problem in the hope it goes away. I will at least give him the one prop of like, okay, I still think he shouldn't be staying at the fucking communist government-owned hotel if he wanted to be there for the people. But he's at least giving money to them, so he claims. 14th, but you must be under the laws of the USA. You're not gonna follow the Constitution for the asshole commies that have been ignoring it for over 100 years? Fire up the fucking helicopters! Phoenix DS, thank you. Wonder if that money is bribe money for him to be able to stream past his data cap? Well, it doesn't sound like it, because he was complaining about bandwidth, which, if I'm going to a known impoverished country, even if I'm staying at a government-owned hotel, I don't think I would be expecting the same quality of internet I'm used to in America. If I'm going to expect similar quality to the US, I would be like, oh yeah, Japan, South Korea, maybe some places in China, like Hong Kong, right? Like, Hamas Pikers throwing money around in the child prostitute district. Well, even JP hotels have shit Wi-Fi. I would just expect some of those other South Korea has crazy fast internet speeds, apparently. Not necessarily. If SCOTUS issues a ruling on birthright citizenship, then they could wipe out any perceived protections that were held by anchor babies. Yeah, I just don't really care. I just, when I say, it'd be great if we could retroactively do that. Like, we're trying to get rid of birthright citizenship, and it wouldn't do us any good to only get rid of it going forward. There needs to be a retroactive step to remove anchor babies in general. And people are like, well, we can't. I don't really care what you think we can't. We should. Jen Jacko, thank you. Now, there's an argument to be made that amendment was a one-time thing, not a continuous revolving door. It needs a court ruling. I don't really care. Get it done. We're facing people who are by any means necessary, so we need to stop waffling and doing sissy hands. Just deport the parents. The babies can stay. Hey, you've had Hong Kong Wi-Fi? That shit is way more ass than you'd think. The numbers may say it's high, but it feels slower. So weird. So weird.
With hopes that, there's like a little bit of economic respite for each individual.
Respite. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna give him another prop. I like it when people pronounce respite as respite. A round top, thank you. That's the touch button. It goes burr. Thank you, round top. It does say without due process, so a court should remove the citizenship. The Watchman, thank you. Fox Lady, there's a precedent of people being born on American soil and not being given American citizenship. PragerU had her name, you'll look for it. I don't know what that means. Alaska May, thank you. Socialists don't spend their own money on other people. I mean, we're going to have to take his word for what he's doing because we don't have other people telling us what's going on there. So I'm going to assume that it is his own money in this case because he is a rich dude, right? Respite is correct though? No, it's respite. It's respite. Respite is not correct. That's the way I like to pronounce it though.
Cuban that we encounter. Robert Mueller, the rule of law, not having any bandwidth whatsoever.
No bandwidth. Retroactive laws are not unconstitutional. It's illegal to design a law to specifically target someone you want to arrest. You have to give people the opportunity or ability to abide by the law. An amendment stripping people of citizenship removes their citizenship and then they have to become one. You can't make a law making past legal actions illegal. I really don't care, Margaret. Strip them of their citizenship. They can go home. They can't stay here. Phoenix DS, thank you. Time to get involved with your local politician. A petition with names attached wanting to change laws to get rid of the anchor baby status. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Tell the ATF that. Was there... Did I have another one here? No, I didn't. Okay. And then, apparently, Ilhan Omar's daughter was also a part of this, like, communist excursion to Cuba. I'm gonna put, like, grain of salt here, because I don't know what Ilhan Omar's children look like. I didn't even know she had children. I'm gonna be real with you. But, this guy said, why are 30 Democrats over in Cuba at a communist training camp, one of them being Ilhan Omar's daughter? Which organization are the travelers affiliated with? What's their mission? Blah, blah, blah. Here's your precious congresswoman. What the hell? And there's somebody saying that flying into Cuba, bad. There's that video we already watched. I don't see anything else here. Let's see if Grok answered. Grokathy. Grokathy, is this real? Partially true. Ilhan Omar's daughter, Isra Hirsi, is in Havana, Cuba. Selfie confirms location with a Cuban flag on a delegation trip organized by the People's Forum, a socialist activist group with about 40 young organizers plus international left figures like Jeremy Corbyn, Code Pink activists, and others for solidarity visits and meetings. No verified reports of exactly 30 Democrats. That's really crazy. And then it said partially true because this guy specified 30 Democrats when apparently it's about 40. That's kind of funny. Patchouli, thank you. The amendment was a one-time thing for recently freed slaves. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 changed that by allowing for repeated reinterpreting of the 14th Amendment for whatever they want it to mean. So what you're saying is that we need to repeal the Civil Rights Act in order to strip anchor babies. Has Wetfoot Dryfoot been brought back? Not that I am aware of, no. Applaud my courage in scrolling Twitter like that. You get penises just for looking up your own politicians. I don't think I've been jump scared by penises too often on Twitter. I guess maybe that's just me. I know. The Watchman, thank you. Actually, there's another that fits Hassan Porker better. Look up Richard Greiser. His parents had him in the US and then went back to Germany. The Irish one was Marie Devereaux. I don't know either of those names. You are the penis? Well, I'm looking at you, I guess. They did this shit in the 60s, and the results ended with the lady in charge of the Black Lives Matter accountant. Yeah, well, they aren't planting bombs yet. So that's the one difference, I guess. Stop gooning on X. The only lewd posts you see are from Ken Ashcore. Ken Ashcore makes up, like, probably 60% of the porn that comes across my timeline. Here's a post from the U.S. Coast Guard saying entering Cuban territorial seas and returning to the U.S. without the proper permit is illegal. Vessels or persons attempting to enter the U.S. unlawfully by sea will be stopped and repatriated to their country of origin or the country they departed from. Hashtag don't take to the sea. Now, I would love this. If the Coast Guard was serious and would actually detain these people, I'd be like, all right, you guys are officially less gay than Navy men for the first time in U.S. history. But I don't think anything will come of this. I think this is just a tweet. I think this is, unfortunately, just a tweet. You mean Cuba deports criminal illegal aliens? You saw some VTuber warning people about a problematic user, and they linked a folder of screenshots, but a few of the screenshots were the guy's uncensored dick pics. Gee, sure would be nice to warn people first. You know what would have been really funny? If they had censored the dick pic, but left, like, just a bit of the tip in so you knew what it was. That would be funny. Phoenix DS, thank you. Ilhan Omar speedrunning, Coffin of Andy and Lele, thanks, I hate it. Jen Jacko, thank you. No, the Civil Rights Act says commies aren't people. You like that one. Couldn't we just like remove the Civil Rights Act and then reintroduce a communists aren't people still amendment? Watchman, thank you. I read that already. Thank you again. Thank you again. Mr. Sir Toasty Boy. Hiya, Foxu. The normies don't realize that the country is facing a crisis where our country could no longer exist. The road ahead will be very uncomfortable. It will not be easy, for a lack of a better term. Oh, man. I still have a bunch of Cuba tabs, but your Supa is a great segue into this just really quick. I know John Cleese is a very famous guy. I don't know what he's famous for. Like, if somebody asked me who John Cleese was, I'm like, I know that name. I don't know what he did. I couldn't tell you what he's known for. Dude's got 5 million followers, though, so he's pretty fucking huge. Monty Python? He's the Monty Python guy? Okay, thank you. Thank you. But there's a tweet here that says, Pakistani scholar Uthman Farouk speaking in Birmingham, UK. A Muslim Europe will come true. America will be a Muslim country and Islam will enter every house. They can be as mad as they want. I don't care. Farouk is based in San Diego, California, and in May 2025, the UK banned him from entering the country for his justification of raping female war captives under Islamic law. The US made a mistake by letting him in. It must not make a bigger blunder by letting him stay. Kick him back to Pakistan. And John Cleese, being, I guess, a massive retard, says, does he not realize this kind of talk makes people feel that compromise is not possible, and that this way of thinking is very aggressive? Like, I saw this, and I was so stunned. I was like, is John Cleese in, like, fucking 2005? What are we doing here? What the fuck do you mean? This is just normal now, sir. What? There is no compromise. You have lost. What do you mean? He's so close to getting it. John Cleese can be stupid. The man needs a sitter. John Cleese is fully aware this is him being facetious. Is it? Is he fully aware? His daughter took over his account. Boomers still think it's 1988 and Reagan is in office. He's doing the Norm Macdonald tweet. I haven't seen anything else from him. So knowing literally nothing about his positions, this does not come across as satire or a joke. It comes across as he literally does not know where we are. He's not fully aware. He's just retarded. Chat even seems split. Yeah? Islam is just a religion that excuses the excess of savages, but doing it within the context of Islam makes it halal. Lately, John Cleese has been made aware of the 4chan post about him. I don't know anything about the 4chan post on John Cleese. I don't know anything about that. You know? So I just thought that was really funny. Right after Sir Toasty Boy's tweet. He really doesn't know where we are. He thinks he knows a little bit, but he doesn't know anything. Yep. Yeets, it's very, what the fuck? What the fuck, Mr. Cleese? Steam-powered geekery, thank you. He suffers from TDS, but hates Islam in the UK. What an interesting place to be. I know. Where was I in my Cuba tweets? Cuba tweet. U.S. Coast Guard. Okay, I think we left off here. He's either oblivious or he is the most consistent bit ever. He's been this way for a long time. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Welcome to the party, pal. John McClane, Die Hard. Writing sarcasm is dodgy unless it's obvious. Best spoken. It's like, if he had a track record for calling things out, it would make sense that he could do a tongue-in-cheek sarcasm tweet like that. Maybe he does. I don't know. I've never seen any of his other shit. In your opinion, he's just fucking around. Unless he has a track record for calling things out, I would not give the benefit of the doubt, and I would genuinely say he has no idea where we are. Like, unless he's spoken about this, like, point blank, no sarcasm before, I would err on he has no idea where we are. John Cleese is like Jon Snow. He has a several decade track record. I would have to trust you on that because I don't know. He does have a track record. That was the plot of 1,000 Monty Python sketches. Okay, that's not proof and also not a track record. That, what? He's not sarcastic. He's out of touch 99.9% of the time. See, this is where I'm getting confused, right? Half of the chat is agreeing and saying John Cleese is out of touch. He doesn't understand what's going on. And the other half is saying, no, he knows his country's being taken over by Islam. He understands this. He's just being sarcastic. Which one is it? Which one is it? Cleese is a literal retard liberal boomer that voted for decades to import foreigners and Indians, and when his neighborhood got filled with them, he moved and then blamed white people for pointing out why he moved. He's a walking piece of tea-sipping shit. That's another point for me, chat. How about we don't trust actors? They're professional liars after all. Phoenix DS, thank you. Let us segue to the Ministry of Silly Walks. You think he's just an out-of-touch old Brit bonger? That's what it seems like. As a comedian, he's pro-free speech. What the fuck does that have to do with anything that we just said? He understands his country is being taken over, but he doesn't understand where they are specifically and what options are left to them. Clee said that London is no longer English like 20 years ago. Then I hope it's a tongue-in-cheek thing, because it does not come across that way. He's Schrodinger's idiot. Half of chat doesn't get my jokes, Kirsche. They would definitely not get any jokes John Cleese would make. It does not read like a joke. You can't make fun of shit when speech is censored. But we're not talking about censored speech right now. That's not even part of the topic. John Cleese has said stupid shit before. He said London is not an English city anymore and then voted to keep doing the thing that made it that way. So he is just a retard. It doesn't read like a joke because reality is far stranger. Jen Jacko, thank you. Should look up the base Mr. Bean speech. I don't know what that means. If he's in the UK, then he always is. Somebody said he moved to like the Caribbean or some shit. Who cares if he was in Monty Python? That's yeah, somebody earlier was like, well, he made Monty Python. That's his track record. It's like, that has no bearing on what we're talking about. Seems a lot of chat want to imagine Cleese is the mental trap he was half a century ago. He's not. He's broken and detached from reality in his ivory tower. He just is this unaware and disassociated. Pretty sure he lives in California. Oh, I wonder why somebody said Caribbean. Mr. Bean, aka Rowan Atkinson, is insanely based. He actually is the only good British actor. And before he's living in the Caribbean, throwing coconuts. Brave SJ, thank you. There's a succinct explanation in a 4chan post and stream suggestions. Basically, the world he grew up satirizing no longer exists, and it's hard to cope. Should I care that it's hard for him to cope if he keeps being retarded? I don't really know. I don't really know. Cleese was okay in 1987, but that was a long time. Yeah, that was a long fucking time ago. Kirsche reads one chat, so he's not a retard. Reads another one. Oh, so he is just a retard. We've been looping for 5 minutes. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like, it seems like nobody can decide what he is. I'm gonna go with he's a fucking idiot, because I don't think that's satire. That wasn't written like satire. That was written like, hey, if you're gonna be aggressive, people won't be able to get along. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but where the fuck do you think you are right now, sir? I think some chatters are defending John Cleese because of hero worship. They grew up with him and are having a hard time realizing our childhood heroes can be retards. That makes a lot of sense. I feel like a lot of people don't like thinking about someone that they looked up to or someone that they liked turning into a bad person. Imagine thinking Cleese is on the same level as Norm Macdonald. Yeah, there's no way. There's no fucking way. If you can't tell, it's dumb either way. The chatter like the Geth, we cannot reach consensus. Speaking of, back to Cuba. We had Yashar Ali, I don't know who this is, saying Reuters, Cuba's national electric grid collapsed on Saturday. The country's grid operator said, leaving around 10 million people without power amid a U.S.-imposed oil blockade that has crippled the island's already obsolete generation system. Someone earlier said, like, words have meaning and it's not a blockade, it's a something else. But all of these fucking people keep saying blockade, and I can't remember the other word, so like I'm just gonna keep saying blockade, because my brain's not gonna be able to remember the other fucking word. Apparently, if Wikipedia is to be believed, he does live in the Caribbean. You were wrong. We love corrections around here. Embargo. Thank you, chat. I'm probably not gonna remember that, especially because I keep seeing blockade. Brent Hydra, thank you. Petition to deport Hassan to Cuba to live in the communist utopia he loves. I just think, you know, if you really think that communism is the answer, maybe go take like a sabbatical in a communist country, live there for like a year. See if you still feel the same, you know? Are you kidding? You're a Neil Young fan and you've been watching him be effing retarded for years now? You could tolerate it when he made good records, but those days are long gone. That's a rational take, though. Phoenix DS, thank you. Chat spins Foxu right round. Oh man, that song gets stuck in my head when I read about it, man. You hate Twitch? 2 streams ago was your 39 stream streak. Last stream, also 39. This stream, 41. You're denied your 40 stream streak highlighted message. I don't know how that shit works, man. I don't know how that works. Can't use logic versus the Quangos. True and fucking real. But apparently, yeah, their electrical grid collapsed. I don't really know what to say about that, but also it's kind of funny if they need to rely on us specifically when they have other people that they can trade with still. I don't know. This guy said plane loads of leftist influencers fly to Cuba in the middle of a fuel shortage because the country is a communist hellhole. Influencers proceed to use more power to stream and access Starlink to show their audiences how Cuba is a communist utopia and contribute to crashing the grid again. Leftist influencers can no longer show the world how great Cuba is. Mission accomplished. And then another one here. Did Code Pink Humanitarian Festival cause a blackout in Havana, Cuba? Someone else saying, this is embarrassing. They came to Cuba in the hundreds. Apparently it was about 50 people. I have no idea exactly how many. Carrying less food than they would end up eating there, only to tour around in little buses and party at private concerts, while Cubans continue to suffer repression, poverty, shortages, and power cuts. How much electricity did this little concert cost, by the way? We got a little video. Why are they wearing those masks? What the hell? What the hell? You would try llama burgers? I don't want to eat llamas. They're cute. Don't eat the llama. The IRA showed up. Yeah, like what? What the hell? What the fuck? La Goblina! This concert took power from the hospital, killing patients and ventilators. I don't know if that's true. I do have a tab on that, but it's like, I don't know if that's true. You don't want to assert something as 100% fact if there's no way to like actually completely confirm it, you know? But this is where the hospital thing has come from. This is, so far, the only source I've seen on the hospital thing. This guy said, there's something supremely saddening and enraging about seeing a hospital running on bare minimum power. Thinking about dialysis patients, babies in NICU, and others tonight in Cuba. This is a blockade of death. Somehow, this guy is still blaming the United States. A friend in Cuba just notified me that every single patient in that hospital that was on a ventilator died tonight. I don't have words. And I thought it was funny that the captive dreamer guy said, why is Hassan Piker stealing electricity from the hospital to stay in his resort? How many ventilator patients must die so that Hassan can stream? But again, this is the only source, so no idea if this is true or if this is just some sort of like the hospital was running on generator power, but they made up that a whole bunch of people died due to power shortages because propaganda to blame the US. I don't know. Could be true. Could be grain of salty. Let you get this straight, a bunch of white idiots showed up in Cuba, had a concert using resources in a very resource-strapped country to have a fucking party. Well, yeah. The socialists and communists that went to Cuba aren't going to be living like the Cuban citizens on the street. They're going to be the bourgeoisie, baby. They're going to be in the elite ruling class. They can have their parties. Let the others eat cake, as it were. Energy being diverted to Kaya due to Hassan's presence. Not only he shocked the dog, but he asphyxiated the Cubans. He can't keep getting away with it. And since this other tweet here, where is it? This other tweet quoted Reuters. I brought up the Reuters article. It said Cuban power grid collapses for second time in a week amid U.S. oil blockade. March 21st, Cuba's national electric grid collapsed on Saturday for the second time in a week amid the U.S.-imposed oil blockade, officials announced, as the communist government struggles to keep the lights on for its 10 million people with decrepit infrastructure. A total disconnection of the national electric power system occurred. We will continue to provide updates, the state utility Union Electrica said on social media. Whenever I read about like rolling blackouts, I think about like South Africa or California and just how terrible it must be to live there. This incident marks the third major power outage this month, as a majority of the system went down on March 4th when a major thermoelectric generating plant failed. The power grid also went completely offline on Monday for unexplained reasons. Cuba has experienced a series of major or total outages in recent years, but 2 total failures in the space of a week is exceptional. U.S. President Donald Trump has imposed an oil blockade on the Caribbean island after Washington deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro on January 3rd, removing him from the country to face drug trafficking charges in an early morning raid. Venezuela had been Cuba's most important benefactor, providing oil to its close ally on favorable terms. Good. Maybe we can take out a communist dictatorship without ever having to even go over there. Can we only allow big booty Cuban women to immigrate here? Since then, Trump has cut off Venezuelan exports to Cuba and threatened other countries with punitive tariffs if they sell oil to Cuba. Mexico, the most important oil supplier to Cuba, along with Venezuela, has halted its oil shipments, while also providing humanitarian aid. With global oil prices surging due to the U.S. and Israeli war with Iran, the U.S. has temporarily lifted sanctions on Russian oil products, but included an exemption that specifically excludes transactions involving Cuba, in addition to North Korea and Crimea. Cuba has long blamed the U.S. trade embargo for economic failures, including its failing power grid, while Washington in turn has attributed the failures to Cuba's Soviet-style command economy. Which, the latter has literally never worked anywhere. Sponsor a big booty Latina today, goddamn. Blackouts are a mundane occurrence for all of Latam. It's nothing surprising nor new. Blaming the US for it is dumb. The only thing that happens with the oil embargo is that the dictatorship has nothing to steal, so they don't increase their wealth. The blackouts stay the same. I would not be surprised if the blackouts had always been happening, but now that we have issued further oil embargo, it's just another way to be like, look at these big meanie capitalists in their big meanie capitalist country. A Mexican cartel doesn't know how to smuggle oil. Oh my god. To be fair, we have to at least yoink him so that we can meet our monthly quota when we do. Well, you know, maybe a small team of yoinkers. Here we get blackouts all the time because the power grid is shit. Oil has nothing to do with it. I don't even know how you would fix the power grid if I'm being honest with you. And then Right Angle News Network here reposting the tweets from the hospital saying all patients on ventilators at a Cuban hospital died after the Irish band Kneecap used massive amounts of electricity during a humanitarian performance for fellow communists, while the performers and activists stayed in a 5-star hotel with power. And if the rolling blackouts are a normal occurrence, regardless of the oil embargoes, then all of these people using excess electricity is putting more strain on the grid, again, regardless of the oil. And that just seems like really fucking tone deaf to throw like a massive party and put strain on an already like horrendous electrical grid that has rolling blackouts. I was just like, maybe, I don't know, maybe some forward thinking could have helped here. the Cuban regime thinks that a propaganda win is more important than literally everything else. And I mean, technically, they wouldn't be wrong. I mean, look at how well propaganda has worked in the US. But it's like, this is like the opposite of the propaganda that they would want, right? If they wanted propaganda that's going to work, it's not a bunch of champagne socialists throwing massive parties and staying in government-run hotels. They have to show how fun Cuba is and how great everyone's lives are. A few hundred dead to achieve that is peanuts to the communists. Again, we have no real source on if anyone has actually died at this hospital, right? The hospital has lights on. However much that generator is generating, people could have died as a result of there not being enough electricity to run everything. It could be real, but I want people to understand as well that it's just this one source, this James guy. I don't know who he is. I don't know how trustworthy he is. But his expression was that this was due to the US. He's saying this is a blockade of death. So it's like, all right, I'm not sure how much I trust this. I don't know if actual deaths occurred or if this is just propaganda. The champagne communists that pay to go to Cuba care about Hassan and friends being there instead of the people. They can also blame the shit on the US. You shouldn't, since there's no blockade. There's no blockade, but there's an embargo, and they keep calling it a blockade, and a blockade implies that there's physical ships, like, preventing people from going there, which is why an embargo is different from a blockade, but they're going to keep calling it a blockade, and I'm going to keep using the word blockade, and just in your brain, replace the word blockade with embargo, because I can't remember to use that word while I'm being bombarded with all of these people saying blockade. That's, hopefully I won't have to loop on that again. Blockade doesn't imply, though, this dude's an idiot. What? Blockade sounds more anti-America. It does. It does. And this is so fucked up. There should be enough info to see if that is possible. Much like with all of the information coming out of, like, stuff in Iran, it's very, very difficult to get accurate information when there's a fog of war going on. And this isn't like explicitly a fog of war, but communists always lie. And so whenever you're like looking at anything that communists have involvement in, you can't just take everything at face value. It has to be very grain of salt. Yes, people at this hospital could have died, but we don't know. Dark Seraph, thank you. Communism is evil in its purest form. It's designed to cause suffering to benefit those in power. Yes. Happened in 2018 when communications...
This is communism functioning exactly as intended. Party elites live in luxury and throw daily bacchanalia.
Yes.
Everyone else exists purely to support the party and are used and disposed of as necessary.
And I'm sure there's going to be groups of people who see all of this partying that these people from the US went and did in Cuba, and they're going to be like, we were lied to about Cuba. This place looks like a paradise. This place looks great. So what if the electricity doesn't work sometimes? That's not that big of a deal. It already doesn't work sometimes in California. So, like, what's the issue here? We've been lied to about the state of Cuba, and they want to keep you in the dark. We need more of the policies that have made Cuba this fun and great. Happened in 2018 when communications got fucked over by the hurricane. For 2 weeks, people outside got very little information of what was happening. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you know blockades mean cherry in German? Toast engineer, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What's the name of the facade villages again? What is a facade village? It's honestly amazing how willing Western lefties are to believe the Potemkin village fakery in communist countries is real, or they try to convince everyone else of the same. Potemkin village? Or there's like... I don't remember what the Potemkin village is. Like visiting in Korea or North Korea. I think visiting North Korea would be really fun. I think it would be really fun. Not because like I believe everything will be fun and great and amazing in North Korea, but I think it would be a very interesting experience to be able to see behind the curtain. Even if like I would specifically not be allowed off of like government maintained railways,
is going
right?
through Egypt with his matzah to get to Philly for Passover with my wife's extended family. The airports in Israel are closed due to rockets and such. Can I get a happy Passover to the Gabe family?
Gabe!
Hashtag snatched that cursed merch.
Oh, hashtag snatched, brother. I hope you have safe fucking travels, bro. Happy Passover. I didn't know that was happening right now. But happy holiday, my guy. I hope you have a good time on your holiday. Safe travels. Do not get rocketed and such. They're PR villages that are basically Disneyland and made to look like a wonderful experience with stocked groceries and happy actors performing jobs for foreign visitors to witness. It's not actually representative of the actual national lifestyle. Okay, that's perfectly worded. Thank you, Chank. That's what I was saying. Like, even if I went to North Korea and they gave me like that Disneyland like fake village experience, I think it would still be an interesting thing to go about, especially because I would be absolutely suspicious of everything happening at every point in time. Because I'm like, I just don't feel like you'd be honest with me, you know? Having your toenails torn out for having a cell phone sounds fun. Man, my friend in South Africa, when he would like take videos out of his car window with his phone, he would like have his phone held like below the window line, so like just barely his camera was poking up above like the bottom of the window where the door is. And I remember like first seeing them and I was like, hey, so why do you hold your phone like that? And he's like, well, you see all of these like shanty shack villages outside of the city. I know like one of them was in Peoria? Is it Peoria or Pretoria? Pretoria sounds correct. I'm bad at remembering South African village names, I'm sorry. But it was the P city. And then Pretoria, thank you, chat. And then there was another one that was like a really, really big city. And they had like all these like little shanty shack scrap metal and like just scrap houses outside of them. It looked like something out of fucking Mad Max. And he's like, yeah, if people see you with a cell phone, it doesn't really matter if you're driving in a car. You'll get swarmed and you'll get robbed. And I don't want that to happen, so I'm not going to have my phone sticking up above my car window. Peter, Kirsche is talking about South Africa again. Peter. I think South Africa would be a really, really fun place to visit if it weren't so dangerous. Like maybe we like when it's not like a hot spot for Moida. Potemkin Village is a term referencing the boat tour that Catherine the Great did to her realm in Russia, and Field Marshal Grigory Potemkin made fake villages around the tour to pretend everything was just fine. Can I just say, like, that'd be fucking all right. Like, let's just ignore the atrocities for a second. All right, just take the atrocities and like put them to the side. How cool would it be to have some fucking guy like so dedicated to you as the matriarch to just like build fake ass fucking villages? That's crazy. That's insane. The level of fakery is kind of, yeah, you can't help but be impressed at the level of fakery. Could always go to Orania, South Africa. No murders there because of lack of, I don't know any. I haven't heard of the word Orania, so I'm not sure where that is. They'll always hand me my thinking grenades. Fake it until you make it. I fucking guess. Grok, is this true? They're reposting the fucking thing. Source this claim. I don't think there's any other sources besides that one tweet. The band's solidarity performance in Havana as part of the Nuestra America convoy delivering 20 tons of aid is confirmed by France 24, Irish Times, and NME. Activists, including Kneecap, stayed at the 5-star Grand Hotel Bristol Malia with generator power, per Great Britain News. The specific all ventilator patients died claim after the event traces only to one unverified tweet by Good Vibe Politic shown in the video. No other sources corroborated. And that's why I would be like hard pressed to believe that mass death occurred without some corroborating source. Where Schneffer, thank you. Jonestown, love to show people how great Jim's little cultural experiment was as well. Looking forward to your hoodie. Please don't drink the Kool-Aid, man. And bringing over here Destiny, who has a good point, actually. Destiny finds out Hassan and the Cuban government were in contact through a middleman 11 plus months ago. I wonder how he found this out. Right? Like, if true, how did he find this out? Let us listen.
Cuba, would you be down?
I fucking love Cuba.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Will Neff? Will Neff of setting up all of these weird bridge-adjacent shows that get next to no fucking engagement? that just kind of pushed the message?
Be down?
Yeah, I filmed a
I think I
documentary
got,
there once.
the Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is.
Oh my God, bro. How is this guy? Dude, somebody clean up my U.S. politics. This motherfucker is getting help from the government of China, from the government of Cuba to go and do propaganda trips? What the fuck?
That's kind of crazy, man.
Hello? Nobody writes about this. Nobody on the left media, none of the gay people or the thirsty as fuck women care to ask a single question about any of or man, I'm sorry. I didn't read the Vanity Fair article that was talking about his big biceps. Maybe they do have some critical...
Why is Destiny shocked about this? As my question, right? Like, what? Yeah, like, why is he surprised that no one's asking questions? They're probably happy this is happening. What do you mean?
Reporting in there? Nobody gives a fuck?
Why would they?
Sick. Wait, like the government reached out to you?
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reach out to me. There's like there's a middleman there. Because I had a doctor from Cuba. Cuba does this thing called medical missions, and they've been doing it since I believe like the 70s, and it's incredibly successful. They have a massive, very
when was this video posted? 11 months ago.
Robust, like have been sending their doctors out as like medical missions, and also generating revenue for the country this way
because
as
they would
well.
trade.
Like, they send the doctors
this
out.
was especially important for the relationship with Venezuela, I believed.
I can't handle that responsibility.
No, Marsh can do both.
I'll
He's got it all.
I'll go to Cuba. We've been talking about a couple trips, chat. Cuba and also China.
It's just there's limited amount of space.
Yeah,
so
Did he promote like the people organizing this or any? He must have on his stream, and I just don't get linked it because why would anybody link me that?
Does he have the clip at 2x speed? He does. He does.
Like you'd think he would try to get his audience to donate or something for the mission or something, right? Like what? Or I don't know.
I mean, why get your audience to donate when you can just get sponsored by the government? Like I. What do you mean?
Dude, I don't know these people. It's so weird.
I want to.
So I thought that was an interesting thing that Destiny seems to have found. I wonder if Gavin Newsom will ask Hassan about his ties to the Cuban government. Why would he? Why would he? Leftists can't shut up about what they do. It's their need to virtue signal all their progressive exploits pretty fucking much. Anytime Destiny talks, all you hear is a demonic screeching sound, but gay and boring simultaneously. What the hell? Why would the other allied propagandists actively fight each other? That's what I don't get why he's confused. Cuba was shipped and fixed North Korea artillery because North Korea no longer knew how to. You gotta give them credit for that. What? Are gays even legal in Cuba? That's a great question. Next question. And then we have this other thing here. Hassan fires back at criticism for staying in a 5-star hotel. Is this the same clip from earlier? I don't know. Let's see.
I was saying, tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources.
Yeah, okay. This is just him trying to pretend he's not staying at a nice hotel. And High King Fenor said, by the way, Hassan just broke U.S. law. He could face a $250,000 fine and up to 10 years in prison once he gets back to the States. FBI, get on it. He shows a U.S. Department of State maintains a Cuba prohibited accommodations list, which bans American travelers from staying at or paying for over 400 government-owned hotels, guest houses, and resorts. And this also ties in, right, if he's staying at a government-owned resort thingy, this also ties into the U.S. Coast Guard saying, hey, you're not able to go there without proper permits. You're not able to just go to Cuba. So it'll be very interesting. I expect nothing to happen. I expect absolutely nothing to happen. But it'd be very interesting if something actually did. He told his chat to go unalive a sitting U.S. senator. He ain't getting fucking held accountable because he's doing what his handlers want him to. Oh yeah, that's exactly how I feel. There's gonna be no repercussions, but it's nice to see like, hey, there should be repercussions for this. Like he can still just say like, hey, let's kill this U.S. senator. The streets need to run red with the blood of Republicans. That's fine. He can stay on Twitch and say that. Imagine if Hassan gets put in a clanker for 10 years. There's no way that would happen. Zero fucking chance. Another one here. Hassan Piker says the Cuban people like not having electricity.
It's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially. I totally understand why Will was saying that about Cuba. It's remarkable. The people's resilience is remarkable. There's like rolling blackouts that take place throughout the day, every day, all around the country, right? 11 million people. But today's a beautiful day out here. It's like 75 degrees, sunny. People are partying. People are partying in the fucking streets. I don't know if it's like an island mindset. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if that has something to do with it. I'm sure that has something to do with it, but like, they're just chilling. Like, so.
Nah, bro. It don't matter if you don't got no electricity, man. The rolling blackouts, that's not a real problem, man. Like, you just gotta fucking chill, bro. It's that island mindset. You gotta party. You can't party without electricity. It's just you gotta reimagine your mindset and get out of that capitalist, I need electricity to have a comfortable life. You can have a comfortable life dealing with the rolling blackouts. You just gotta get that island mindset, man. The fuck are we doing? Like, I feel like if I was someone who lived like anywhere, like you guys are saying that Latin Americans are used to like rolling blackouts. If I lived anywhere in a Latin American country and I understood the reality, like obviously I don't. I have electricity pretty much all the time. But if I was one of you guys who had to deal with that, I feel like this clip would make me incredibly fucking angry. Hassan will exemplify the mindset, correct? Yeah, we need Hassan to throw parties in rolling blackout conditions with no electricity. They like not having hospital life support. It's fun. Yeah, life support doesn't matter when you have the island mindset. You're used to them, and that's why they piss you the fuck off, and you have a generator to offset it? Jesus Christ. Bro's on vacation, thinks he's a journalist. Puerto Rico is U.S. territory, and even they have blackouts fairly often. Yeah, Ozzy is from Puerto Rico. He's our on-the-ground correspondent in the Mud Hut Island Zone. Hassan slurs so much, you think he has brain damage, and he actually had a stroke, so you would know. Oh my god. I was saying earlier, he sounds absolutely blasted here. Like, he sounds the way I sounded, fucked up on 50 milligrams of weed gummy. You know? Like, what the fuck? The 5-star hotel where Code Pink, Hassan Piker, Kneecap, and other communists are staying is the only place in Cuba with electricity at the moment. That was 6 hours ago. 99.9% of the island is experiencing a complete blackout. Not a good look. And so, earlier... Oh, I can actually bring up that clip again, okay? Since it's been a hot minute. So, let's just listen to him explain his hotel for a quick second, and then look at the hotel.
And the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right? I'm telling you all this because, like, even the 5-star hotels are not like, you know, it's not like, it's what the American government has declared 5-star hotels. But regardless, in comparison.
So what you're about to see, it's not a 5-star hotel. It's what the U.S. has declared a 5-star hotel. By the way. I don't know, maybe I'm just too impoverished to understand, but this looks like a really fucking nice hotel. This looks like a nicer hotel than the Conrad in Los Angeles, and the Conrad is a 5-star hotel. 3 to 4 stars. Even on 500 milligrams, you'd still sound way more coherent than Hassan. Banana chair! There's chairs up there. They look like they were taken out of an Austin Powers movie. Damn, did we already watch 47 or 41 seconds? That's crazy. I didn't think it was that long already. Damn, it's a high-class place from the looks. Yeah, like, even if you wanted to be like, actually, Kirsche, that's a 4-star hotel. That's still really fucking nice. And it's the only place with electricity right now, supposedly. That's because you're a poor Kirsche. You don't know anything about wealth like Hassan does. Man, when can I become a communist so I can be a millionaire like Hassan? Kirsche, you'll never understand the struggle of a Nepo baby. Number of stars is based on amenities. You can't tell from that vid just to actually. Yes, but like when people say 5-star hotel, you don't think of like let's list the amenities that you have, right? You think of like, oh, this looks fucking beautiful, it's ornate, it's large, you have nice rooms, right? So like if we're being like real nitpicky, like yes, it's based on the amenities. But like most average people are gonna be like a 5-star hotel. And I'm gonna list off hotels that I think are 5-star hotels. Maybe they're not. Like the Four Seasons. I know the Conrad is a 5-star hotel because I stayed there and I saw the plaque on the wall. Like Waldorf Astoria, I'm pretty sure that would qualify as a 5-star, right? He's a communist with a Gucci bag. Gotta get his kicks. Gotta have that swag, bro. She was born into the Kirsche class and clawed her way up. Legion, thank you for the kick sub, my guy. Thank you. Clearly, this is a 1-star squalor. True. Someone posting his glasses again. I thought there might have been another video here, but I might be crazy. Hello, Margaret. Not the Planned Parenthood one. There's another one here. I think this is the same.
Get off the internet for more than just 10 days a year.
Oh, no. Okay, this is different. Hassan explains how the American government forces him to stay in what they declare 5-star Cuban hotels. Says next time he's back, he'll try to work around those restrictions. So this looks like it encompasses part of the other clip that we watched, but it's also 2 minutes and 31 seconds. And this also got community noted. U.S. regulations prohibit Americans from lodging at government-controlled properties in Cuba, including many luxury hotels, rather than requiring stays in quote-unquote 5-star.
Yes, you should get off the internet for more than just 10 days a year, my man. No, I meant like mishaps. And nuisances. Like minor inconveniences. It play a very... I look at it very differently. I'm sure I'll reset back. I'll snap back to like being my spoiled self. But I will say this much. So
how is it not spoiled to be with a group of like champagne socialists going on an adventure to Cuba, staying in a really nice who cares about stars, staying in a really nice hotel that is one of the only places that has electricity at the current point in time? What are we doing here? What are we doing? No DoorDash. Bunami, thank you. Woman! Every single time some little critter uses algo speak, newspeak, talk, fake swearing, they become one of the things from the thing and should be set on fire. If you fake swear by quoting them because my YouTube excuse is you're getting the belt, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, sir.
A couple things. Number one, the United States government literally has made it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want in Cuba. Okay?
And as we've seen in 2 community notes, it's illegal to stay in places owned by the Cuban government. He's being assimilated into the ether.
It's a functioning industry that remains. So they're like actively trying to funnel resources into tourism so they can like bring money in. Okay? Bring money into the economy. I'm Israel high. Okay.
What the heck?
We're good. I was saying, tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources. And the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels.
So it's not the 5-star hotels. It's just that you can't stay at places owned by the communist government. Can he just stay in Cuba? I don't know. That'd be interesting if he did, though, would it not? Tourism because the country ran out of other people's money.
Right. I'm telling you all this because, like, even the 5-star hotels are not like, it's not like, it's what the American government has declared 5-star hotels. But
again, that hotel that we looked at, regardless of like, the stars being used for specific amenities or whatever, it looks like a very nice hotel. And it has to be a nice hotel if it's one of the only places that has electricity when everywhere else is experiencing 0 electricity. That raises some suspicions to me of like, how did you manage to stay in such a nice place that also managed to have a generator that runs the whole place? Is that run by the government? Or is this a government hotel? Oh my God. Oh my god, I just got such a good itch in my ear. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh, why is scratching your ears so nice? Be jammin', thank you. This Thai food you're having for dinner is so hot that your nose is like a friggin' faucet. Oh boy, you forget you're 40 plus and shouldn't do spicy Thai food no more? Bro, however bad your eyes are crying right now, your butthole's gonna be crying 10 times worse later. I'm so sorry. I hope you win the battle of your lifetime. Brent Hydra, thank you. Kirsche calling Puerto Rico a mud hut zone. Nope, that's it, Chonkle. I call it a mud hut zone because that's what Ozehara called it. Alright? You know, it's fine to call it Mud Hut Island if the person who lives there calls it that. With how large hotels are, is there really generators powering the whole ass building? Those places use so much power? I have no idea. I mean, we saw all the lights on, so it definitely has generator power. Hassan crying that the US forces him to live in luxury makes you think he might have a point about how awful the US is. He doesn't deserve that. Jesus Christ.
Regardless, in comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty much.
She has the mud hut pass.
Experiencing that dichotomy has like definitely fucked me up. Definitely. Like in my experience, like the cafecito is great. Like if I were to ever, I mean not ever, but like I hope to come back, and when I do, I'll probably.
What does he mean by I hope to come back? What a... Oh, he means to Cuba. I was like, that's weird. What does he mean he hopes to come back? I thought he meant like come back home, and I was like, that's strange. Why would he not be able to come back home? He meant Cuba. I just misunderstood. My bad. Sometimes I'm retarded.
Not abide by the American restrictions. Seeing people survive in such conditions does make you really reconsider how spoiled you are, you know? And
Does
I am
it?
certainly spoiled.
Well, at least he admits it. At least he admits it. Most of the 5-star hotels are blacklisted. You can easily filter hotels by class. Help on websites like TripAdvisor and filter out 5-star hotels manually. Hassan is just straight up lying. Interesting. Interesting. Apparently he stayed at a prohibited hotel. I don't know if he is, so I won't factually state that. That's pretty much where I am. It's like, it seems very fishy that he just happens to stay at a very nice hotel, 5-star or not, who cares? It's a very nice looking hotel, and it was one of the only places to still have electricity when the grid had a power failure again. Thought it would make me reconsider how shitty communism is. Honduras can basically be translated to sinkages, so we affectionately call it our hole, which is ironic because it's full of mountains. That is funny. It's like opposite hole land.
Yes, you should get off the internet. No.
And then this person, I don't like their profile picture. It's a very creepy skull. But they said the U.S. government provides you a list of hotels that you're not able to stay at. There's nothing in the requirement list that specifies you need to stay at a 5-star hotel. The only thing that the government regulates is that you don't stay at properties that are owned by the Cuban government. And this is a Cuba prohibited accommodations list as of July 14th, 2025. Below is the U.S. Department of State's Cuba prohibited accommodations list, a list of properties in Cuba at which the Cuban Assets Control regulations generally prohibit persons subject to U.S. jurisdiction from lodging, paying for lodging, or making any reservation for, or on behalf of, a third party to lodge. The properties are owned or controlled by the Cuban government, a prohibited official of the government of Cuba, as defined in numbers, a prohibited member of the Cuban Communist Party, as defined in more numbers, a close relative, as defined in further numbers, of a prohibited official of the government of Cuba, or a close relative of a prohibited member of the Cuban Communist Party. For information regarding the restrictions on transactions with these properties, please see 31 more numbers. All properties were listed effective September 28, 2020, unless otherwise indicated. Property is marketed as a casa, but is owned or controlled by the Cuban government and is not an independent casa particular. Property is a casa particular, but it nonetheless meets the criteria for inclusion on the Cuba prohibited accommodations list. Hassan knows none of his followers will verify the BS. It's just so tiresome. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And so that's why it's like, I wonder where he ended up staying. I wonder why he tried to word things in such a way that he got community noted multiple times about like, oh, I'm staying at such a nice hotel because the US requires you to stay in 5-star hotels, when that's just not the case at all. That's not the case at all. That's a lot of numbers. Yeah, I didn't want to read out all of the, like, penal code numbers, man. And that gets obnoxious. We have another video here. Angry Cuban man goes to the hotel where code pink communists are staying in Cuba. They get to enjoy electricity thanks to a generator, but 99.9% of Cubans are without electricity tonight after the nationwide blackout. And I don't know if this guy's gonna say anything, but I cannot speak el español, so... This is the hotel. That was where we saw the other video taken. It's even got large lights outside. And then as you can see, everything else is pitch fucking black, man. Vaya. Kirsch's ability to read aloud is honestly very impressive. I fuck up on occasion and then I just have to make noises. That's my rewind, let's try again noise. Cuba 1930s without communism, under communism. I love those little trolleys. I wish we saw those more often in current year again. I have not seen a communist country prosper. Don't worry, no one fucking has. Wolf's mouth, very dark. You make that sound too, you get called Turkey Todd. Japan has those, they're really cool. Yeah, there's like some old ones that you can see in some cities in California, and also like I think Boston still has some kind of like trolley thingies that you can sit in and like drink a beer. Milking a lady, thank you for the 56 month, my guy. Thank you, big huge. Great for stargazing, they got that going on for them, man. We have another video. It's been revealed the Cuban regime was forced to deploy armed security to protect the 5-star hotel where Champagne socialists like Hassan was staying, fearing locals might attempt to storm it in protest of the country's electricity being diverted to the hotel. There's a picture of an armed guard here. He's in like 44p. So, like, maybe he's holding a firearm because they said armed guards, but it's really hard to tell. He's like grainier than security footage from 1994, man. I can't read that. Italian menu. Wait, I could read that. Italian menu, and then there's like a strainer and a spoon, and I don't know what the fuck that is. Why is the knife not upside down? Giant scissors, a pizza cutter, and that kind of looks like a dreidel, but that doesn't make sense for Italian menu. Did the hotel have generators, or did the collapsed electric grid really redirect power to a single building? It had a generator. At least, I'm sure there's more than one, but the hotel had generators. Commando QCQ, thank you for the 20 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Usually you're against rioting and looting coming from soy boy commie losers and young scholars, but you're totally for angry Cuban natives having their resources taken by these commie colonizers at their hotel to just run in and riot against them and loot their stuff. I'm sure that would be a very bad idea, especially, once again, we don't know if this hotel is owned by the communist government. We don't know if it's owned by them, but it's very suspicious. So, I would like to know. I don't think we'll ever know, but I don't think it would be something that any average Cuban would want to try storming into. Ellie! At a certain point, there's no difference diverting power versus diverting the gasoline. What? You keep thinking that's your phone blowing up? Yeah, I keep checking it because I keep hearing my phone blow up, and then I check it and I have no notifications. So I don't know what's happening. He means using gas to power the generators instead of the hospitals. That's fair. How would they be powering the generators at this hotel? I thought he was like, doing the it's America's fault that the electricity went off, and I was like, what are you talking about? Phantom phoning. John in English, thank you. Keep thinking that's your phone blowing up. I'm so sorry. What did he say? Well, just showing more of the blackout area. Why are they hiding in a hotel? I don't know if I would call it hiding. We've moved to an all-new level of not reading DMs to the point they don't even bother showing up. Just buzz the yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Sadly, the trolleys were bought up by tire car gas companies and shittified until they were scrapped and replaced by buses. Thanks, I hate it. Blackouts happen when the grid is not stable. A sudden increase or decrease of power trips the breakers, and it often takes time to reset everything. In big cases, an entire generator in one of the power plants shuts itself off, and it can take hours for it to get restarted because it has to cool down before restarting. The sudden loss causes the entire system to shut down. That makes a lot of sense. Generators have batteries that they use in order to have the power to turn on, and then from there, they generate the power to stay online, plus all of the power for other things. Polyclinico is short for the People's Clinic. He said the People Clinic is turned off, has no power. Goremail, thank you. In fairness to Cuba, if you had a busload of middle-aged white liberal women come to your country, wouldn't you turn off the power too? Well, the power wasn't turned off for the middle-aged liberal white women. It was turned off for the Cubans who live there. It's literally entirely caused by Hassan diverting all of Cuba's power supply at once to Kaya's collar. Yeah. And then we have another video. Footage from outside the hotel in Cuba where the communist flotilla, Pablo Iglesias, Hassan Piker, Code Pink, and other useful idiots and VIP propagandists lounge in comfort while Cubans are left in the dark during a nationwide blackout. The entire island is without power. Hospitals, dark, people, screwed. Contrast couldn't be more startling. The lights are blazing, the AC is humming at the luxury hotel. Within seconds, you can see how Cubans live. But hey, as long as the regime's useful idiots stay comfortable, the show must go on. Classic communism, elites lit up, the people are left in the dark. Hypocrisy on full display. And this is another video of the outside. I don't know if this is the same one with the banana chairs or not. I haven't watched these videos, and there was so many tweets about this shit. Beep, beep. The black hijab one is Ilhan Omar's kid. Yeah, this one looks like the picture of Ilhan Omar's kid from the other tweet that we read. Oh, it is the banana chair video? That's okay. We can keep watching banana chair videos. We don't have to live there, so we can at least watch it. Please keep them there since they love communism so much. True. True. Japan after 2 atomic bombs, and Cuba after 65 years of communism. I thought it was 67, but I could be wrong. My memory's not that great. Man, these buildings have such, like, unique architecture, too. Can you imagine how this would look if it hadn't fallen into, like, horrific disrepair? Where's the rice chair? Bananas and rice. Bananas and rice. Man. Banana chair and rice beanbag footstool. Someone went to the hotel and shot this video. I think we saw this video as well. This is the one where the guy said wolf mouth. New York Post. Oh? Oh? Tone-deaf radicals. Hey, I can actually put BGM on for the first time in ages. Tone-deaf radicals flock into Havana, staying in a 5-star hotel while island is in crisis. Mockery of the Cuban people. Hundreds of tone-deaf lefty radicals flocked into Havana this weekend to meet with Communist Party officials, staying in luxury hotels and traveling in air-conditioned buses, as the rest of the island grapples with a worsening economic crisis that's starved of electricity, food, water, and medicine. Once again, Hassan himself said that the U.S. forces them to stay in 5-star hotels. That's not true. It's been community noted multiple times. Someone showed the website page stating that it's specifically communist-owned properties that Americans are supposed to not, like, pay and stay in. If you want to know how the buildings look, just search on Google Images, Old San Juan. I'll probably like the colors. I must see. Old San Juan, Cuba. Images. Oh, that's beautiful. They're so pretty. Look at fucking... It's like all pastel, nice facades and shit, man. It almost looks kind of like Italian villages, but a different color palette. If I'm making sense, right? Like those really old, like hundreds of years old Italian towns that are like up on cliffs or in the mountainsides and shit. It reminds me of those, but like a very different color palette. Oh, that's so fucking pretty. These like kind of weird shaped balconies. You see that in some places in like California and Florida too. Looks like parts of Portugal with actual color. Yeah, that's wicked pretty, man. That is so unfortunate. Like, it's not enough to just build nice architecture. You have to also fucking maintain that architecture. Like, look at this. This is like something from a fucking movie. My big dumb hat's in the way, I'm sorry. That's so fucking pretty. Man, Cuba! What if... Alright, I know it's kind of questionable suggesting a billionaire buy an island, but like, what if a billionaire just bought Cuba? What if he was just like, hello, communist, I will pay you to fucking get out. Daniel Sierra, thank you. The pictures are from El Viejo, San Juan, Puerto Rico. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait, this is in Puerto Rico? I was tricked. I thought this was in Cuba. Alzahara has tricked me. Alzahara has tricked me. San Juan is Puerto Rico, but same buildings. It's beautiful. I thought he was saying like old San Juan was a place in Cuba, and so these were like what the buildings looked like before they looked like what they did in that other image we saw. The buildings are expensive as fuck now, and historical, so it's a pain in the ass to repair. That's kind of like the brownstone buildings in Boston. The brownstones are like super, super old and very expensive to maintain and repair, which is why if you want to get one of those brownstones, you're looking at probably like $1 million, bare fucking minimum, bro. Dominican Republic also has some of those old Spanish colonial buildings. They're so fucking pretty. They're so pretty, dude. Materials determine how long a building will last. Those are probably made out of clay, I would have to imagine. So should be able to be maintained. Cuba looks exactly like historical Puerto Rico. Slap my Smurf, thank you. Kirsche, you got a girlfriend. Just sent her my video about Nigeria. You tried to scare her away by talking about Warhammer, and now she's reading the books. Got a rism with the tism. I'm glad your tism-rism has worked. Good luck. Happy times with your girlfriend, my guy. Congratulations. Clay bricks and wood beam supports. Oh my god. I was like, these are places I would love to, like, see in person, but... Danger, Will Robinson. Elon Musk is worth 20 times Cuba's GDP. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Did I even start reading this article, or did I get distracted? Hundreds of tone-deaf lefty radicals flocked into Havana this weekend to meet with Communist Party officials, staying in luxury hotels and traveling in air-conditioned buses as the rest of the island grapples with a worsening economic crisis that starved it of electricity, food, water, and medicine. The Nuestra America convoy sent socialists from North America and Europe to Cuba by air, sea, and land under the guise of handing out 20 tons of humanitarian aid to protest the United States oil blockade on Cuba. See, they say under the guise, but is it a guise? Like, if they brought actual 20 tons of aid with them, then it wouldn't be a guise, right? Does that mean Cuba's GDP is less than the cost of Twitter? Probably. This is Isra Hirsi, the 23-year-old activist daughter of embattled squad representative Ilhan Omar. It's another picture of her that we saw from that video. Kirsche was in a picture shared by controversial nonprofit The People's Forum, who is also taking part in the convoy. The convoy includes Mayor Zoran Mamdani's ally and influential streamer Hasan Piker. Okay. Like, I hate communists as much as the next guy, but like we should be as honest as we can. Right? We should be wanting to be on the side of facts, which is why when we talked about the hospital, I was like, people could have died. I don't know. We don't have enough sources. Zoran Mamdani has disavowed Hasan Piker. So I don't know if I would call Hasan Piker an ally of Mamdani, because Piker seemed very upset that Mamdani wanted nothing to do with him. So I want to at least put that out there. Hasan isn't important enough to be Zoran's ally. When even the socialist mayor of New York realizes you might be too radical to have as an ally. Has he disavowed it with his words or his actions? Both, as far as I know. Unless he's been seen with Hasan after he said that he didn't want anything to do with Hasan. If he's been seen afterwards, I will correct myself, but I don't think he has. Even Kami Mamdani disavowed him. He was invited by Zoran's staff post-disavow. Do you have a source? Can I have a source on that? I like sources when I issue corrections. If they could all travel to Iran right now, they would. Only disavowed because of his 9/11 comments? Well, Hasan was praising Zoran's wife's tweets and pretty spicy after October 7th. Didn't Zoran's wife also have been found to, like, use specific slurs? I mean, we know the left doesn't care when their people use slurs. They only do it to ruin the lives of people they disagree with. If you bring me $200 and it costs me $300, that's not really helpful, is it? If you bring me $200, how would your $200 cost me $300? I don't understand. I'm bad at math. I dropped the N and the K power. Wow, even the K power word. Damn, bro. And wasn't his mom in photos with the Epstein? I don't remember. Zoran's wife liked a post that celebrated Hamas and October 7th. Well, I mean, it sounds like Zoran's wife and Piker would get along. Should watch Hasan crash out at his own chatter when they woke scolded him about the N-word thing? What the fuck? If they bring $200 worth of food, but it takes $300 to feed you, you still lose money. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but also I don't understand how that works in reality. Because they're bringing the stuff with them, and they can just hand it to you, and that costs you nothing. It is costing Cuba money to host them. Okay, that's fair. They did crash the electrical grid, so that is a downside. You make a good point. I understand. Thank you. Slap My Smurf, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. They didn't bring enough stuff. That makes sense. If they did not bring enough and the cost of Cuba hosting them is more than the cost of the goods that they brought. That makes sense. The people who brought the aid are going to consume more than they brought. Also a fair point. Also a fair point. Thank you. I think commie governments just let people hand over stuff without passing through them first. Definitely not. Zoran used to rap about Muslim terrorists and how cool they were. He only disavowed Piker because he was running for New York mayorship, and having a friend that praised 9/11 wouldn't be good for that. It's very possible that he was doing a bait and switch, right? Very possible that he's like, in order to get elected, I have to disavow you, Hasan. We can be friends after, but I gotta say this in the meantime so I can get in and get that power position. It's very possible, but when something states this, like, unequivocally like that, and I know I've heard the disavowment from Mamdani's own mouth, I feel the need to at least say that, right? I believe Kirsche's due for a Pina Coco Batito with lime and a shot of rum. I don't know what that means. There's no way Mamdani has denounced Piker for anything else other than saying the quiet part out loud. I don't think it would even be for saying the quiet part out loud, right? Because again, that other chatter brought up a good point. Mamdani did have those weird fucking raps. But if it's some sort of, like, weird lie and he just needed to do that in order to get elected, I'd be willing to believe it. I'd be willing to believe it, because communists do nothing but lie. I don't know what that link is, Nightvolts, my guy. Is Hasan clever enough to take part in that complex a scam? Oh, absolutely. What do you mean? To me, Hasan is one of the malicious liars, knowing that he would be part of the elite ruling class if communism ever came to be in the US. Hasan is not a useful idiot. He is very aware. That was the source I was wanting. Oh, thank you. Okay. He didn't add text to it, so I was like, what is this link? Which is link. Battleizer, thank you. Imagine a guy rocking up to the party and only bringing 2 butter dogs, and then the guy ate 3 butter dogs at the party. That makes sense. I'm glad you can explain it in a way that my brain can understand. Hassan reveals he talks to Zoran Mamdani privately all the time. Does Zoran actually really fuck with you still? Does seem negative towards you in that debate. I talk to Zoran Mamdani privately all the time. His entire team is people like you. Stop being parasocial. Bro. Destiny once again with the source here.
Does Zoran actually really fuck with you still or not? Does it seem negative towards you in that debate? Brother, I talk to Zoran Mamdani privately all the fucking time.
So, that is the case. Seems like Zoran just disavowed him in order to get into the mayorship. Doesn't actually disavow anything Piker says or stands for. It was just communist subversion once again. Thank you for the source. Thank you for the source.
Not that it fucking matters at the end of the day.
You're probably just not
like his entire I think you guys don't understand, like his entire team is people like you. Okay? I work with his slate of candidates.
The way he said people like you was really weird. Like almost very disgusted.
Stop being fucking parasocial. I can't believe that this is like a genuine. I can't believe that this is also like a genuine point of contention. This is what I mean.
The Deep Fryer, thank you. Communism and radical Islam are united by their core tenets: slavery, death, and poverty. Homero of Subtlety, thank you. It'd be real funny if all the flights in and out of Cuba got grounded right now. That would be funny. Hassan would never lie. Obviously, communists always lie. But it makes more sense that Zoran Mamdani would lie about being affiliated with Hassan in order to have a better chance of being elected mayor, rather than Hassan lying about being connected to Mamdani. Hassan doesn't need to lie about his connections. He's already in, like, a special class of people. There's no reason that he has to lie about those he associates with to position himself as more influential than he actually is. That's just not the case. It could also be hella cope from Hassan. He can't stand not being the most important in the room. Hassan lying is absolutely still a very real possibility. It is. I would give Mamdani lying about disavowing Hassan like an 85% chance, and then Hassan lying about him and Mamdani talking constantly, the 15%. It's still possible, but it's the least likely of the two scenarios. Just because there's no reason doesn't mean he doesn't do it anyways. Dude's a pathological liar. Part of figuring out communist subversion is figuring out which one is the lie. Right? Like, yes, they're all going to lie about certain things, but there are going to be nuggets of truth within them, because you can't tell good and convincing lies unless you have some sort of, like, look at this, I'm going to reframe how the entire thing is, so you believe my narrative instead of your lying eyes. Iran was overthrown by an alliance of communists and Islamists. After the takeover, the Islamists killed all the communists? Well, yeah, obviously. Dude needs another turkey hair transplant. Oh, where was I? God hates taxes, thank you. You didn't know his chat was full of people whose parents have $1 million properties. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird. The best lies have fragments of truth. Yeah. Nugget of truth is that Hassan has talked with Zoran. The lie then would be that he still talks to him. Once again, it is more plausible that the communist lied about being associated with Hassan in order to get elected to a position of power to then enact more of their tenets on New York City, rather than Hassan lying about still being in contact with Mamdani. The second one is possible, but it is not as plausible as the first one. No matter how much you hate Hassan, you have to kind of like use your brain to figure out which one would be more likely. Both are possible. One is more likely than the other. It's crazy how so many people are using lying commies to say two commies aren't talking. Fucking what? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, what the hell? Hassan was publicly spotted at one of Mamdani's election watch parties after the disavowal, which was targeted at comments, not the person of Hassan. Why would we not just assume both are lying? some of you guys aren't gonna make it, bro. Alright, I'm caught up on YouTube chat. Beep. Convoy includes Mayor Zoran Mamdani's ally and influential streamer Hassan Piker, who recently went on a Beijing-sponsored propaganda trip to Havana, where he broadcast to his 1.6 million Instagram followers Saturday with a somehow spotless internet connection and promised to film content. I didn't even know Hassan was on Instagram. I just thought he was a Twitch streamer, bro. I didn't even know he was on Instagram, man. And also, this is really weirdly written. Are these like the Hallmark dash thingies for AI? Because like, the way this is written sounds like the trip to Havana was sponsored by Beijing. But because I know he went on a trip to Beijing, I know that these are two separate things. It's just really oddly written. He was on Instagram before Twitch. That's how he built a following despite getting no traction on YouTube. Really? That's crazy. Oh, why do you think your H3 guy is posting stuff at Hassan all the time? Why is the H3 my guy? What do you mean by this? Code Pink is supposedly funded by the CCP. Interesting. There are photos of the inside of the hotel rooms. It looks pretty nice, honestly. If Hassan was trying to actually be clever, he would say he has nothing to do with Mamdani and then talk with him behind the scenes. Very, very, very true and real. But people get caught up in the, like, Hassan needs to be the center of attention, so of course he would lie about talking to Mamdani. But lying about something like that, I think, would be very bad when he's trying to maintain his position as a part of what would be the ruling class in a communist society. Going to be surprised to learn that Hassan has Snapchat that he gives to his female viewers. Who the fuck uses Snapchat? Isra Hirsi, the 23-year-old unemployed activist daughter of embattled squad rep Ilhan Omar, is also taking part in the voyage, as is a delegation of Mamdani's Democratic Socialists of America comrades. The convoy also includes groups identified by the U.S. State Department as vectors of Chinese influence, like Neville Roy Singham's People's Forum and his wife Jody Evans Code Pink. Evans was all smiles as she posed for a picture with Piker Saturday, wearing a pink keffiyeh. Some delegates were reportedly staying at the 5-star Grand Hotel Bristol Malia Collection, where a room costs between $130 and $520 a night. All right, so definitively, this is a 5-star hotel. Others posed for pictures riding in comfy air-conditioned buses and meeting with President Miguel Diaz-Canel at the Palacio de Convenciones in Havana. That's a really nice fucking room. I like the lights. It's really cute. Drake Redscale, thank you. I want to show some support. Love the clips. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. He had a clip a while back go viral where he complained that he only gets dick pics on Snapchat when he used to get more nudes from women. From my experience as a streamer, I also got more unsolicited nude pics from women than men. Let Cuba live! Cuban officials reported an island-wide blackout this week in the embattled communist nation of some 11 million people, after President Trump in January threatened tariffs on any nation selling it oil, effectively choking off its energy supply. While nearly the entire country is suffering from power outages lasting over 20 hours, the left is welcomed with air conditioning and wasteful electricity consumption, slammed Mayra Dominguez, a Cuban living in exile in the U.S. More than 100 homes wouldn't be without power today if the Castro regime didn't spend on communist propaganda with the international left, Dominguez said. Well, it's a good thing, according to Hassan, she's not a real Cuban since she's in the U.S. and is against the communist regime. Wait a minute, so we have credible evidence of them being subversive propagandists stirring up discord and agitating for violence, and yet none of these idiots have been more thoroughly investigated? Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird that we have all of these, like, communist organizations that we know about, and we know who's involved in them, and we know who funds them, and we know who leads them, and then just nothing happens? Question mark. The Bristol is on the list of prohibited locations. Really? Cookie settings. Deny. Fuck off. That says Grand Hotel Bristol Kempinski? That's not the right one. That's not the right one. It is not the Bristol Kempinski. Kempinski. If we had a serious government, Hassan would be arrested when he returned. So not the right hotel. This is a gigantic mockery of the entire Cuban people. The left visits Cuba as if it were a party at a zoo, and they go to admire the misery from a luxury hotel. It's outrageous, she added. The stunt was organized by Cuban politician Mariela Castro through a nonprofit called Progressive International. Few details have been released about how the hundreds of boxes and suitcases of aid will be distributed once they arrive on the island, the local press noted. Yeah, how would you do that? Is a great question. Why is he even allowed in the U.S.? You thought we weren't allowing people in the U.S. who hate the country anymore? Isn't he a Canadian citizen? Who? It's going straight to the politicians. Castro is the daughter of Raul Castro, Cuba's former president who maintained substantial behind-the-scenes influence in the country, and is Fidel Castro's brother. One of the organizations involved with the distribution is the Cuban Institute of Friendship. What a fucking name. Wait, no, it's longer. Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples. Now that is some quality commie gobbledygook. Which has been identified by the CIA as a front for Cuban intelligence services. The convoy has enraged Cuban exiles who are barred by the ruling Communist Party from ever returning home, and say the government is also to blame for the hardships people have faced for decades. Imagine that we remove the communism from the Cuba, and all of the Cubans living in the US in exile can go back to their home country, and they can enrich their country and build back their country from the communist takeover. After causing more than 1 million Cubans to leave in just 5 years and denying many the right to return to their own country, they're now open to a foreign humanitarian expedition. Cuban artist Salome Garcia Basaliao, who lives in exile in Miami, blasted on Facebook. If they get in, so will we, she vowed. That is very interesting. This is an interesting thing to hear, I guess, from a woman specifically, because you would think that, like, if there's a danger, if you've been exiled and you're told you must never return, that's gotta be some, like, crazy fucking resolve to be like, yeah, if those fucking socialist weirdos can get in, I also want to go back, like, right now. If this is what we know of publicly, what's not available to the public yet, I don't know. Apparently 1 hour ago, Eric Doherty posted on Twitter that the German right-wing anti-Islamic migration party doubled in size and they won 11 points, whatever those points mean. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in Germany right now. Hammer of Subtlety, thank you. Off topic, do I remember the hardcore Saphiric site I introduced us to a while ago? Enjoy the PTSD? I don't know what a Saphiric site is. After U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in early January, critical oil shipments to Cuba were halted. Cuba's president said the island had not received oil shipments in more than 3 months since. Vacationing in other people's misery. I remember reading that somewhere. Elite left is virtue signaling at its finest. Yeah, it's a very weird thing to be doing, you know? Probably meant sapphic, and the answer is queen snake. Oh! We have another video of the partying. Kneecap. Kneecap is apparently the band that was performing. Damn, they got 230k followers almost. 600 activists descend on an island destroyed by communism and party for Palestine. My absolute darkest jokes couldn't match up. Kneecap, the band, said, even in Havana, with the power cutting out shortly after our gig, the message of solidarity to Palestine remains the same. Now that's really weird that a bunch of socialists from Western countries went to Cuba that is currently suffering crisis from their failing electrical grid and had a party and is talking about Palestine. That's really fucking weird. Palestine, free, free, Palestine, free, free, Palestine, free, free, Palestine, free, free, Palestine, Palestine. You know, they're fucking out of touch. It is a bit fucking dude. 600 is another number thrown out. I've seen 20, I've seen 50, I've seen like 100 and something earlier. This person says 6. Who knows how many people, how many socialists went there? And then Caleb again writing something. This Germania Rodriguez lady said it's jarring how these propagandists increasingly don't hide what their network is. They're united, fighting to defend the most brutal dictatorships around the world. As long as they're anti-US, that's all that matters. All right, okay. I'm noticing. This is the same guy from earlier who reported that people, like all people on ventilators at the hospital, are dead. This is the same guy. And he's saying, found the North Korean embassy today in Havana, Cuba, 2 nations under imperialist siege, joined diplomatically as they struggle against decades of US violence. I'm not going to believe those people in that hospital died. This is somebody who went there with the flotilla, somebody who's clearly communist, clearly anti-US, and he is the only source for, hey, all those people died. How would he know? How did he get that information? Where's the proof? Literal propaganda, unironic North Korea posting. So that's very interesting. That's very interesting that the only source of saying people in that hospital died is a communist propagandist. And then Caleb responding saying, at some point, people gotta wonder after 67 years what all of those commies and useful idiots actually defending with their vaunted solidarity to Cuba. Hint, it's not the Cuban people. The revolution, it's been 67 years. Fidel is dead. Raul and the rest of the top brass are basically mummies. The people who were adults at the time it went down are either dead or about to be. Defending a haggard dream? The right for the Castro dynasty to live in luxury. Search for Sandro Castro on Instagram. Fighting for a random impoverished elderly person in, I don't know, Matanzas? If only. The right for Geisa to keep profiting from tourism and remittances while everyone else keeps decaying. I mean, go look at their hotels versus the rest of Cuba's infrastructure. I'd appreciate if commies were at least honest and acknowledge that they support the Cuban tragedy because, quote unquote, they fight the USA XD, like how they do with the Venezuelan regime. Oh, but you see the embargo. That has not stopped the EU, China, Canada, Russia, etc. to trade with Cuba. China has donated power plants and other equipment and spare pieces. Where did that all go? The EU has given them millions too. They're all defending something that failed decades ago. A revolution that doesn't exist anymore just because they, 1, don't like the US, 2, had a bad relationship with their parents, or 3, both. In 2 to 3 weeks after these idiots' communist safari to Cuba is over, they'll move to the new flavor of the month while Diaz-Canel, the figurehead, and Raul Castro, the actual dictator, got what they wanted, an international PR campaign. Meanwhile, that same elderly person from Matanzas will still have to live through the consequences of 67 years of communism. And then, of course, this guy's probably saying it tongue-in-cheek based on the picture, real communism has never been tried. That's true. That's so true. The people in Cuba experiencing no electricity, they just don't understand how great communism can be if it's just done the right way. Cuba was so much better off before the commie takeover. Yeah, that's why I like that joke. You know, like what did communists use before candles to light their homes? Electricity. Ollie Wally, thank you for the 4 fucking months. To be fair, Kirsche, every time you've chanted Free Palestine, you did it in Cuba. What the fuck? Bad Tweet Man is one of Caleb's friends. Bad Tweet Man? Oh, that's his name. I was like, what do you mean, Bad Tweet Man? You'd think after over 100 years of communism, the communists would have tried communism at least once. You would think so. But that wasn't real communism. They corrupted it somehow. We have to try real communism. Tech Guy James, thank you. Code Pink makes you think of mentally ill women who try to kidnap babies. What? Code Pink is what hospitals announce when a baby is stolen from maternity. That's kind of fucking crazy that they decided on that name. What the fuck? Communism doesn't work with the human race. True and fucking real. Caleb is based. Old Gamergate friend. Yeah, people pointed him out to me during the Venezuela stuff that was going down. Psycho, thank you. You got baptized today. Family who hadn't seen in forever came. Randomly, your buddy that pushed God on you came to the restaurant after. Bunya! What do you mean, pushed God on you? What do you mean? Trauma Tuna, thank you. Grift, I'm a neat. Grift. What? Battleizer, thank you. Reality is a joke, and we are the butt of the joke. It seems like it. It seems fucking like it. There's a safety advisory now? This man's just linked me fucking Taylor Lorenz. Are you okay? Are you alright? Do you need help? Furious Dan, thank you. You'll be meeting the Lotus Eaters at their live event. Any messages I want you to pass on to them? I mean, I can't think of any. I mean, if they still would like to talk about bridge stuff, I am more than happy to come on now that I have a suit outfit. And I don't want to go on Lotus Eaters and have Booba flopping around. It's not appropriate for their podcast. Taylor Lorenz said, if you're traveling to Cuba or any impoverished community or just generally, you should be wearing a mask. I just had to like quadruple check the date on this because what the fuck? March 22nd, 2026 at 4:19 p.m. Eastern. All right. We're 6 years into an ongoing pandemic and airborne disease is real no matter how many leftists want to scream and stomp their feet and shout RFK talking points. Is this supposed to be comedy? Is this supposed to be like a comedic bit? Because leftists don't shout RFK talking points. Think you're more likely to catch AIDS from fucking random prostitutes than COVID? I am so confused. The butter dog was bass boosted. Dog with the butter dog. I put the butter on the dog, butter dog. Moinya.
What word do you never say to a Quango, neighbor?
Like a good neighbor. Quangos aren't there. Does she think it's an isolated civilization? Like we're going to introduce new diseases to them? Cuba has been embargoed for a long time. We have tried to stave out trade with Cuba to make the communists give up. And thus Cuba has degraded back to a untouched nation, akin to Sentinel Island. You shouldn't even send drones there. They'll throw spears at it, as if it's some sort of strange metal bird. The Cubans must be approached slowly and cautiously, and you can use food to entice them to try and have a conversation, but it might be very difficult. They're using an old form of Mayan Spanish instead of regional modern Spanish. Nature documentary Fox Who Goes Hard. Not gonna lie. You're told Cuba had the greatest medical care in the world by far. Yeah, we did just watch that propaganda about how Cuba has the best medical care, and it's free. The long who wildlife has regressed into dinosaurs traveling outside the cities is unadvisable. If the dinosaurs would make a comeback, if we just left island nations alone to die under communism for like 100 years, I'd be down. I'd like get all the people who want to leave out and then just be like, okay, commies, you can stay here until your nation collapses and then the dinosaurs will take over and then we can have dinosaur islands. It'd be great. I would trade the commies for dinosaurs. You can tempt Cuban chicks with food. Internet Zen Master, thank you. All right, Taylor Lorenz is still living in the COVID is still a big deal worldview. Even for leftists, she's nuts. She's kind of crazy. And it's still really weird that she noticed my existence last year. San Pichu, thank you. These guys are the celestial dragons from One Piece. True. Let's be honest, the US has the best medical equipment, but a mixed bag of mostly bad doctors with a few good ones. Latam has great doctors, but they have no supplies. So what you're saying is that if I ever start making, like, fucking Asmongold money, I should do a sponsor a doctor program where I take, like, really nice doctors and put them in places where they can actually do work. Welcome to Comrassic Park. Namunya. Kwando Bandwi. I'm sorry, I fucking enjoyed your message and then I forgot to thank you. Thank you, Kwando Bandwi, for buttering my fucking dog. Thank you. Thank you. They have great doctors without supplies. It's any wonder how they managed to train them without any, right? Medical unions would Clinton anyone who tried anything like that. I mean, it'd be better than the doctors I've seen in recent years. Oh god, she continues, it's really so easy to not infect and kill people around you. No one is saying you have to be perfect, but if you respond to disabled people asking you to not kill and maim them and other vulnerable folks by having a meltdown instead of showing basic solidarity, you are not a serious person. Am I awake right now? Am I like reading tweets in my dreams? Because this does not sound real. This has almost 1 million views and only 2.2k likes. Don't mind Taylor, she's growing senile in her old age. Oh yeah, that's right. She had like her 75th birthday recently, right? A fucking raw egg nationalist saying, Taylor, please let me cure you. Holy shit, this is RNG buzzword swill. What the fuck, dude? You love that Ren got a comment in before she locked replies. It says only some accounts can reply, so I'm wondering if he was like actually able to reply to this even if she locked it. She usually locks them immediately, doesn't she? Are we all as high as Kirsche on Thursday? Jesus Christ. And then I had another article. Champagne socialists in Cuba stage concert, stay in 5-star hotel as country plunges into nationwide blackout. Socialists from the US and Europe put on a concert in Cuba just as the country was plunged into third blackout this month, Saturday. Convoy of socialists, including streamer Hassan Piker, the daughter of Representative Ilhan Omar, members of Code Pink, and lefty Irish hip-hop group Kneecap. Bro, if you had told me these were an Irish hip-hop group, I would not have believed you. Irish rap group Kneecap, why are they dressed like they're from the sand? I don't understand. Kneecap Havana seems like an appropriate title. I mean, that is technically what they did, let's be real. Is in Cuba with the goal of supporting Cuba's oppressive communist regime. What a noble thing to do. But Piker and others have been dogged by criticism for staying in a 5-star hotel in Havana, and Kneecap played a concert in the capital city as the rest of the nation of 11 million people faced yet another major blackout. This is so fucking weird to see, man. Kneecap previously was accused of supporting Hamas at the group's show, which appeared to be attended by only a handful of people. The rappers were filmed chanting, "Free Cuba, fuck Trump, fuck Netanyahu." If I had like a gun to my head and they were like, one must go, one must stay, choose between communists and Netanyahu, I'm sorry, bro. I would have to go with Netanyahu. Like, what are we talking about? What's the Jew gonna do with Cuba? I have no fucking idea. Why were they chanting Free Palestine in Cuba? I wonder why they have a small audience. Sphincter, thank you. The Irish short bus riders, imagine. No thank you on both. I mean, I'd like to take a no thank you on both, but if I'm gonna get killed if I don't pick one, you know? Sir Fabricator, thank you. Munya Foxy, you finished your taxes, and for the first time in your life, you owe the feds $25. You know that this silly cartoon fox on the internet will use it more responsibly, so here you go. Thank you. Thank you for the tax refund. It's the only one I'll be getting. The answer, Kirsche, is retard's gonna retard. Alexa, play Hava Nagila. Didn't George sing that? Roadkill, thank you. That reminded you of Tweaker Geographic on YouTube? Oh my god. The bullet wouldn't do anything to the hologram AI BB. No, Munya. AI, was it AI, George? Oh fuck, I thought I remembered it was actually him who did it. That's unlucky. That's unlucky it was AI. Wouldn't need to threaten you to choose the commie. You'd volunteer for duty. What the heck? I'll find pro-Palestine graffiti all over Dublin. It's syncretic retardation. That's so fucking weird, dude. What the fuck is going on in Ireland? Kneecap was previously accused of supporting Hamas at the group's show, which appeared to be attended by only a handful of people. The rappers were chanting, I already said that. Why are they supporting Hamas, bro? What is with this, like, yeah, fucking, we love terrorists kind of rhetoric? The concert was put on by the leftist activist group Code Pink, which flew in protesters to the Cuban capital on Friday. Code Pink founder Jody Evans was pictured smiling in a pink keffiyeh as she posed for a picture with Piker in Cuba, by the way, on Saturday. This is like the Fire Festival for humanities majors with trust funds, one ex-user wrote, referencing 2017's infamous fraudulent music festival. I don't even remember the Fire Festival, man. What is this?
As Cuban people, you understand the passion the same way that us Irish do. The Irish and the Cubans celebrating.
Why is Sawa in the background of this concert screaming, "That's right"? Who let Sawa into Cuba to just start screaming that? I'm just gonna rewind it for a second.
The same way that us Irish do. The Irish
That's right!
and the Cubans celebrating.
That's right!
So, hasta la victoria siempre. Show me all Cuba sin bloqueo, Cuba sin bloqueo, no. Cuba sin bloqueo, no. Cuba sin bloqueo, no.
Sal is the one who unplugged all the respirators. No! Wait, what does that say? What does that shirt say? This guy is in fucking Cuba wearing a Fuck Ice t-shirt. I can't even with how retarded these people are. Holy shit, man. It's just like I don't think I'm ever going to recover from seeing an individual in person wearing a "Ice has blood on their hands" t-shirt. I was just floored at how a man could wear that and take himself seriously. The Irish far left pushed for kicking the UK out via violent means, given they were borderline commies to begin with. The second Ireland had what they wanted, they transitioned completely into world revolution without missing a beat, so they went along with all the terror causes because West bad. What the fuck is happening in Ireland, bro?
No. Cuba sin bloqueo, no. Cuba sin bloqueo, no. Cuba sin bloqueo, no.
I guess now that I know that it's an Irish band, it makes sense that there's like Irish flags and people wearing like Irish ski masks. I was really confused at first as why there's so many Irish iconographies. Free Palestine, while in Cuba, this is performative and embarrassing, another ex-user wrote. Meanwhile, in a viral video, a furious Cuban filmed himself going to a hotel in Havana where the Code Pink leftists are purportedly staying, enjoying electricity thanks to a generator amid the nationwide blackout. The Nuestra America convoy sent in socialists from North America and Europe to Cuba, under the guise of handing out 20 tons of humanitarian aid to protest the U.S. oil blockade on the island. If I saw this picture, like, what the fuck? Why did making it big do that? That looks weird. If I saw this picture completely, like, void of any context here, I would assume this was, like, a promotional image for an upcoming futuristic dystopian sci-fi movie. Right? And you have, like, the brother and the younger sibling, like, having to fight their way out of some sort of impoverished scheme where the younger brother is supposed to be sold for organ transplants to people who are half human, half machine. And the older brother has to, like, save him from being spirited away by the government to harvest his organs or some shit. Like, if you had told me it was a movie screenshot, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. It does have those vibes. The Purge, Havana. Aren't we in a dystopian nightmare movie right now? I wish it was just a movie, man. Oh, that's a pretty basket thingy. That's pretty. Cuba has seen its third national blackout this month, and its economy is on the brink of collapse. Left-wing influencer Piker, 34, brazenly claimed that he was forced to stay in a luxury hotel in the communist nation as he arrived in Cuba this week during an international aid convoy to the island. I love that set. Brazenly claimed he was forced to stay in a luxury hotel. That's a great fucking sentence. The American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want in Cuba, Piker, an ally of New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani, said on recent streaming video from Cuba. While the U.S. government prohibits Americans from staying in accommodation owned by the Cuban government or senior regime figures, there are no stipulations regarding the quality of lodgings. Also, along for the ride is 23-year-old Isra Hirsi, the unemployed activist daughter of embattled squad rep Ilhan Omar, we know that. Mike Gonzalez, a Cuban exile forced to leave his homeland at the age of 12, accused Code Pink of treating the dictatorship like an ideological theme park, while locals face energy shortages. They're staying at a 5-star hotel while the island's electrical grid has collapsed for the second time in a week. Gonzalez, a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation, told Fox News. Meanwhile, those hundreds of communists from around the world are feasting on lobster tail and treating Cuba as an ideological theme park. Some delegates were reportedly staying at the 5-star Grand Hotel Bristol Malia Collection, where a room costs between $130 and $520 a night. We already knew that part. We knew that part too. Ideological theme park is also a very good way to put this. Because it's just another way to be like, hey, communism can work, and it's working here. And you know what? Having electricity doesn't even matter that much. You can just vibe. It's all about the island vibes, bro. Time check. Oh, man. Oh, man. I wanted to get through Cuba and Caleb Hammer today. That was ambitious of me. Fuck, bro. At least we got Tuesday. At least we got Taco Tuesday. Maybe I'll even make something to eat, so I'm encouraged to watch Caleb Hammer on Tuesday. I want to see that fucking episode, bro. I am horned up and ready for that episode. Here's another one. Democratic Socialists travel to Cuba and create communist ties. They're not even hiding it anymore. This is the group that Shayna Bellows, Graham Plattner, Zoran, graduated college in Maine, and Troy Jackson are a part of. I don't know any of those names. Graham Plattner sounds like vaguely familiar, but I cannot remember where I heard it. Democratic Socialists will have sided with China, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, South African Communist Party, and many others. If a global conflict arises between the West and the Marxist/Islamist alliance, they will join the enemy. In the UK, Europe, and Canada, they have the same movement of socialists. They grabbed power, purposefully flooded the West with illegal foreigners that support their ideology. And this looks like it's from that same longer video clip we watched earlier. I don't know if it's just a shortened clip of what we watched or if this is like another part of that same meeting.
Organizing alongside Zoran in DSA he is an ally of Cuba.
When I was in Cuba, I was really impressed with everybody's commitment to the revolution and the principles of what the revolution stands for. So I mean,
if you've already put the majority of the country in a horrible situation, you kind of got to be committed to continue that, right? Like, if you let up, you're probably going to end up dead, right?
I have faith that the people of Cuba will know what a good thing that they have going and want to keep it going and not want to invite neoliberal nonsense to the island.
Yes.
I genuinely cannot imagine looking at a country that is massively impoverished and is living in dilapidated buildings and can't even have reliable electricity and being like, yeah, I hope they realize what a good thing they have going for them. Like, oh my God.
It has really stepped up its involvement in Cuba advocacy and really trying to lean into DSA's strengths, organizing along.
I want to say that these people are crazy, but like, they do too much damage for me to use the insanity plea, man. And then finally we have here, Code Pink flew artists to Cuba to leave behind a gift of a mural. Maybe their base eats that up, but it comes off as pure performative cringe. Oh boy, I can't wait to see the mural when it's finished.
I am helping to leave a gift and vision of humanidad. This is the mural for humanity, and it's going to have little boats with notes in it of love.
Oh my God, all of these impoverished people who don't have electricity, we're gonna paint them a mural. You know, in a communist utopia, we're not gonna have to do any actual kinds of work, you know? Like, I'm going to be a knitter, and my sister's gonna be a painter, and we're all gonna figure out how to do all this artistry together. And I'm sure all of these people in Cuba appreciate our efforts praising their communist utopia. They're going to love this mural because they love communism. Yay! I feel like I'm watching people who are like 7 years old and they're being told to share their toys in the classroom. And they're just like, yeah, sharing is caring. I love it.
And it will, the words will go across all the way to the bird on the other side. There'll be fishes and sea life here. And it's from a poem with artists from all over the United States.
I hate that these people are real. I wish, like the UK, that these people weren't real and I didn't have to suffer their existence. Holy shit. And unless anything new has developed, that was my last tab on the goings-on in La Cuba. Oh, a bird and a fish on a wall, truly helping the cause. They're just like, oh my god, Cuban citizens, we've come here to give you aid. And we have like little paper boats filled with love notes and birds and fish. And the Cubans are like, birds and fish? Like chicken and tuna? Like you've brought us food? We need food. You know, food is rough around here. And they're like, no, they're birds and fish on a mural. It's like humanidad, right? You love it. Don't give the Cubans AIDS. Holy shit. Cubans are like, do you at least have cell phone power bank? Well, look at me. Look how good I am. How altruistic I am. Look at me. Praise me. Schwenkter, thank you. Those are the mentally deficient people who think their mural actually means something to suffering people. It's just like, for all the flack like Mr. Beast gets for going over to like places in Africa and building wells, at least he did something tangible and didn't just give them like, hello, starving African children, have a mural with love notes and fish. Like, even if the wells fell into disrepair afterwards, I don't know, but at least he did something tangible, you know? He can at least say that. Let me see. Homestead is online. It's Sunday. It's Sunday. I dislike Sunday. Mocha Lady is on. Let's go say hello to Mocha Lady, because she said hello to us earlier. Teapot. That's an awfully hot coffee pot. Look at me, I'm Eminem. Murals are actually better because it doesn't enhance population levels. This guy's thinking on a different level. Thanks for stream. Thank you for coming to stream. Thank you. I have to pee so fucking bad. You have no idea. Oh, Mocha Lady just fucking started. Oh, she just fucking started. Oh, her starting screen is so cute. I love baking Foxu. I wish to be a baking Foxu. What color M&M? Blue! I love blue! Blue is best flavor. I'm gonna go pee. Thank you guys for hanging out. I have no plans for Tuesday, so hopefully, Caleb Hammer time. No more Cuban flotillas that I need to cover. Hopefully we'll get like a tiny update, see what happened, see what happened when they came back. Did the Coast Guard make good on their promise? We'll find out on the next episode of Kirsche Ball Z. Thank you guys for hanging out. Have a great rest of your night. Give Mocha Lady some big fucking love. And I will see you Tuesday. I'll try not to die before then. Have a great rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.